welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. I'll be your astrologer today. And this is going to be your June 2024 horoscopes for the 12 rising signs. If you guys like my content, make sure to subscribe, click the bell button below. That way you are alerted as to when we have new videos coming out on the channel. If you guys have not met me before and this is your first time joining me, what's up? My name is Candice. I'm a Western astrologer. I work both with tarot as well as astrology to better understand what's going on in the cosmos. So we are going to be doing the June 2024 horoscopes. Let's go ahead and get into it. You guys know I usually have a few different slides before we get into the 12 rising signs. For those of you guys who are looking for the timestamps, they're down there. You can find them, you can click them and jump right to your rising sign. All right, so offerings this month. Just wanted to let you guys know I'm back. I am no longer on vacation in June. I'm going to be back in my home studio and back to taking clients. If you guys like my work and you want to support me, there's a number of different ways which you can. Now, many of you guys may or may not know, I have memberships on my channel. There's 3 different levels for memberships that you can get in, that you can join. So if you want to support me as a full-time content creator on YouTube, consider joining my memberships, or you can donate. You can scan the QR code up there if you would like to give me a tip for your reading. I try to make these as high quality as possible, very personal, so it's very similar to kind of getting a one-on-one reading with me, and also just my contribution to the collective. So if you appreciate that, you guys can give me a tip. Once again, please don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Any interaction with the video helps get the video algorithms up. It's going to show other people my content. It's going to bring more people here. So giving me a thumbs up or leaving me a comment or coming back at the end of June and letting me know how the horoscopes played out for you. I love reading those comments. I would appreciate it if you guys did that. We have live readings on the channel. We are generally here every Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. We alternate between tarot and astrology. So if you guys want to join me for a live reading, come hang out on a Friday night in June. I'd love to read for you. And once again, that's always 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. And you guys can book a personal reading with me. I have openings that will be beginning in August and September of 2024. If you're wanting to get your natal chart done, if you want to do a synastry reading with you and your partner, maybe you have an election date that you need to pick for something important, like launching a business, getting married, or even moving, I do all of these things. So check out beyondtheveiltarot.com. You can see a list of my services. I have 30, 60, and 90-minute sessions available. And there's different types of readings that you can choose from. So if you know that you have a solar return coming up and you want to get a birthday reading, you can book that. And equally, I have digital gift cards available so you can give the gift of a reading to someone else. For all of that, check out beyondtheveiltarot.com. All right, so we're going to get into my handy dandy list of transits that catch my eye. So those of you guys who are new, basically the way that I like to do this is I make a master list of all of the different aspects throughout the month that we're going to take a look at. And I will be breaking these down for each and every one of the 12 rising signs. You can find all of these dates in the description below. So if you click the description below this video, it'll have a drop-down menu. And you will be able to see all of these dates. You can copy that if you'd like. Equally, you can take a screenshot of this and you can save this to put some of these into your calendar for the month ahead. And if you guys don't want to do that, I sell astrology calendars. So you can find that on my website, both personal as well as pre-created calendars for the astrology of 2024. All right. So basically, when I go through this and I do the 12 signs, I'm going to kind of group things together because you're going to see like a number of aspects happen in repetition. We're going to see a number of squares and a number of trines that are going to be taking place this month. So we'll go through the laundry list of transits, but I just want to remind you guys, this is just me cherry picking the things that I would like to talk about for the 12 rising signs this month. If you catch my video, the last astro weather at the end of the month of May, we will do an overview for the whole month of June. We're going to talk about some of the bigger themes, more on a collective kind of general level. These are always going to be more personal as it applies to your rising sun or moon sign. So first I want to talk about ingresses. So this is when a planet moves in, when a planet moves into a new sign, excuse me. We're going to see on the 3rd of the month, on June the 3rd, Mercury will enter into the sign of Gemini. So Mercury is going to move into its domicile, performs fairly well here, really great for communication, information, and learning. So we love to see Mercury in this sign. Those of you guys who are ruled by Mercury, so if you are a Gemini or Virgo rising, this is going to be an important move for you because your chart ruler is on the move. Mercury rules over things like communication, gadgets, traveling, vehicles, documents. And so having Mercury kind of being in its home sign is playing with home field advantage. And we'll see some nice aspects to Pluto, which is great for in-depth communication, conversation, uncovering truths, and research. Now on the 8th of June, we will see Mars leave Aries and move into Taurus. So it's going to be moving into new territory. This is important because Mars rules the North Node. It has spent a number of weeks in the sign of Aries, connecting with the North Node, activating eclipse points, and it's been helping all of us initiate new things. But when Mars moves into Taurus, it's moving into fixed Earth. So this is slowing down, focusing on pleasure, taking our time, indulging a little bit. It can feel a little less productive. It can feel a little bit more lazy. And it's definitely focusing on pleasure or on resources. So those of you guys who are Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising, or those of you guys who are ruled by Mars, so my Aries and my Scorpio risings, you guys are really going to feel this ingress. On the 16th of the month, Venus enters into the sign of Cancer. So Venus is moving into a water sign where she's a little bit more sensitive, emotional, sentimental, moving into the sign Cancer, which is ruled by the moon. This is definitely going to be really good for obviously any of my Cancer placements. So Sun, Moon, Rising Cancer placements, you're going to be kind of blessed with several weeks of being visited by the goddess, bringing more opportunity for relationships, beauty, and also, I think, love and a little bit of more intimacy. Equally, those of you guys who are ruled by Venus, so if you're a Taurus or a Libra rising, you're going to be feeling this ingress pretty strongly. It's going to impact you. You're going to kind of see something changing in terms of your focus for the month ahead. Shortly after that, the next day on the 17th, we then see Mercury enter the sign of Cancer. So Mercury is now moving into the sign of the moon, more communication and kind of being, I think, mobile or flexible for my Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Risings. Equally, for those of you guys who are ruled by Mercury, my Gemini and Virgo risings, you have yet another sign change. So there is a new area of focus for you. We will see several ingresses into Cancer. So when we move from Gemini, which is more mercurial air, moving around, information, changing, to what's eventually going to be cardinal water, Cancer, there is much more of a focus on initiating things within the home, within the family, reminiscing about the past, taking some kind of emotional action. And you guys will see that kind of mid-month coming into the end of June. Then we will see on the 20th of the month, the sun enters into the sign of Cancer here in the Northern Hemisphere. This is going to be the beginning of summer. So this is going to be our summer solstice. Very potent reset point for everybody when the sun moves into this particular degree, highlighting one of the 0-degree cardinal points. So this is, we will probably look at this chart at some point later in the month of June, but this is going to represent some new opportunity, some new beginning. Something I will say that I like about Cancer season is that we will see a number of trines happening to both Saturn as well as Neptune. So it can be very dreamy, very creative, very intuitive. We can see that there can be some stabilizing and stuff that's kind of going on. A little different than Gemini season, as we've seen planets go through Gemini, square off with Saturn and also with Neptune. So we're going to feel like there's some blockages, delays, hurdles, issues with communication, issues with clarity, some things that are going missing, some details that we kind of overlook. And so I think kind of Cancer season, as we're getting into things, it's gonna be a little bit more so stabilizing. We will only see one retrograde taking place this month, but it's a big one. So at the end of the month, on the 29th of June, we will see Saturn turn retrograde in the sign of Pisces. So that retrograde is at 19 degrees. We are actually going to see the retrograde take place all the way until mid-November. So Saturn will be retrograde until the 15th of November, where it will go direct at 12 degrees. If you are somebody who has planets within 12 to 19 degrees of Pisces, maybe sun, moon, rising, personal planet, Saturn is retrograding back over those placements, which means he is kind of reinforcing something about karma, limits, boundaries, responsibility, timing, and you're kind of getting that kind of reintegration of that Saturn energy. If you happen to be ruled by Saturn, so let's say you're a Capricorn or an Aquarius rising, your chart ruler Saturn is turning retrograde. Like I said, it's a number of months. So this is going to be about 5 months or so that we're going to see this retrograde taking place. My advice is just slow down, really think about things, make sure that there is some sense of clarity before you make big decisions. Don't rush things. And anything that's going to require a lot of vision or effort or commitment, especially anything that involves timing, right? Saturn is about timing. You really want to make sure that you're making, appropriate decisions with Saturn retrograde. Saturn can be like glue. So while it's retrograde, it's harder sometimes for certain things to stick. And Saturn has connections and correlations to long-term goals, career, and stuff like that. Definitely a little bit more difficult, I think, for people who have personal placements 12 to 19 degrees of Pisces or 12 to 19 degrees of the mutable signs. So my Geminis, my Sagittariuses, my Virgos, because you guys will be under, a Saturn square. So you'll be kind of feeling the impact of that. And then as for the lunations for the month, the new and full moon. So we're actually going to begin the month in June on the 6th when we have a new moon in Gemini. This new moon's going to be at 16 degrees. So if you have anything 15, 16, 17 degrees of Gemini, it's very personal for you. I have yet to do this new moon video. I talked a little bit about this during my Venus in Gemini video, but I will say that there are some really sweet aspects to this particular new moon. The new moon will be involving a conjunction to Venus. So there will be a Venus Cazimi that's kind of hanging out around the time of the new moon, setting new intentions about communication, learning, and connection to other people. So we've got like Venus and Gemini kind of in the mix with this new moon, and it's about talking about, writing about, learning about the things that we love. It can be a really good omen for new relationships that are emerging from this particular new moon. I kind of jokingly laughed and kind of said like the twin flame community is going to go fucking bananas about this one because it's, Gemini, and also it's going to have the Venus conjunction. And I think there is something to be said about options and choices and second paths that might emerge from this particular new moon. But what I'm not crazy about is the square to Saturn. So it's within a 2 degrees square to Saturn in Pisces. It's an opening square. It does represent, I think, good things coming to those who wait, those who are willing to be patient, those who are willing to work through the details, talk through things, practice good communication, be transparent, be honest, be vulnerable. But yeah, that's a new moon that's setting the stage for 6 months time. So it's basically saying as we get into the end of 2024, when we get into Sag season, we have a full moon in Gemini. I wonder what the aspects are going to be to Saturn then. I do know that in August and December, we will see a Jupiter square Saturn. So I know that that might kind of be in the mix during that full moon in Gemini. Anyway, sweet and salty aspects, but still a new moon with a Venus Cazimi, you can't be mad at that. Venus is Mercury is also in Gemini as well. So we're going to have the ruler of the new moon in that sign in its domicile. Trine Pluto, so really powerful for communication, powerful for connection, going deep, doing research, uncovering information, and getting to the truth of the matter. So yeah, I'm not mad at this new moon. What do you guys think? All right, and then on the 21st of the month, we are going to be seeing, right after the summer solstice, a full moon in Capricorn. This is an interesting one. I've been itching to talk about this because, well, it's one of what will be 2 full moons in Capricorn. At the end of July of 2024, we will have a full moon in Capricorn, I think at 28, 29 degrees, conjunct Pluto. So that'll be a blue moon. It's not often that we have 2 full moons in the same sign. So this is going to be a full moon at 1 degree of Capricorn, the 1st degree of Capricorn. The next full moon we're going to have is going to be in the last degree of Capricorn, right? So basically what this means is the universe says, hey, look at the area of Capricorn in your chart. There are 2 major completions, major endings that we're working with. Capricorn is all about responsibility, rules, limitation, hard work, determination, right? It's connected to Saturn. So you're going to want to see, where is Capricorn in your chart? I would say anyway, without the full moon taking place twice in this sign, it's a good time to look at Capricorn in your chart, because currently Pluto is retrograding back into the sign of Capricorn in just a few short months. It actually looks like, let me pull up my notes here so I can give you guys accurate information. It actually looks like the next full moon that's going to be in Capricorn is going to be taking place on July 21st. So not this month, next month. This will be the blue moon. July 21st, and it'll be at 29 degrees of Capricorn. So it's the last degree. It'll be conjunct Pluto, which will be at 0 degrees of Aquarius. Pluto will then return to Capricorn in the month of September. So it looks like pretty much like September, the very beginning of September, by the way. Pretty much the very beginning of September until, let's say, the end of November, Pluto will be at 29 degrees. So it's kind of saying to you, like, hey, bring attention to what's going on with Capricorn in your chart. You know, maybe the first full moon is kind of like, that wasn't so bad. And then the second one's going to be like, holy shift, because it's conjunct Pluto and it's at an anaretic 29 degrees. So my advice is, take a look at where Capricorn is in your chart. Be mindful that you may have a situation where something comes to a completion and then you're like, actually, wait, there's more to do. And it kind of hits you like a ton of bricks next month. So pay extra attention to that part of your chart. Okay. Sorry guys, there's like a gnarly rainstorm going on outside, so you might hear that while I'm filming. Not much I can do about it. It's just like pouring here in Florida. All right, so let's get into the actual transits. I'm going to talk about these really quickly. The month kicks off on the 2nd of June when we see Jupiter in Gemini trine Pluto in Aquarius. Very powerful energy, right? Jupiter is about wealth. It is about wisdom. It's about expansion, positivity, right? So it's highlighting positive communication, information, expansion in regards to the Gemini area of your chart. And it's trining Pluto, which is about power in Aquarius. So this is a very potent energy. I'm anticipating that there is going to be some really big runs, maybe with some tech stocks. I think that we're going to be hearing about some major breakthroughs with tech and technology and communication. I think we're also going to be finding that there is some new way or new innovation of communicating, connecting, translating. That kind of stuff is going to be coming up because Pluto in Aquarius is reevaluating our connection to the collective. And then Jupiter in Gemini is expanding anything about communication. So I've already started to see some things out in the world that's like in real time, like translating, you know, apps and devices and stuff. And I think we're going to see more about how innovations in technology is making it easier for us to connect quicker and across the globe. Then on the 3rd, we're going to see Mercury, okay, in Gemini, then trine Pluto in Aquarius. Because these two transits are side by side, when I get into the 12 rising signs, I'm going to kind of group some of these transits together. And so the first group would actually be this particular, these two particular conjunctions, because they're both making a trine to Pluto. Mercury in its home sign, right? So it's basically about communication, it's about learning, it's about information, technologies and gadgets. And then the trine to Pluto in Aquarius is going to be about the power of the connection to the collective. The very next day on the 4th, then we see Mercury come into conjunction with Jupiter. So both, you know, Jupiter and Mercury are trining Pluto, going, ooh, something's changing, something's transforming about the future. And then Mercury conjuncts Jupiter and it goes, here's the good news, here's the information. Same day, you're going to see the Sun in Gemini conjunct Venus in Gemini. This will be the beginning of the Venus Cazimi. So this is the new Venus star point that's basically emerging. This is about an omen of Venus being reborn, new relationships showing up, new opportunities for wealth and beauty and harmony. So it's interesting that we see a very positive transit with Mercury and Jupiter that's about good information, good news, good communication. And then we see Venus Cazimi. Obviously for people who have placements around that 14, 15, 16 degrees of Gemini, it's going to be a little bit more sweet for you guys. I think that, you know, when we see the Sun Gemini, conjunct Venus is that new point that's being created. It's bringing attention to relationship communication. That's kind of how I see it. And I love Venus, obviously in Cazimi or in superior aspect to the sun, because it's kind of saying now we get kind of like a reset period for some of our relationships. Now new relationships can emerge and current ones can grow stronger. And who doesn't love Mercury conjunct Jupiter? So that's good news, good information, and also positive travels and things kind of going a little bit more smoothly. All right, so then we're going to move to the second batch of transits. This will be on the 8th and the 9th of June. So on the 8th, we're going to see Venus in Gemini square Saturn in Pisces. All right, so Venus, love, harmony, relationships. Saturn, limitations, roadblocks, delays, setbacks, feelings of rejection or not being seen. Then on the 9th, we're going to see the sun in Gemini, then square Saturn in Pisces. So you get what I'm saying? I'm grouping these together because you're going to see like Mercury and the sun make similar aspects throughout the skies. Mutable squares are about changing situations. It's about a change of weather, change of beliefs, change of information, change of plans. I think mutable signs handle squares better than most signs because they're already kind of programmed to be flexible and willing to kind of change. But there's something to be said about Venus squaring Saturn where we're not pleased with results, relationships aren't really feeling so hot, we are feeling maybe rejected, we're not seeing as positive returns or results with our finances, and definitely not a good day for major relationship commitments, business partnerships, proposals, getting married, anything that is going to be involving aesthetic changes as well because, well, we get disappointed when Venus squares Saturn. And on the 9th with the sun square Saturn, there is this setback, challenge, delay, limitation, feeling like, we can't get everything done. And Gemini wants to communicate, move, share, and learn. And so when it's squaring Saturn in Pisces, it might mean we don't have a good night's sleep and we're sitting in a meeting and we're not communicating very well and we forgot our notes and we're not really kind of aware of where we're supposed to be at in the conversation. That's kind of the archetype I see of the squares between Gemini and Pisces. So be mindful that the 8th and the 9th are going to be difficult days for emotionally relating, feeling loved in relationships, seeing that there is some sense of clarity and feeling positive and optimistic about what we're doing. All right, so then moving on to the next group, this is going to be the 11th and the 14th. So we're going to see on the 11th, Mars in Taurus will square Pluto in Aquarius. I just want to remind you guys that Mars enters Taurus on the 8th. Okay, I already told you that, but you're kind of like, wait, where did Mars come from? A couple days into the transit, Mars squares Pluto. This is a gnarly aspect. Because Mars and Pluto are both the badasses of astrology. They both have connections to Scorpio. They are about war, conflict, combat, passion, intensity, And Mars is like the warrior and Pluto is the lord of the underworld. And usually when we see Mars-Pluto squares, there is dangerous situations that can erupt. There can be conflict between two people where usually it can be avoided or it can be, resolved, when in this case it's like somebody gets crazy and pulls out a weapon. I mean, that's the kind of stuff you see with Mars square Pluto. Mars in Taurus does not perform well because it's moving through a Venusian sign, right? So when we think about Mars going through Taurus, it's slow, it's sluggish, it's possessive. It wants to hold on to things. It does not want to give things up. It is moving through a sign that deals with food resources and also the financial markets. So Mars squaring Pluto basically means that people can get very combative over what they're being told they can and cannot do. Pluto in Aquarius can be about surveillance. It can be about power struggles. Any Pluto square is generally about a power struggle. But Mars, when it squares Pluto, has a tendency to want to fight back. We can see some situations where people are kind of like voting with their dollars, or there is some major kind of financial pushback against some system or against some company. That is possible as well. But just generally, this is not a day that you want to get into it with someone. This is not a day where you want to be doing anything risky. This is not a day to be, speeding or being less than cautious with anything sharp or anything that has flames. And fixed squares generally can be very challenging because neither sign wants to move. So when I think about Pluto retrograde in Aquarius, I think about how there is this reevaluation of, well, where we're going collectively in the future. And Mars can cut, sever, burn, purge. I think a lot of this is going to be financial. I think this is going to be a lot of people getting upset, angry, agitated about the inability to be able to have control over their physical resources or their money. And we may see some people who are demanding or wanting their physical resources from banks. Okay, so then we're going to see the 14th, okay? The 14th is going to be a Mercury Cazimi in Gemini. So there's two Cazimis taking place this month, both the rebirth of Venus, but also the rebirth of Mercury. And Mercury is being reborn in its own sign and its domicile. Mercury Cazimis are days that there can be epiphanies, enlightenment, information that emerges. It comes out of the blue. We don't see it coming. And it can represent a time where information is kind of like surfacing that we were not aware of. I'm looking at the Cazimi right now. Let me see here. Give me just a second. There you go. Okay, I'm looking at the Cazimi, and it looks like around about the time that this happens, on the 15th, it's going to be around 26 degrees. That is also a Taurus degree, so this is also about money information regarding like wallets and transactions and documents and things like that. And it's coming into a square when this Cazimi happens with Neptune. It's within about a 3-degree orb. So it almost seems like some information comes out or it surfaces and we become aware of something. And it seems like confusing, clouded. We don't know where it came from. We don't know if we can trust it. So off the bat, like even though a Cazimi is technically considered a positive aspect because it's in the heart of the sun, it's relaying a message, I am not as optimistic about this because it's like the information comes out and then just a couple days later, we're going to have the square to Neptune, which is going to be questioning the, the sources or questioning the content or whether or not we can trust it or if it seems fabricated or falsified or if there was something that was altered. All right, so then we're going to see on the, let's see, moving down my list. Then we're going to see on the 16th, Venus will square Neptune in Pisces, okay? So we've already seen other squares that have taken place with Saturn. Now we're gonna start seeing planets that are gonna be squaring Neptune. Well, Venus is love, relationships, money. Venus in Gemini is about communicating and expressing what we love, what we value, connecting to people in an intimate way, whether that's how we talk to them, write to them, the tone in which we use. And Venus in Gemini is a little tricky because it's a mutable sign. So it has the opportunity to have options and changes and choices, and it can be kind of fickle and it can get kind of bored. Traditionally, when I see Venus square Neptune, there is this sense of getting kind of suckered, it's like you get catfished, you met somebody online and you saw their picture, right, Pisces, and then you meet them in person and you're like, they don't look anything like their photo. Venus square Neptune can falsify, create illusions or deceptions in love or in money. So this is not a great day to be putting a bunch of filters on your photos. This is not a great day to be going and, having something aesthetic done or going to your hairstylist and saying, hey, give me this hair because it may look nothing like the photo. It can be a time where you can get bamboozled or swindled with money or with resources, especially when it comes to like Gemini things. So maybe you want to buy a refurbished, computer or something online. You see the picture of it and it looks great, and then you buy it, and then you're like, okay, there's problems with it. Also with phones, with cars, I would be really cautious with that. Any leases or anything you would need to sign because Gemini can be about documents. So there can be falsified documents or information that's kind of coming up with this. And there can be this sense of being left disappointed or feeling kind of abandoned in some sense when you're dealing with squares to Neptune because something is kind of like missing, or it's kind of like an illusion. Anyway, be mindful of that on the 16th. And then we're going to see on the 17th, then Mercury comes in and will square Neptune. So that's huge flashing lights for then we have issues with communication and dishonesty, issues with falsified information, things that go missing, documents that go missing, people not being completely honest with other people, details being kind of like reeled back or, not in the mix. We will see Mercury and Venus come into conjunction in the last degrees of Gemini. So you will see Mercury at 29 degrees. You will see Venus at 29 degrees. And you guys know how I feel about putting Mercury in conjunction to Venus. We're trying to intellectualize and communicate something that's matters of the heart. So it's like heart and head are in conflict. 29 degrees represents a karmic tipping point. And it's like an anaretic degree. So it means that something is about to turn. And as those two are coming together, 29 degrees, they're going to square Neptune. So there is going to be some big maybe scandal or information about documents that are released or things connecting to a celebrity or something that somebody kind of admits to or something that potentially is like damning. But it may potentially not make major headlines because the square to Neptune is something that is going to be kind of like clouded or withheld. So there's that. Then when the actual conjunction happens between Mercury and Venus, it will be at 0 degrees of Cancer. So this is a very potent degree. This is also the same degree that we have the summer solstice here in the northern hemisphere, obviously winter solstice in the southern hemisphere. But this is still a very potent degree because it is one of the 0 cardinal points. So sometimes when we see planets that transit these degrees, there are world events that happen. So I think it's interesting that Venus, the ruler of the South Node in Libra, and Mercury, which is about communication and is connected to Gemini, will conjunct. Likely we are going to be hearing about some significant information or maybe some news relating like to a female journalist, news regarding like our homeland, that kind of stuff. All right, and then finally, we are going to see on the 20th of the month, the sun in Gemini will then be the last planet to square Neptune. So we'll see Venus and Mercury and then the sun. And so what you guys need to know is that there are groups of things that are happening. The beginning of the month, the conjunctions to Jupiter, the trines to Pluto, powerful, communicative, abundant, expansive, enlightening, like wonderful energies, right? I really like the beginning of the month. But once we start getting into the Saturn squares where we see setbacks and delays, and then we start getting into the Cazimis where information is being revealed, but then we see the squares to Neptune, it means that it's swept under the rug, it's hidden, it's like, oh, don't look over here, things become progressively a little bit more confusing and a little bit more difficult to kind of deal with. So try to get as much of this stuff done in the beginning of June as you can. That's my advice. If you know that you have to sign a deal, if you have to launch something, if you have to get something out there, do that. At the very least, maybe wait until Mercury comes out of these squares with Neptune. When Mercury is in a trine with Pluto, in my opinion, that's some of the best launch periods or communication times or meeting times all month. Otherwise, you're better off waiting until we get into July when Mercury is going to start coming into a trine with Saturn. So you'd have to wait a little bit longer for some of this stuff, basically. Okay, Sun and Gemini square Neptune is both a softening. So there is a softening and an awareness that we need to be more compassionate. We need to be more considerate. We need to think before we communicate. We need to ask questions rather than just making assumptions. But I think Saturn and Neptune in Pisces is talking about all of the things that are going on in the other realms that are impacting us mentally in our communication. The things that are divisive, that are dissolving, that are keeping us separate, that are keeping us from the bigger picture. It can mean that we need to work harder to have a sense of faith, to have a sense of belief and a connection to a higher power. But I feel like it can also represent blind spots. It can represent things that are going on that we are not aware of, that we have not seen. And also a disconnection maybe from our higher self and how that's actually impacting our ability to think, communicate, and share or relate information to other people. A lack of self-awareness, I think, can be a big thing. A lack of truth or knowledge can be a big thing. And Gemini can get us into some trouble when we have some transits there if we're just saying things or doing things haphazardly and we're not really kind of thinking things through. Or not asking questions, right? Gemini's curious, it's supposed to be asking questions. So I think so much of like Gemini's season is kind of picking up on the synchronicities and the coincidences and being like, why did that happen? That seems kind of weird. And like ask questions rather than just kind of dismissing things and shutting them down. Being like, why did that go missing? Why did that bridge, get hit? Why did this extreme storm show up? Why did this information go missing? Like you guys have to ask questions throughout this period because a lot of it is going to be about questioning things and really needing to exercise a sense of critical thinking skills. which is what Jupiter and Gemini is trying to teach everybody how to do, connecting the dots and becoming aware of things and being able to then relay it to other people. So that way we don't feel crazy, right? Anyway, that's my speech. I'll get off my soapbox. Take a screenshot of this or copy the dates below, so that way you guys have this as I get into the 12 rising signs. With that being said, this is going to be your June 2024 12 rising sign horoscopes for the 12 signs. As a reminder, I am a tropical astrologer. I practice Western astrology. I do not practice Vedic astrology. For the purpose of my demonstration today, I will be using the whole sign prediction method. So I'm going to show you the 12 rising signs, whole sign. If you use Placidus, all you have to do is just look for where these transits are happening in your Placidus chart. You may have to listen to more than one particular prediction, so just a heads up. I recommend, to make the most of my readings, listen for your ascendant, sun, and moon sign. I think all of these are important. The ascendant is going to show you quite literally which house things are happening in. The sun sign is going to correlate with your sun, which is your ego, your career, your joy, your overall happiness, and also your moon sign, which is going to relate more to your emotions, your home, your family, your private life. We got to listen to all three to get a better understanding of what's going on. I know some of you guys may resonate more with one sign than with another. You can also listen to your progress chart if that's something that resonates with you as well, okay? All right, so without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the 12 rising signs. What's up, Aries and Aries rising? Welcome to your June 2024 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. I want to start off by talking to you really quickly about your planetary ruler making a sign change. It's going to be leaving the sign of Aries and going into Taurus. So when this ingress happens, it's going to be leaving your first house and going into your second house. Well, truth be told, Mars going into Taurus is not the easiest energy, because there is this feeling of things getting a little sluggish and slowing down a little bit. Mars is moving into the part of your chart that deals with money, resources, spending, consuming, accumulating. So it can give you a lot of willpower and momentum to make money. It can really push you to feel like you're bringing in more and being a little bit more competitive when it comes to your resources, but it can also be burning a hole in your pocket. The one thing that you're really going to want to be paying attention to is going to be on the 11th of the month, when Mars forms a square with Pluto in Aquarius. Basically, Pluto represents power, transformation, and control. So when Mars is in your second house, you're really adamant about making your money. You're adamant about accumulating things. You're feeling very driven. And when it squares Pluto, there can be a bit of a squabble or conflict over shared resources, borrowing and lending with friends, having a difference of opinion with somebody else when it comes to money and resources or values can also lead to some heated exchanges. That's something that you're really going to want to pay attention to as we go through this month. That square looks like it will be happening around 1 degree and change. So if you have any personal placements that are going to be anywhere around 0 to 2 degrees of Aquarius or 0 to 4 degrees of Taurus, you're going to be really feeling the square more intensely. Just try to avoid any conflict with other people, any drama that could be happening online. There can also be some issues revolving around, investment, shared resources, things like that between you and friends. So just be mindful of that energy. That gets rather intense around the 11th, but it's not unusual to feel those effects about a day or two before or after. Okay. So outside of that, you're going to notice a couple things this month. First of all, there is a massive wave of planets that are moving through Gemini in your third house. The third house is communication, cars, siblings. It's about learning. It's about writing. It's about online and connection to other people. People like your neighbors, your siblings, your cousins. These are all kind of found in your third house. So the first half of the month, there's a number of planets going through there, really helping kind of spark up communication and learning. Maybe opportunities to go on road trips, maybe opportunities to, initiate new things that are connected to Geminis, like websites or learning new languages or taking a course or, contracts, things like that. Then you will start to see planets move into Cancer later in the month, and that is going to be putting an emphasis or a spotlight on your home, your family, your emotions, your private life, okay? So let's go ahead and start first with, let's get these 2 moons out of the way. So we're gonna have on June the 6th, a new moon in Gemini in your 3rd house. Mercury is the ruler. Mercury will be there. Venus is also nearby, which is your 7th house ruler. Wonderful time to have conversations with people that you love. Wonderful time also to talk to your partner if you're thinking about buying a new vehicle or buying a new gadget. It can be a time where you are writing a love letter. It can be a time where you're making some kind of proposal or, you know, putting together a contract of some kind that is binding you or bringing you together with another person. Be mindful that there's some squares to Saturn in the midst of that. So you want to make sure that you're kind of covering all your bases and looking for any blind spots in these conversations or negotiations. Then on the 21st, you're going to see a full moon in Capricorn. Okay, so this will be one of 2 full moons that will happen. You'll see another one that's going to be at the end of July 2024, which will be a blue moon. If you heard what I was saying earlier, both between there being 2 moons in Capricorn and also Pluto that's getting ready to retrograde back into this sign, it's very clear the cosmos want us to do some extra work in the Capricorn area of our chart. So a full moon in the 10th house could look something like this. Finding out that a boss is resigning, getting a job offer and accepting it. It can also be about having conversations with parents or superiors that are really important about long-term care, responsibility. This is going to be a full moon that is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn is actually in your 12th house getting ready to go retrograde. So some of you guys might be contemplating changing jobs. Maybe you're thinking about getting out of your profession completely. Some of you guys maybe have been wanting to quit, or you're thinking about retiring. So something about the fact that we're going to have this full moon while there are squares that are kind of forming between Saturn and Neptune can be this feeling of, do I say something? Do I not say something? Do I accept the job before I quit the other job? You know, and kind of questioning and wondering whether or not you speak up about a situation. All right, so those are the 2 full moons. Something to think about is that eventually you'll see at the end of the month, Saturn will go retrograde in the 12th house. So you can be thinking behind the scenes about changes you're wanting to make when it comes to your mental health, when it comes to rest and recuperation, traveling, higher education, as well as your career. So that can also be kind of baked into that full moon in Capricorn. Whatever you don't complete this month, you're definitely going to see come back up next month when we have that full moon conjunct Pluto. So it's important to be mindful of where something needs to be changing on the horizon with your career. All right, so we're going to bunch these together. You're going to see a few different groups of dates that you're going to see similar energies. The first is going to be the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th of June. You're going to see a lot of similar aspects happening all around the same time. So some of these things might hit on the 2nd, they might hit closer to the 4th or the 5th. So the first thing that's going to happen on the 2nd is you're going to see Jupiter, which is in your communication sector now, it's in Gemini, forming a trine with Pluto in Aquarius. Opportunity for really powerful, deep conversations with friends and family. It can also be where there is some kind of group coming together, sitting down, sharing an email, having a conversation, discussing something. This is really encouraging teamwork and communication with others. Then on the 3rd, you're going to see Mercury trine Pluto. Okay, so it's about being like, okay, let's get down to the details. Let's sort through this. Let's get this information. What are our goals? What are we doing here? And then you're going to see on the 4th, Mercury will conjunct Jupiter in Gemini, so there is some kind of good news or an agreement or a signature of some kind, right as the Sun is conjunct Venus in Gemini. So it is basically an agreement, an alliance maybe that's forming. It could be a handshake, right? Gemini, it could be that there is a new partnership that's, you know, forming or merging. There's a new client that comes in. There's an agreement that you have with a new relationship. And so all of that is kind of wrapped up together with the trines to Pluto, which is about depth, and also the conjunctions to Jupiter, which is about good news. Can be a legally binding contract here as well, because Jupiter rules the 9th house of law and legality. All right, so then we get into the 8th and the 9th and also the 11th. Okay, these are some tricky transits. We're going to see on the 8th and the 9th that planets will be squaring Saturn. Saturn represents limitations, boundaries, borders, delays, hangups, responsibility. And Saturn's in the part of your chart, the 12th house, where it doesn't always see things coming. So what's going to happen here is that you're going to have Venus square Saturn. So there is a sense of being like, oh, maybe I caught some details and I agreed to something and then this isn't reading right. It can mean that, because Venus rules relationships and money, that it's kind of like, wait a second, did you catch this? Or, did we discuss this number? Did we discuss this agreement? Why is it missing? That can be kind of coming up there as well. And difficulties in communicating about values and resources also. Venus can be a female neighbor. Venus can be a female relative. And it can represent like where there's a difficult time connecting and communicating with some of these people. Then on the 9th, the sun squares Saturn. So then it's kind of like, like now there's yet another delay. But because these are so close together, I kind of feel like, maybe you're approaching making some kind of arrangement or agreement with somebody, and there is some sense of like feeling like, I'm not sure about this. I need to think this over. Do I really want to make this commitment? And so there's a difficult time communicating or relating to another person. Then you're going to see on the 11th, like I said, Mars in your money house will square Pluto. And so this can be where there's difficulty kind of seeing eye to eye when it comes to money, resources, friendships, and community. And there can be some intense energy there. And then we're going to see on the 14th of the month, okay, this is a positive energy. You will see the Mercury Cazimi, where Mercury pulls ahead of the sun in the 3rd house. It can mean that there is like an epiphany or an awareness, or maybe you have discussed the issues that you had with the agreement and now there's like an alteration or a change, new information that arises that you're kind of like working through. If a document's been missing, like let's say like an ID, a passport maybe, or like a ticket of some kind, it might emerge during this time as well if it's been missing, because there's been squares to Saturn and also kind of loose squares to Neptune. This can be an amazing day to sit down and write or have a bright idea and have some kind of download where you may decide to write a book, put together a course, launch a website, create a product, something like that can kind of come through for you. Just very enlightening conversations with other people here as well. Then you're going to be seeing from the 16th, 17th, and 20th, okay? These are also some difficult energies. On the 16th, we're going to see Venus in Gemini in your 3rd house of communication and learning square Neptune. This is a day where, maybe you're feeling like you're trying to call somebody, or you're trying to get a response from somebody, or you're trying to get an email through, and you're not getting the response that you want. The 3rd house is communication, and Venus represents partnerships and relationships with other people. Like you could get ghosted, somebody could kind of stand you up, they could not respond to something. I'd be really careful with Venus square Neptune here of, signing off on anything, exchanging anything, agreeing to anything that involves finances or relationships under this day, because something's not clear and it sounds good, but it's like, wait a second, there's too many missing pieces, or there's too many holes in this situation. Like I don't feel confident about it. Then we have got, and it can also be like somebody asking to borrow money or something like that. And then you're kind of like, what is the money really for? You're asking them questions and there's like holes in their story, so that can happen there. Watch for like scam emails that can come in, or text messages, or where somebody's emailing you saying they're family, they're not. So it could be like one of those like kind of like scam emails. Okay. Then on the 17th of the month, then we will see Mercury in Gemini square Neptune. Okay, so we've got Venus squaring Neptune, we've got Mercury squaring Neptune. So this is where there can be issues with communication and deception, and somebody who's not being completely forthcoming about something. Like forged documents can happen here. There can also be issues with, things that people have agreed to, and then it's like, okay, wait a second, you're not kind of following up or fulfilling what you told me you were going to do. The very same day, Mercury and Venus will come into conjunction in Cancer. So as these two planets, Mercury and Venus, are squaring off with Neptune and something seems kind of suspicious or unclear, then Venus and Mercury move into your 4th house, and it's kind of like a different energy, and it can be much more about communication and connection with mother, with home, with family. And maybe there's been like this back and forth that you're having with a sibling, and you're like, you know what, I just can't communicate with them. It's not working. I'm going to go directly to mom. And that could be the energy of Mercury and Venus entering your 4th house. This is about beauty in the home. This is about redecorating the home, organizing the home, getting your home in order. And it can be about a woman coming to visit from, you know, family coming to stay with you. That could be one of the ways that manifests. Okay, so then on the 20th of the month, we're going to see then the sun in Gemini square Neptune. Okay. So, you know, a lot of the third house isn't just about communication and learning. It can also be about your daily routine and things that you're kind of trying to get done. And like I said, lack of sleep, lack of peace, lack of downtime can really kind of create a lot of conflict with communication or with learning or with, you know, connection to other people. So you need to make sure that you're having adequate time to rest, recuperate, review things, sit on things, you know, meditate on stuff before you have conversations or make decisions. And I feel like with the Sun square Saturn, it can make it really difficult communicating with people and expressing something that you love or something that you've created. So that's definitely a day to be really careful with, like making announcements, launching businesses, launching websites. There can be some blockages and some setbacks where you don't get as much visibility as you actually need. Then on the 29th, we're going to see Saturn turn retrograde in Pisces. And that's, like I said, kind of baked into the first full moon in Capricorn, where you're reevaluating something about your long-term goals and career and what's actually coming to an end for you. Okay. Like I said, end of the month, we'll start seeing planets like, you know, Venus and Mercury and the sun all coming into your fourth house, where there's a huge focus on home, family, what's going on with your physical space, what's going on with maybe one of your parents, you know, where you're living, kind of getting a little bit more kind of comfortable at home and figuring out a home and family situation. So that's pretty much it for the month ahead for you, my Aries and Aries risings. I hope it's a good one for you. Let's see what the tarot has to say. We have the Queen of Swords. I love this with all like the Gemini energy in your third house. Here's the deal. This is about really showing up and communicating. And I would say that anyway with all the planets in your third house, but I think with Jupiter there, it's about being a little bit more outspoken. It's about really nurturing the things that you love, and whether that's reading books on subjects that you love or talking to other people about things that you're interested in or being able to kind of share or teach other people. The queens are always about nurturing something. So this is about nurturing your voice, your communication, what you have to share, what you're learning with other people. Watch for support that can come in from like a, you know, a Gemini, a Libra, or an Aquarius. It's very possible that an air sign pops in to kind of help you like relay information or go through a contract. But this could also be you just kind of finding your voice this month and really kind of speaking up and communicating something that you want to kind of get direct and to the point with. Use the earlier transits this month to do that, because things get a little muddled later in the month, okay? Good luck, my Aries. I'll catch you guys back here next month. We've got Taurus and Taurus rising. What's going on, Taurus? I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to chat with you all about June of 2024. This is going to be your horoscope for the month ahead. Just a heads up for you, my Tauruses. We have got we've got a number of Venus transits, okay? So you're going to want to listen to everything, but obviously Venus rules your chart, so it's going to be important. The beginning of the month, really for the first 2 or 3 weeks, we're going to see a pretty strong focus in the area of Gemini in your chart. It's in your second house, which is traditionally kind of like a Taurus energy. So the second house is money, what you're consuming, what you're spending, what you're buying, what you're earning. This is all about your financial strength. Good news is that just recently, Jupiter moved into this house. So it's blessing you with, I think, more resources this year. It's going to be really helping you bring in maybe a second income. Maybe making money through joint resources or investments with another person. So that can be business partners, that can be your spouse, that can be, you know, people who are generous with you. It could be an inheritance even, because Jupiter rules your 8th. But you're going to be seeing that money stuff is just a big theme the first half of the month. And then planets are going to begin moving into Cancer, which will be going into your third house towards the 3rd week of June. And it's putting an emphasis on communication, cars, vehicles, siblings, you know, how you're communicating with family, whether or not you're moving, what you're learning, that kind of stuff. So something to really pay attention to, because you're going to notice that there's going to be a lot of transits that are going to repeat themselves, is when something is going on with Venus, okay? So the days that Venus is squaring Saturn or squaring Neptune, those are going to be a little bit more difficult for you because you're ruled by Venus. Venus rules your first house. So these are not days to try to make a change, cut your hair, color your hair, do any major aesthetic changes, go and swap out all your wardrobe, get a cosmetic surgery. We don't want to do those things when Venus is in a square to Saturn or Neptune. So that's like the real kind of big news for you for this month. The other thing that I want you to be mindful of also is that we are going to be seeing Venus change signs. So Venus will change signs. That'll be taking place around the 16th when Venus leaves Gemini in your second house and moves into Cancer in your third house. So that's where your focus is changing from second house stuff to third house stuff. Might be more focused on a relationship with a female relative, a sibling, a cousin, an aunt. It can be a wonderful time for making changes to vehicles or anything kind of connecting to like gadgets and stuff that you're needing to buy. And we will see on the 11th a pretty gnarly square between Mars in Taurus, your sign, and Pluto in Aquarius. So we will actually see Mars enter into your sign on the 8th. This is positive for you guys because Mars is moving through the first house. If you're a Taurus rising, Mars does well in the first house where it likes to get up and go. The problem is that Mars doesn't perform very well in Taurus. It likes to take its time. It's slow and steady. That's what wins the race. So the challenge here, I think, is finding a way to have an outlet for some of this energy, right? Having an outlet. Mars in the first house is get up, have a morning routine, be goal-oriented, initiate things, like push yourself out of your comfort zone. Mars obviously rules relationships, and it can also, bring up some really sexy energy. So there can definitely be a higher sex drive. Mars also has connections and correlations to your 12th house. So there can be a sense of being kind of agitated with other people, being kind of grumpy, especially if you're not getting adequate sleep. And if you're not getting enough alone time, so you can be kind of combative. So when you see that square happen on the 11th, you want to be mindful that you're going head to head with people at work or superiors, okay? So whether you're in a courtroom and you're dealing with a judge, or you get pulled over by a cop and you're dealing with a cop, or you're, having a conversation with one of your parents, or your boss, you're going to be very like, no bullshit, leave me alone, agitated. And you're being challenged by Pluto. So this is going to be somebody who's really putting the pressure on you and kind of trying to get your goat. So the key here is not to explode, not to blow up. Be mindful that that energy is out there and it's going to kind of ruffle your feathers a little bit around the 10th, the 11th, the 12th. Okay. So let's go ahead and get into this. You guys will see I'm going to break this down into certain time periods. I've got about 4 different time periods throughout the month. Full disclosure, earlier in the month is easier. As we get into May, things get a little bit more kind of muddled. So use the transits that are positive at the beginning of the month. That's my advice. So on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, we are going to be seeing a string of positive transits. They are all going to be involving either conjunctions to Jupiter, which makes things feel more positive, more optimistic, bigger, and trines to Pluto, which is powerful, transformative, and gives you the opportunity to feel like you're having some really good changes. So these planets that are kind of moving through Gemini, we've got on the 2nd, Jupiter, and kind of expanding your second house of money and resources. We'll trine with Pluto, and I feel like this is a positive change at work that's opening the door and bringing you either a second income or an opportunity to make more money. It can be a really prominent partnership or some kind of alliance you're making with another person. On the 3rd, Mercury will then trine Pluto. Mercury is about money. Pluto's in the 10th house of career. So there is an agreement or an arrangement financially, or some kind of salary that's agreed upon that can bring you more wealth. And then on the 4th, we're going to see Mercury conjunct the Sun in Gemini. And this might be when you tell your friends, your family, hey, I got this new job. We have more money, so it's great. Now we can afford a bigger place. Now we can kind of do more. Maybe you're waiting until you're sure that you have the contract in hand, or the, the raise in hand, or the proposal in hand before you tell other people in your clan that you've gotten this opportunity. We will see the very same day that the Sun in Gemini will conjunct Venus, and this will be a Cazimi. So this is good for you because it's about something emerging for you, Taurus. And I think this is going to be you being like, yes, I got the raise. Yes, the money came through. Yes, we're good to go. So it's really extra sweet for you. Okay, so here is where things get a little salty. On the 8th and the 9th, we are going to see first Venus in your second house of money square Saturn. So there is some challenge or some hindrance or setback or delay when it comes to your financial goals, or maybe something involving a group of people. Like if you're in a situation where you're working with a group of people and certain people got raises and promotions and certain people didn't, there can be somebody who feels a little outed or a little slighted that they were not included in some of this positive kind of stuff that is happening for you, either financially or professionally. Sacrifices need to be made is kind of what it seems like, you know, and it might mean that you're like, well, now I can't work with my friends because, you know, I've got this other offer that came in and it's going to pay better. So there is a sense of how it's impacting your connection with other people because your resources are potentially growing. Then we're going to see on the 9th, the sun then will square Saturn in Pisces, and the sun represents home and family. So it can be that you're like, you know what, I am really prioritizing what's going on with my growth, my home, my family. I'm sorry, you know, I don't always have time to socialize, be with friends, do other things. Like there is a sense of like your resources and other priorities kind of coming first. And once again, certain people within your community or your friendships kind of feeling blocked or feeling slighted. This also is just very much like your resources and other people's aren't mixing very well. So keep that in the back of your mind that like money and friendships can become a little bit kind of clouded, or there can be some issues there if you're mixing these two things. All right, so then on the 11th of the month, this is when we see Mars in your sign in the first house squaring off with Pluto. Well, like I said, be mindful that there are other people who are going to try to get your goat. There are people who are going to be threatening, who are going to be demanding, who are going to kind of throw their weight around. They're going to cause some problems. Do not give them a reaction, okay? That's the best advice I can give you. Do not give them a reaction, because through you getting kind of testy about something, it can literally be a termination of a job. It can be a really intense exchange with a parent. It can be a really combative situation with a superior where you think, hey, I can do what I want to do, and you're going to realize very quickly, no, you cannot, and that's going to have repercussions. On the 14th, then we see the Mercury Cazimi, and the Mercury Cazimi is an awareness of something kind of showing up, becoming visible, and it's in your second house. So let's say you were told, hey, you're going to get a raise and it's going to come on your next paycheck, and you're told that at the beginning of the month. It may start to actually show up mid-month. If you are waiting for a check to clear, it may happen mid-month. If you're waiting for a check to come in the mail, it may happen mid-month. Because the second house is what you possess. The sun here is going to be about items. This can also be about cars. So if you're buying cars, ordering cars, getting bikes, getting phones, getting computers, those things can start to show up right around the Cazimi. This is about an awareness of some kind about something that you own and that you possess, and something that is valuable. It can also mean that something that's been missing turns up, or if you've been looking for an item that you've been wanting to purchase, you may finally find it. All right, so then we're going to see these salty transits. Sorry, guys, I'm just being honest. And the salty transits that are going to be taking place are going to be the 16th, 17th, and the 20th, okay? So this is going to be a series of transits where planets are going to square Neptune, okay? Which means that something is missing, something is not honest. There is some deception here. There's something that does not seem right. And in all honesty, it's kind of fishy, right? Neptune and Pisces is kind of fishy. So we are going to first see on the 16th, and this one is what's difficult for you, is Venus will square Neptune. So Venus in the second house of I possess, my money, my resources, my food, my things, and then the square to Neptune, it might mean where somebody's asking you, like, do you have some cash I can borrow? And you're like, no, things are kind of tight, you know? Or somebody is saying, well, like, how much of a raise did you get? I didn't get very much. And you're like not wanting to kind of tell somebody what happened. There can be questions revolving around what is yours and what belongs to other people, what you have and whether or not it's a part of your actual plan. After all, the 11th house is second house of the 10th, so it can represent where this is about the money that you're making from your business, and that you're kind of questioning, like, do I want to make money this way? Could there be more, you know? And so you're wondering, like, is this something that's going to last forever? That's something else, or maybe you have a good run and you're wondering, like, how long it's going to come in for. Okay. Then on the 17th of the month, we're going to see then Mercury square Neptune. So Mercury's in your house of money, square Neptune. And that's whether or not you want to, give information to somebody about what you have or what you've made, whether or not you're willing to share that with other people or not. And then we will see Mercury and Venus conjunct and move into Cancer. So that will be interesting because, well, Venus rules your chart. So it can mean that maybe there's an exchange of a vehicle. I could see some people being like, well, I have this vehicle, I want to sell it, and I'm waiting to sell this vehicle before I buy another one, and I know what I want, and then boom, you sell it. And then Mercury and Venus move into your third house, and then you have the cash and the capabilities of being able to buy a car in the next month. But there's something that's interesting because Mercury rules your money and possessions, Venus is you, and then the fifth house is also relating to joy and creativity. So something about having conversations relating to children or talking about children or having children or something like that can kind of come up here as well. Then on the 20th of the month, the Sun in Gemini will square Neptune in Pisces. So Venus squares, Mercury squares, and then the Sun squares. So everything is being challenged by Neptune, and that can mean changes going on in friendships, changes with your goals, changes with networks and societies, that kind of stuff. And the Sun square is a little bit difficult because you may feel like through this sense of not knowing what the future holds when it comes to some of these things and the impact that it could potentially have on your home and your family because the Sun represents your fourth house of home. I would just say watch for issues with deceptions with friends and money. That's like the big thing that kind of comes up for me. But also like misconceptions about money and things that you thought you always wanted and now you don't know if you want it. And like, having changes of feelings about some of this stuff or about some of your relationships to people or things. Then we're going to see on the 29th of the month, Saturn will go retrograde. That is going to be taking place in your 11th house where you're reevaluating your friends, reevaluating your goals. It'll be retrograde there pretty much until mid-November, so you don't have to worry about that anytime soon. But know that Saturn does rule your career and also your beliefs. So as Saturn retrogrades, you're reevaluating, what do I want to do with my life? Where am I going? What do I believe in? Who am I working with? What is my purpose? That kind of stuff is all kind of getting reformulated. And you may be finding that you're reevaluating your relationships with some of your friends after the events that have taken place in the month of June. And the other thing to watch for is going to be the two lunations. So we are going to be seeing that there is going to be a June 6th new moon. And that will be taking place for you in your second house of income. With a Venus Cazimi, so it's extra sweet for you, Taurus. This is about setting intentions about money and resources and what you want to have. My advice is write this down, write it down, write down your intentions about money and resources, write down your intentions about healthier self-esteem, what you're hoping to bring in, put it on a piece of paper and either put a crystal on top of it or maybe like plant it in some soil or something because the second house is about what we grow, what we raise. And it's going to be about growing your resources, bringing more in. And that'll take about 6 months for you to see that fully kind of develop. Are some squares to Saturn, so maybe it's about thinking about some of your resources differently or thinking about how you're making money or what your goals are with money differently when it comes to raising your resources. And then we will see a full moon in Capricorn on June 21st in your 9th house. Now, if you guys heard my earlier spiel, Pluto will be retrograding back into Capricorn at 29 degrees here later this year. There will be a blue moon at the end of July, so this will be a second full moon in Capricorn. I think with 2 moons and a Pluto retrograde coming into this this sign again, everybody wants us to look at, or the universe wants us to look at Capricorn and be like, okay, what's going on? So my advice is here to really get familiar with Capricorn in the 9th house. Capricorn can be about our job and our legacy and our responsibilities. But the 9th house can be things like college and travel and law and legality and our belief system and our mentorships. So it wants you to really pay attention to that area of your chart because there will be a full moon there. And then next month we'll have another one. This is ruled by Saturn, and right around the time that the full moon happens, just a couple days later, about a week or so later, then Saturn will go retrograde. So really this is bringing your attention to, well, what are your goals and your beliefs and what do you hope to accomplish? And, where are you connecting with friends at a distance and where are you traveling for work? And that's going to become a huge focus for you as Pluto kind of goes in and out of the 9th house. Maybe you have to go back to school and get a degree. Maybe you decide to reevaluate something about teaching or education. Maybe there is some huge aspect of like law or travel kind of baked into your career stuff, and you're going to have to figure that out. The good news is that Capricorn is an earth sign, so it is going to be friendly with your particular placements if you're a Taurus sun, moon, or rising. Obviously, the early degrees, 0 to 2 degrees, is going to benefit from the full moon this month. And then those of you guys who are like 28, 29 degrees will benefit from the full moon next month. But pay attention because, like I said, it will become a full moon next month. All right? Okay, so let's see what the cards have to say for you, my Tauruses. You get the Empress. Interesting. What is it that you're nurturing? What is it that you love? What is it that you want to grow, that you want to possess? And whether this is a family, whether this is a business, whether this is your resources, whether this is you. The Empress is associated with Venus. And so being that you're ruled by Venus, I think that it's really important to pay attention to what's going on in the Venus part of your chart this month. You know, I think that those movements with Venus in the second house is going to be a lot of like, what do I value within myself? How do I talk about myself? What do I bring to the table? Like, how can I better myself? How can I bring more in? I also feel like this is very much connected to family and mothers. So whether it's motherhood, whether this is a parent, whether this is about your relationship to, you know, your roots, your home, this can be a huge focus. And it's interesting because, you know, we don't see it yet, but there is going to be quite a few retrogrades here happening for you in your 4th house. You're going to have one in August and then one in December. So I'm wondering if there is like some upcoming changes going on with home or family, and you're preparing for that and you're kind of getting ready for that. So this can be a time where you're really focusing on, you know, really nurturing and taking care of the things that are most important to you to make that whole process a little bit easier. All right, so I hope that's helpful for you, my Taurus and Taurus risings. I will catch you guys back here next month. We've got Gemini and Gemini rising. What's going on, guys? I hope you're doing well. Happy birthday to those of you guys who are experiencing your birthday in the month of June. I hope it's a good one for you guys. We are going to be talking all about the transits for the month ahead. There is a lot going on in Gemini this month, okay? So if you're a Gemini rising especially, be mindful that there are so many planets that are moving through your 1st house in your sign that it's just a very dynamic month. Let's talk positives, let's talk pros before we talk cons. Mercury, which rules your chart, will be in your sign. It's going to be there as of June the 3rd. So it's helping you communicate, move around, learn, exchange, change your mind, like kind of be a social butterfly, and it's wonderful for you in that sense. Eventually on the 17th, we will see Mercury change signs and leave Gemini and go into Cancer. When we get to the second half of the month, anytime after, like, let's say the 3rd week, we're going to notice that all the planets that have been kind of bunched up in your 1st house, that's been putting an emphasis on you, communication, learning, moving, sharing, and self-focus, to your 2nd house of Cancer, which is more about investments, home, money, resources, and stability. So I'm giving you the green light. Like, it's a lot about you this month, okay? And whether that's your health, your body, your appearance, your communication, how you're feeling, it's all about you. Jupiter is now in your sign, which means that you're more optimistic, positive, more willing to kind of travel, roam around, and be free. And so I like this energy in the 1st house of really reevaluating and asking yourself, who am I? What do I want? What do I think? How can I look at things, you know, more positively? Obviously, Jupiter rules your career and it also rules your relationships. So many of you may find that you're getting more recognition at work. Maybe you're finding that there's more togetherness with a partner, or you're attracting clients, you're attracting people into your life very easily. Here's the hang up, okay? Because there is a hang up. The hang up is, before we get to the positive stuff, you're going to see a number of planets in your sign this month that are going to come into squares, okay? So 1st house is how I look, how I feel, my personality, what's coming through. Gemini wants to move around, communicate, share, change. And it's going to square Saturn, so you're going to have bosses being like on your ass or giving you timelines or putting the pressure on you to focus and to be committed and to, you know, kind of stay the path. Or people like authority figures like parents and teachers and other people who are kind of on your case. And then you're going to see a number of squares also to Neptune, which is going to represent whether or not you're really focused on your career, if you're paying attention at work, if you're checking all the boxes, if you're missing things, if you're not paying attention, like you're going to get caught up in some of that stuff. Gemini energy, you know, right? It's kind of, sometimes it's a little squirrely. There can be a sense of there being a really short attention span because it's mutable air. So you're going to find that there's going to be like a sense of almost like a test this month to see like how focused can you be. And if you're scattered and if you're all over the place, then it's going to reflect on what you're doing out in the world professionally. And you may find that there's more pressure on you to show up and manage and take care of things. And there's like a lack of direction, or there's a lack of support, or there is a lack of management that's going on when it comes to your superiors. And you're like, why is this falling on me? Right? Okay, so just be mindful that when you hear your planets are squaring Saturn and Neptune, which is basically going to be the whole month off and on, those are going to be days where you're going to be like, what the heck is going on? All right, before we even get into that, let me talk to you guys about the new and the full moon really quick, because this is important considering you're going to have a new moon in your sign. So on the 6th of the month, you will have a new moon in Gemini in your first house. If you have any personal placements around 16 degrees, so I would say 15, 16, 17 degrees of Gemini, sun, moon, rising, or personal planet, this new moon is going to be in conjunction to those placements. And that basically means it's a new beginning. This will be a new moon in Gemini with Mercury in Gemini, which is good. It's helping communicate, helping get information out. Mercury will be in a trine to Pluto, which is going to be wonderful for deep conversations, communications, and research. We will also see that there is going to be a Venus Cazimi. So this means that there is something new that is emerging, a new you. I love like the Venus Cazimi in your first house. It can be great for self-love. It can be great for new beauty routines and techniques and new style and that stuff. But the hang up is that it's going to square Saturn. Now, Venus rules the 12th house of indulgence and hidden things, and it can be about your pictures on the internet. It can be about, you know, your secret kind of indulgences, relationships, things like that. And it also has connection to creativity, dating, and self-expression. While all of this energy in the first house is wonderful, the squares, I think, to Saturn means that you're going to have some situations where bosses are going to be like, you can't wear that to work. You know, even though it looks great. You're going to have situations where you're going to have to be a little bit more mindful of who you're dating at work, or who you're friends with at work, or who you're socializing with at work. Because even though it's great for you, people love being around you, and you're kind of like socializing and doing well, you're going to have some haters this month. I don't like saying that, but you're definitely going to be feeling like there are some people that are just not celebrating you, or they're kind of jealous of you. And I would say you just have to let it roll off your back. All right, let it roll off your back. Trust me on this. Okay, so let's get into then the full moon. So you're going to have a full moon that's going to be taking place on the 21st of June, where the new moon in Gemini was about setting intentions for you personally, for your goals, yourself, your habits. The full moon in Capricorn will be in the 8th house of joint resources, other people's money. And it is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn is going to be in your 10th house. So it means that there can be some big physical financial changes at work. There can be people stepping down, there can be quitting jobs, there can be job cuts, there can be budget cuts, there can be layoffs. Like, these things can happen. It can also be about hearing from people at work where they're having to kind of cut back. So pay attention and listen to that if you hear that happening at work. The 8th house is joint resources. So it's like the money that you have in investments, the money that you have with a business partner, loans, debt, all that kind of stuff. So there can be like a sense of that coming up for you more so during this full moon. And you're like, I really need to have a job, or I need this job to be consistent because I have bills to pay. Now, something to think about is Pluto will be retrograding back into this sign later this year. Next month, at the end of July, we're going to have a second full moon in Capricorn, which will be at 29 degrees, conjunct Pluto. So the cosmos want everybody to pay attention to the Capricorn area of their chart. And this is kind of like that refresher that you're getting this month, and reminding you, hey, there's still work to do there. For a Gemini, you know, it's 8th house to your sun, moon, or rising. So it does represent like, ooh, this is uncomfortable. This is scary. This requires a lot of work to go through change and transformation. And so I do think this is a lot about job change stuff, status change stuff. responsibility, change stuff. And that's all kind of coming up through the archetype of Capricorn in your 8th house. So be mindful of that. No more than a little bit more than a week later, we're going to see Saturn turn retrograde, and it will be retrograde until mid-November, where it will be re-evaluating everything about your career, your responsibility, your status, and your work. And you will see that retrograde go from 19 degrees to 12 degrees. So if you have any Gemini placements within that 12 to 19 degrees, you'll be experiencing a Saturn square, and you're kind of feeling like maybe you're a little landlocked, or there's some kind of push and pull that's going on with you and work. Okay, let's get into the transits this month. I will preface this by saying the transits at the beginning of the month are very positive. So use them. Work with them. Especially that's the whole point of getting these horoscopes that come out early, so you know when there's peak periods and when there's going to be some challenges during different times. For you guys, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are wonderful days, okay? Because you're going to see a number of transits happen where there will be planets in your sign, trining Pluto in Aquarius. So it's about power, right? It's about motivation. It's about transformation. It's about belief. It's about travel, and kind of seizing the moment when it comes to big changes in your life. So on the 2nd, you're going to see Jupiter in your sign, expanding your future, your optimism, and your growth, in a trine with Pluto in the 9th. So you're open to changing and transforming where you're working, how you're working, what you believe in, something about your education or travel. Then on the 3rd, you're going to have Mercury in your sign, trining Pluto. Powerful conversations with mentors, teachers, people who are foreigners, people in higher education, lawyers, or anything legal. Then you're going to see on the 4th, Mercury will conjunct Jupiter in your sign. It can be about good news that you get about law, legality, relationships, or your career. It could be a time when you're making a big announcement about something. Very same day, the Sun in Gemini will conjunct Venus in Gemini, and there is a Cazimi. So it looks like you're getting ready to make a big announcement about something. It could be a pregnancy. It could be that you're signing a contract. It could be that you're moving. It could be that you're telling people on social media about some new trip you're going on or some new venture you're participating in. These are really, really good for you, Gemini. Okay, these are really, really good transits. So you're going to have to let me know what happens. Then when we get to the 8th and the 9th, we have some salty transits. We will see Venus in your sign, okay? So it's great for your beauty. It's great for your relationships, your harmony, connecting and socializing. But Venus is going to square Saturn, which means like not everybody is going to be happy or thrilled or excited for you and your growth and your positivity and all the good things that are coming. So don't expect everybody to be your cheerleader. There can also be some challenges or setbacks with superiors, bosses, or your professional life. Then on the 8th, you're going to see the Sun in Gemini come into a square with Saturn in Pisces. So similar energy, difficult communication, sharing, relaying something with other people. It can also be difficult communicating with bosses, superiors, or with parents during this time. Then on the 11th of the month, we're going to see Mars in Taurus, where there is a Mars transit in your 12th house of dealing with suppressed anger, frustration. Maybe you need more rest, recuperation. Maybe you're traveling. There can be a sense of dealing with health issues behind the scenes because Mars rules your 6th house, or there can be some frustration that you're having with the help. So it can be people who assist you. It could be people you work with. It could be like a trainer or somebody who helps organize or clean your home. There's some frustration with one of these people possibly. Well, Mars is going to be squaring Pluto. So this means that somehow your travel plans kind of get thrown up in the air and there's some kind of change to your travel plans. Maybe there's issues getting on an airplane or traveling internationally. There can be a bit of like a conflict with another person in terms of belief systems and communication and anything connecting to some squabbles with belief, philosophy, or kind of cultural differences. I do not recommend trying to travel internationally or get on an airplane on this day. Okay, so this is going to be on the 11th of June. This is a very combative energy where there can be some chaos kind of going on in the world, which is kind of limiting or inhibiting you from being able to travel or have a positive view or outlook on things. Then on the 14th of the month, you're going to see a pretty positive transit. This is going to be the Mercury Cazimi in Gemini. So you will see Mercury pull ahead of the sun in your first house. The sun represents your third house of communication, driving, siblings, contracts, learning, and anything in regards to social media. So that Cazimi can be about an epiphany. You have a download, you start writing something, you put together like a book that you want to write. Maybe you put together like a website that you want to launch, or a blog you want to launch, or maybe it's this epiphany or awareness about some kind of belief and you feel inspired to write something. Use this transit. It's a very powerful day for communication, very powerful day also for awareness, and a good time to be journaling and taking time to jot down some of your brilliant ideas. Here's where things get a little sticky again. This will be the 16th, 17th, and 20th of June. We will see several planets come into a square with Neptune. Okay, so when you think about the squares that we had earlier in the month with Saturn, it was setbacks, delays, and frustrations. When we have squares to Neptune, it means that somebody's not paying attention, something goes missing, it's not seen, it ends up kind of being overlooked, or it dissolves, or it's something that falls apart. We can see issues with deception as well as issues with clarity. Neptune is the ruler of your 10th house. And you are going to see between the 16th and the 20th, Venus, Mercury, and the Sun, all in your sign, squaring Neptune. This could materialize as you trying to take action, trying to communicate, trying to relate. Maybe you're really trying hard to go to job interviews, you're not getting responses. Maybe you're really trying hard to impress a boss, you're not getting any responses. Maybe you're really trying to pitch a project or get some kind of visibility or launch your business. You're not getting any visibility. This is going to be a time period where you're feeling overlooked. This is going to be a time period where you're questioning whether or not you feel like the people at work who are superiors are really doing their job. And you're going to be like, is there any adult in the room? And you're going to get kind of agitated because you're going to be like, why do I feel like I'm communicating and nobody hears what I'm saying? Knowing that these energies are coming, if you know you have to launch a website or a business or have a meeting or plan a trip or anything like that, do it in the first 4 days of the month. The only other good time that you're going to find that something good can happen is probably going to be around the 14th when you have the Cazimi. Otherwise, the 16th really through about the 21st is going to be a difficult time for getting any visibility or any feedback. Then you're going to see on the 29th, this is going to be a time where Saturn will be turning retrograde in your 10th house of career and reputation. Good news is when Saturn's retrograde, it can be a time to reevaluate. Do I want to work here? Do I like my bosses? Do I like what direction I'm going with my career? Is it time for me to reconsider what I want to be when I grow up? The challenge is that if you have any planets from 19 to 12 degrees of Gemini, you are going to be under a Saturn square. While Saturn does well in the 10th house and it's here to help you build long-term career goals and responsibility, I think that there is some friction between new things that you want to be starting, your beliefs, your communication needs, and what you're actually getting or actually not getting at work. So there can be this sense of trying to maintain positivity and optimism and kind of pushing ahead, but this realization that probably the people you're working for or the business that you're in may not necessarily be for you. So eventually you'll see in August and also December of this year, there will be squares between Jupiter and Saturn, and that's going to materialize as possibly contemplating whether or not it's time for you to break off and go your own way. So just be mindful of some of this kind of miscommunication energy that's kind of at play this month, and be very mindful, I think, of the Cazimi that happens where, you'll have this breakthrough moment where there's this realization of like, okay, what do I need to say, or what decision do I need to make, or what other direction do I need to go in that's going to be better for me, right? All right, with that being said, let's see what the tarot has for you. Make sure I got all of this. Yeah, okay. So we have got the Knight of Pentacles. Slow and steady wins the race with this card. Knight of Pentacles can be a Taurus, it can be a Virgo or a Capricorn that can come into your life. Oftentimes, the Knight is about messages that are coming, and the Knight of Pentacles can be messages about work, messages about money. I think about like when Mercury and Venus go into your second house, and it can be a time where you're more focused on like long-term financial goals and changes and options when it comes to money and resources and finances. So there can be some financial news coming. But the Knight of Pentacles is somebody who is taking his time. He doesn't rush when it comes to changing jobs or when it comes to making purchases. He doesn't leap into relationships. He really makes sure that he assesses out the situation before he makes a change or an investment. So the feeling that I'm getting looking at this is like, do not do anything on a whim this month. Do not make a snap decision about, oh, I'm leaving my job, or you know what, I'm having my Jerry Maguire moment and I quit, or you know, I'll figure it out. No, because actions have consequences with the squares to Saturn and Neptune. And that can also mean if you're feeling a little too travel happy, or if you're deciding to call in sick, you know, often, or if you're deciding to kind of be a little bit more free, not having to check in with, you know, your superiors, there can be a sense of them kind of coming down on you for it this month if you're not careful. So take your time, be practical, be logical, be mindful that there can be some financial news coming likely at the second part of the month as planets are coming into your second house. To be honest with you, the end of June through July should be a really strong financial time for you guys, as you're starting to see planets coming into a trine with Saturn and Neptune in your 10th house. So it's supposed to be about building. It's not supposed to be about moving away from something. So take your time. Hopefully that's helpful for you, Gemini. Have a happy birthday. I'll catch you back here next month. We have got Cancer and Cancer rising. What's going on, guys? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to June of 2024. This is going to be your horoscope for the month ahead. And those of you guys who are June Cancers, happy birthday to you. I hope it's a good one. So we're going to talk a little bit about what's going on with the month ahead. Something you're going to notice right off the bat is that we are going to see a stellium of planets moving through the first 2 or 3 weeks of the month of June, your 12th house. This is Gemini, okay? So the 12th house is hidden. It's your subconscious. It's your dream world. It's what you do in private when you're sleeping, when you're meditating. It's spiritual, and it's meant to be like this little safe bubble that you get into. For those of you guys that are Cancer suns, this is a period of time where planets are moving 12th house to your sun. So there is this natural completion, reevaluation, thinking about this last year, and you're completing things before you come into your new solar return. So it can be a year where you feel like a bunch of things get filtered out. As we get into the second half of June, planets will start moving into Cancer. So they will start moving into your sun sign or your moon sign, or they will be crossing your ascendant if you're a Cancer rising, bringing more attention to your appearance, to your body, giving you opportunity for fresh starts and focusing on yourself. Now, when we think about the sign of... Ooh, sorry guys, there's a really gnarly storm that one got me. Thunder buddies. Okay, focus. All right, so basically when we think about the sign of Cancer, we think about the moon. So the lunations really affect you guys, both the new moon and also the full moon. So we're gonna have 2 lunations this month. One on June the 6th that is gonna be taking place, and that is gonna be a new moon in Gemini. That new moon will be at 16 degrees and in your 12th house. So a new moon in the 12th house is quiet, it's reflective, it's spiritual. It is also very much about a reevaluation of our connection to our higher self. It's about the quiet time to rest, recuperate, or heal. This will be a new moon that's ruled by Mercury. So Mercury will be in Gemini. I think with a new moon here and Mercury in the 12th house and Jupiter being there, it's a wonderful time for healing. It's a wonderful time for talk therapy. It's a wonderful time for Reiki healing, for seeing a psychic or an intuitive. And you guys might just notice that your dreams are very vivid with Jupiter and Mercury being in your 12th house. But we want to set intentions about kind of getting connected more so to our higher self and really creating space to cycle out patterns and learn to let things go. That's what we do in the 12th house. Anyway, it'll be an interesting new moon. It'll have a Cazimi with Venus. So it does mean that Venus is factored into this new moon. So it can be about karmic relationships for Cancer and Cancer risings. It can be about reevaluating relationships of the past because of the connection to your 4th house. And it can be about endings or completions, about home or living situations or friendships. Now then we're going to see on June the 21st, a full moon in the sign of Capricorn. In your opposite sign, the 7th house, which deals with relationships and partnerships. So this can be clients, this can be romantic partnerships, boyfriends, girlfriends, husbands, wives. Yeah, you know, this is also your marketplace. So if you have a business where you sell something or you sell items or services, it's bringing your attention to that. So here's the deal. The seventh house will receive 2 full moons. So we're going to have a full moon that's going to be on the 21st. That'll be at 1 degree of Capricorn, the very first degree in the 7th house. And then in July, we're going to have a full moon that's going to be around the end of July. And that'll be a 29-degree full moon, blue moon in Capricorn, which means 2, which is unusual. Between 2 full moons in Capricorn and Pluto retrograding back into the sign of Capricorn later this year, it's really obvious that the cosmos want us to kind of complete something when it comes to Capricorn in our chart. So, 7th house for you is relationships. It is all about relationships and partnerships and other people. There's going to be a huge focus there, whether that's completing karma in relationships, making big decisions about partnerships. If it is about, kind of make or break moments, obviously 1 degree is the first degree, and then 29 is the last degree. So there's something very critical going on the next 2 months about your relationships. Saturn rules this house, and it's in the 9th. So it can be about, oh shit, there's something going on legally, I need a lawyer. It could mean, I have got a relationship with somebody at a distance. It's about my relationship to my mentors or my teachers. It's my relationship that I have, with my religion or my culture or my belief system. There's something kind of going on there. So be mindful of that. I do think that obviously if you have any placements, Cancer, 0, 1, 2 degrees, this full moon in opposition to your sun, moon, or rising can be rather intense. And then next month, if you've got anything at 28, 29 degrees of Cancer, that'll be a pretty intense full moon as well. Okay. Keep in mind that right around the time of the full moon, about 8 or 9 days later, Saturn will also go retrograde. So I think that that's kind of factored into kind of saying like there's something that we need to reevaluate about the Pisces area of our life and how it pertains to Capricorn. So it can be about your philosophy about relationships at a distance, law and legality kind of things can be coming up, and like whether or not you need help or support with some of those things. All right, so let's get into the transits for the month. I will preface this by saying that the other thing you want to be mindful of is that Venus and Mercury will be going into your sign right about the same time. June 16th, Venus enters Cancer. Great for appearance, great for beauty, great for relationship stuff and socializing. Venus will bless you moving through your sign. And then on the 17th, Mercury will enter into Cancer, which is more about communication, relaying information, traveling, wheeling and dealing and that kind of stuff. And then on the 20th, the sun will enter into the sign of Cancer and will be marking what is going to be in the Northern Hemisphere, our summer solstice. Okay, so the beginning of the month, the first 4 or 5 days are really, really great, like chef's kiss transits for everyone. For the rest of the month, we are going to see there is going to be some rocky stuff that's going to be happening at a few specific points. So I have had to tell all 12 of the rising signs, trust me on this, do everything you got to do the first 5 days of the month. Any negotiations, meetings, commitments, anything like that, you want to do that at the beginning of the month. All right, so we have on the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th a very pivotal period, which is going to be very positive, where we see trines to Pluto, which is empowering, changing, and transforming. And then we are also going to see conjunctions that will be happening with Jupiter. So on the 2nd, we're going to see Jupiter in Gemini, which is Jupiter in your 12th house of the deep subconscious and things that are hidden, trining Pluto. Air trines are communication-based, it's information-based, but the 4th, 8th, and 12th house are about completions. So there's something that's changing and transforming about your belief about money, shared resources. There is also some shifts maybe that are going on for you on a spiritual or on a psychological level. I call the Jupiter in the 12th house transit kind of like the guardian angel transit. So it's like where you have some support of something outside of you that's like looking over you and keeping you protected. But Jupiter does rule work and also health. So there can be a lot of working behind the scenes on physical health, mental health, healing, that kind of stuff. The trine to Pluto, I think, is having impacts on your resources or your finances or your joint finances in some way. Then we're going to see on the 3rd, Mercury in your 12th house will trine Pluto. So that means that there is intense secrets, information, conversations coming up about joint resources and savings. Mercury deals with documents, mail, paperwork, siblings, or information. So you can get some insight from a family member or a neighbor or a document or something that comes in the mail about money owed or something relating to debt or loans, something that's coming up that you need to kind of be aware of. This can also be about secret information that's like enlightening and somebody lets you in on a secret. And you know, you're kind of sharing some kind of wisdom or information with them and giving them some feedback. On the 4th of the month, we're going to see Mercury conjunct Jupiter. So this is a day to watch where there can be some really prominent news. So you'll be really kind of in touch psychically because the 12th house is about your intuition. There might be like a really symbolic dream that you have. And there can be a really important conversation that you have with a sibling or with a neighbor. Very same day, the Sun in Gemini will conjunct Venus in Gemini. So this will be the Venus Cazimi. Now the Sun represents your money and your resources. Venus represents your home as well as your friends. So somebody can be letting you know what, this situation is coming to an end. Where I've been living or us being roommates, my relationship is ending. Somebody can let you in on some kind of information. It can have an impact on you financially or in a sense of your emotional security. Something to think about is that the Mercury conjunct Jupiter is good news, and being that Mercury rules like siblings or neighbors, they might be letting you know, oh, my relationship is ending, and you're like, oh, okay, we have more time together, or like, thanks for letting me in on that information, like now I know what you're going through, so you're more aware. Versus the Sun conjunct Venus, I think is going to be more about the impact that has on you physically or financially. So it may benefit you in some way, possibly, but it's not something that you saw coming. Okay, so then on the 8th and on the 9th, we have some tricky transits. So on the 8th, we're going to see Venus in your 12th house of the subconscious come into a square with Saturn. Not a day for planning travel, planning a trip, education, things in regards to relating to people at a distance, friends at a distance, romantic relationships at a distance. It's kind of ghosty. There is something that's not connecting. There can be a sense of somebody going missing, and Saturn does rule your relationship, so maybe you feel like there is a sense of somebody who's kind of drifting further away. And then we will see on the 9th, the Sun squares Saturn. Okay, so the Sun in the 12th house deals with your kind of subconscious, either, relationship or, financial or security matters. And the square to Saturn is kind of feeling like, okay, somebody is feeling like they're kind of keeping me at a safe distance, or they're keeping me further away, or, I'm not feeling as connected to them, and I'm not feeling as safe, like what's going on. So you can be kind of feeling like you're being kind of like iced out a little bit with all these planets in the 12th house. It's temporary. Then on the 11th of the month, we're going to see Mars, which is now in Taurus, activating and creating a lot of activity in your social zone where you might be going out, dating more, meeting people, going to parties, getting together, getting involved in, organizations or networks or events. Mars will square Pluto. And this is a day where like friendship and sex does not mix. This is a day where, if there is an opportunity to connect with somebody who you've always kind of been platonic with, it can get kind of sticky. Because Mars is a sexual planet. It does rule your 5th house of romance and children and having fun, get-togethers. And that square to Pluto is the pressure of possibly going beyond your limits when it comes to, physical or financial matters. There can definitely be a bit of a discrepancy about, resources or money and friendships, or friendships and sex. This can also be a time where like other people can be combative about something that you owe them, because 8th house is other people's money. So be really cautious about borrowing and lending with friends here. This can be a little sticky. You're not the only sign that's dealing with this, by the way. Several signs are dealing with this. So be mindful of that, it can be other people's financial issues that are kind of impacting your ability to kind of socialize and get on well with them. But I think that, with Mars ruling not just your 5th house, but also your 10th house, it can be about work related, and where like working with friends or working for friends and getting like, friendship and business kind of intertwined or intermingled. There can be some difference of opinions on things, and it can be kind of sticky when it comes to somebody owing you some money or vice versa. Then you will see the very next day, on the 9th, the Sun in Gemini will then square Saturn. And that is a time where it's kind of like, wait a second, where are my beliefs about money and financial security and stability stemming from? Where do I feel like I have enough to go to school, to travel, to feel safe and secure? And keep in mind, all these planets going through your 12th house, things are cycling out. Things are coming to a completion. They're ending for a reason. As we get into like Cancer season, things will stabilize a little bit more. But I feel like this is like kind of where your mind is doing a mental dump in the 12th house. Like everything that you thought you believed in, or you thought you knew, or that you thought you, I think had learned is up for a reevaluation and a renegotiation. And it's going to either be about culture, or it's going to be about belief system, or it's going to be about law or legality or relationships that are going to kind of get checked. All right. So those are two tricky transits. I should also mention that the 12th house is hospitals, mental institutions, healing centers, isolation, prisons, mental wards, rehabs, any of these things. So with all these planets going through the 12th house, for some of you guys, these themes can come up. And Gemini can be neighbors, it can be siblings. So it can be like, okay, my sister had to go in for a medical treatment, or, the cops showed up because my neighbors were acting crazy and somebody went to jail. These things can kind of happen when you see some of that stuff in the 12th house. Okay. All right. So then we have got on the 14th, so this is a positive transit, although I think it's going to be a little bit more subtle for you guys than for other signs. We will see the Mercury Cazimi in Gemini. So this is where the sun comes into conjunction with Mercury in the 12th house. Consider a positive transit. This is about something emerging, some information or some kind of epiphany where Mercury is dying and being reborn in the heart of the sun. Well, the sun rules money for you, your personal resources, and the sun conjunct Mercury can be an indication that there is some news that's coming up that you didn't see coming that affects your finances, okay? So it's about your resources, what you spend, what you own, what you owe, what you're owed. Gemini can be a summons, it can be a document, it can be an email, it can be a conversation. But likely there's going to be something that's coming out of the blue that you don't see coming that has some kind of an impact on your finances. This information can come from a neighbor, can come from a sibling or a family member. And the other thing to think about is that Mercury also has connections to your 3rd house. So it's about information that you're like, I have this feeling that I'm going to hear from this person. Boom. And then you hear from them, or I have this intuition and I'm going to get like a letter about this like account. Boom. And then it happens. So you may have like this feeling that before it actually takes place. So then we have on the 16th, 17th, and 20th, these are more tricky transits, okay? These are tricky transits where you're going to see a number of planets in Gemini in your subconscious realm come into squares with Neptune in your 9th house of philosophy, belief system, higher education, and travel. So, foreign travel, continuation of education, applying for colleges, dealing with immigration issues, dealing with international travel, publishing stuff. All of these things feel a little messy. They all feel a little kind of like clouded. So when we see squares from Gemini, which is about communication information, to Pisces, which can be about belief systems or things that are hidden or are subconscious or stuff that is not clear, there's lots of miscommunication issues, and it's happening within 12th house, which is a Pisces energy, to the 9th house, which is a Sagittarius energy. So it can be some, legal, educational things, stuff that you don't see coming. It can have major impacts on your faith and your philosophy and your belief system as well. So on the 16th of the month, Venus in your 12th house squares Neptune. That can be where you kind of get left high and dry in a relationship situation, or you've been connecting with somebody at a distance and then they're suddenly MIA. Watch for scams as well with this. Watch for catfishing with this. Watch with people who are asking you to kind of like transfer funds and stuff. That might be getting you swindled. Then we're going to have on the 17th, Mercury will square Neptune. So Mercury in the 12th house of communication, squaring Neptune. Remember that Mercury is about phone calls, emails, text messages. So once again, left high and dry when it comes to communication. So there could have been an exchange of feelings or money, and then it's like, wait, where'd they go? And then you're going to see the same day, Mercury and Venus will conjunct and they will cross into Cancer. So this is actually good, having Mercury and Venus in your sign. it does help you communicate and express your emotions, your feelings, your needs in a very direct way and be more in touch with what you need. Then on the 20th, we're going to see then the sun in Gemini in the 12th house, highlighting the subconscious, coming into a square with Neptune. Maybe a little bit of loss of faith, changes in your belief system, kind of feeling a little like sad or like a little let down or disappointed, or kind of feeling like things are filtering out and it's questioning you or making you doubt things. So they're all kind of bundled together, the 16th, 17th, and the 20th. And like I said, once planets start getting into Cancer, it's going to be a little bit easier for you to navigate because we're not dealing with everything in the kind of subconscious realm. Then you'll see on the 29th of the month, Saturn will retrograde in the sign of Pisces, where it is re-evaluating, reworking on your philosophy, your belief system, foreign travel, education, higher education like college degrees. You could be reevaluating, do I want to go back? Do I want to complete this program? Do I want to return to teaching? Do I want to, start editing my book to publish something? And relationships at a distance become a point of reevaluation here as well, okay? So yeah, like I said, once we kind of get into Cancer season, things will get a little bit easier for you guys. So there can be this feeling of kind of swimming through the cosmic soup at the beginning of June. Just stay with it, meditate, rest, recuperate, really pay attention to your intuition. Don't make any major moves if you can help it. And just be mindful that there are some things that just do not make sense yet that you have to kind of sit with, okay? So let's see what the cards say for you. Okay, you get the Queen of Wands. I love this. I love this for a number of reasons. Number one, the 12th house can be very creative, right? It can be very much about your, kind of mind and your feeling of inspiration and your intuition just being like really strong, right? You can feel very inspired with transits in the 12th house. So the Queen of Wands can be wonderful for artistic expression, creative expression. It can be wonderful for passion projects and creativity and feeling kind of like lively. This can also be a fire sign. So there can be a Leo or a Sag or an Aries that can kind of come in that can kind of help put a fire under your butt and help you when it comes to taking action and being more creative or feeling inspired. But I think about like things that are kind of like fantasy related or your imagination connected to the 12th house. So there can definitely be a sense of like really leaning into that. And with Venus and Mercury being in the 12th house, you might feel inspired to write something or paint something or create something. And so if you have like a creative buddy, or maybe you're just channeling more of this Queen of Wands energy, it's going to really help you with this transit throughout this next month. And then find a way to be able to kind of like have an outlet for some of this energy that's kind of swimming around in the 12th house. Otherwise, it's just going to be self-undoing. There can be saying things that are not true. There can be, being dishonest with yourself. There can be being deceptive or hiding things or hiding out or kind of hermiting out, not wanting to talk to people about stuff that can come up with this transit as well. So pay attention to your mental health, how you're communicating, how you're talking to people, and make sure that you're not isolating yourself, and find something creative to do with this energy. Hopefully that's helpful for you, Cancer. And like I said, if it's your birthday this month, happy birthday. I'll catch you guys back here next month in July. We've got Leo and Leo rising. What's going on, Leo? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to your horoscopes for June of 2024. It's nice to see you again. I'm excited to talk to you about what we got going on this month. Obviously, you know me, I'm going to talk to you about the transits that are going to be impacting you the most first. Something to kind of think about is obviously any of the aspects that we're going to have with the sun this month. So the new moon that we're going to have in Gemini, I'll talk about that in a second. When the sun squares Saturn, when the sun squares Neptune, these are going to be the days this month that you're going to have a little bit more of like a tricky time, okay? Something else that's worthy of mentioning is Mars is moving into the sign of Taurus. So it's going to be in a position where it's squaring both your sun, moon, or rising, moving through your 10th house of career and reputation, where you're feeling very kind of dog eat dog. There's a lot of competitiveness. There's like a speeding up of what's going on in your professional life. And it's going to square Pluto in your 7th house of relationships and others. So there can be some testy stuff going on with relationships and work somewhere around mid-month, okay? All right, so let's talk first about what's going on with this new moon, because that's really important. This will be on June the 6th. You will see a new moon in the sign of Gemini. So this will be taking place in your 11th house of friends, goals, networks, and other people. So this new moon is an interesting one. It is going to be exactly conjunct Venus. So Venus will be having a Cazimi. So this can, for those of you guys who are single, Leo and Leo risings, be an indication that you go to a party, you meet someone, you connect with somebody out of the blue. It can also be an indication that there is some new female that is introducing you to a group, or you're joining some kind of artistic alliance or network or group of some kind, because the Cazimi is kind of saying there's something beautiful that's emerging that's allowing you to connect with more of these people. Professional networking, because Venus rules your 10th house as well, or maybe it's just making friends with people at work. The only downside is that there is some squares to Saturn with that new moon. So it is saying while there's new friends, new opportunities for socializing and expanding, it is requiring you to go through some kind of change, transformation, and practice vulnerability. Outside of that, like I said, the only other transits you're going to want to watch for are things that involve the sun. We will see a few sun squares, and we're going to see a few Cazimis. So both the Mercury Cazimi and the Venus Cazimi are really prominent for you as well. Just as a heads up, all of them are happening in Gemini. So it does seem to indicate that this is about you making new friends, meeting people, getting out there, socializing, connecting with others, okay? Now, we will see on the 21st of the month a full moon in Capricorn. So that will be taking place in your natal 6th house. Something that's worthy of mentioning is at the end of June, we have a full moon in Capricorn at 1 degree. And then at the end of July, we're going to have a full moon in Capricorn at 29 degrees, conjunct Pluto, and Pluto is retrograding back into Capricorn later this year. So really the cosmos want us to really be aware and focus on what's going on in Capricorn in our natal horoscopes. Capricorn is about hard work, dedication, responsibility, timing, structure, that kind of stuff. So it's very obvious that this is an area of our life where we need to kind of pay a little bit more attention. A full moon in the 6th house, what can that do? Bring up health challenges, completing bad habits, making changes with where we're working, putting an emphasis on attention with pets. It can also be having a change in location at work, some stuff that can go on with coworkers. We can get some health results. That can also happen here with a full moon in the 6th house as well. Now, the 6th house is ruled by Saturn. So when we have this full moon, the ruler is in your 8th house, and it will be getting ready to go retrograde. So it may mean that you're reevaluating like how much money I'm spending on my health insurance, and is it worth it? Is it covering some of my health expenses? It might mean that you're going, well, I'm reevaluating the fact that I've been detoxing and cutting certain things out of my diet. How is it, positively affecting me? You might be asking yourself, is it worth the extra money that I'm spending on these new health routines, this diet, this, trainer, maybe this, this gym membership? And it can also mean that you're reevaluating how some of these health changes are impacting you emotionally or psychologically. Now, like I said, next month you'll have another one. So there's definitely something that's changing, revolving around health, habits, routine, and coworkers. Something else that's worth mentioning is that, Saturn, is in a sign that quincunxes your ascendant, and the full moon is going to be in a sign that quincunxes your ascendant by sign as well. So it's trying to get you personally to get in touch with what's going on in the heart space. It's trying to get you to really think about new creative ways that you can be kind of healing yourself and working with your inner child. All right, so with that being said, let's get into the transits this month. As I've said to all of my other 12 rising signs, you guys know how it is. I'm always going to keep it real with you. I'm going to tell you guys realistically from my perspective how the next month is going to go. While I see some wonderful transits at the beginning of the month, and I really encourage you to work with them, there are going to be several periods where things are going to be kind of chaotic, kind of confusing. There's going to be a lot of missing information, and we're going to be like, what the hell is going on? So make the most of the transits early in the month. That's my advice to you, beginning with the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of June. Now, during all of these transits, we are going to see aspects taking place between Jupiter and Pluto, okay? And so this is about growth, expansion, positivity, optimism, and power, transformation, and control. So on the 2nd of the month, we are going to see Jupiter, which is hanging out in your friendship zone, trining Pluto. This means that platonic relationships can grow, romantic relationships can grow. If you're single and you're getting out there and meeting people, you could meet somebody that totally knocks your socks off. Equally, there can be an opportunity to grow and merge something about your friendships and your social life with your romantic partners, whether this is your, your boyfriend, girlfriend, your spouse, whatever. This can mean that maybe, you're going through changes in your relationships right now and you need a lot more focus on platonic friends and socializing. And like maybe through doing that, it's actually creating some positive changes and transformations to your romantic relationship and things are better. Socialize, get out there and meet people if you are single, because this can also indicate that through socializing, going to parties and talking to people, it can open the door to changes in your romantic relationship life. Certainly friends can give you a lot of feedback about relationships and vice versa, okay? Then on the 3rd of the month, Mercury in Gemini in your 11th house, where you're communicating and connecting and stuff with people and socializing, trining Pluto. There can be like friends giving you really good insight or information about relationships. So if you're in a relationship and it's going through some changes, your friends can be very observant and be like, this is what I see, this is what's happening, this is what they're doing, this is what you need to hear. And on the flip side, there can also be a sense of, your partner's going through changes in the way that they see or perceive some of your friends, and they can be kind of letting you know what they're seeing or what they're noticing and the impact that they could be having on you. Then on the 4th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Jupiter in Gemini. So Mercury rules the 11th house. It also rules the 2nd house of money and resources. I think you're going to have a friend that's going to be very generous with you. They might give you a nice gift. For your birthday, there might be like a really nice gathering or a kind of collaboration of people coming together, making you feel wanted, making you feel loved and supported. This can also possibly be something that's going on. I know I said your birthday, but they can be talking about planning a birthday party for you because your birthday is going to be coming up. So they can be talking about a birthday party, or if you have an accomplishment of some kind, they could be coming together and celebrating that for you, right? That's the other way of looking at it. So the other thing to think about is that Mercury also rules money and resources. So the Mercury conjunct Jupiter can literally materialize as, oh, I go to a friend's birthday party and, they are speaking kindly about me, or, my kid is having a birthday party and all my friends show up and they make them feel loved and they all bring them gifts, something like that, where there's a collaboration of the people you love, your friends, and also joy and harmony. So that very same day, the Sun in Gemini will come into conjunction with Venus in Gemini. So that can be about an emergence and awareness of some friendship of value that shows up, some opportunity to collaborate with somebody who's a friend who you could potentially do business with, or they can connect you with somebody else, and it can be some kind of professional alliance that's made because somebody refers, a client to you or something. And it can be very lucrative. So really great for socializing, sweetness, meeting people, partying, getting together. Like, it's so good at the beginning of the month. There's a lot of strength in numbers. The Sun Cazimi is really prominent for you as well. And Venus rules your 10th house of status and reputation, and also 3rd house of communication. So you could be making some big announcement about work or about a relationship to your friends around this date. This is where things get kind of sticky. Okay, so this is going to be the 8th and the 9th. So on the 8th, Venus in Gemini will square Saturn in Pisces. And then on the 9th, the Sun in Gemini will square Saturn in Pisces. So Saturn, right, in your 8th house, where there is a limitation of intimacy, a lack of sex, a lack of joint resources. There is changes going on with your finances and your resources. There's changes going on with how you're handling money with a partnership. Maybe there's changes going on with taxes or anything like that. Saturn rules your partners as well, okay, and health. So it can mean that kind of silently you're like, all right, well, I can't always be spending a lot of money, because, my partner's not working, or there can be a sense of you being like, well, I'm a little cautious when it comes to, going out and having fun and stuff because I'm trying to save money to pay off my debt. Something like that could be coming up. So when planets in your 11th house of socializing and get-togethers and fun are squaring Saturn, there is this holding back aspect of being like, well, maybe I've got a lot of birthday parties and a lot of friends and they're going out and they're doing things, and like I have a lot of money that I have to spend now. So it is kind of affecting you in your pocketbook. It can also be that you've got a partner that's getting on your case being like, why are you spending all this money? Like we have to be paying our debt off, or we need to be paying off our mortgage. We have a plan, and you're like going out and partying and going out and doing things with people. Like, what the heck, This is also where finances and friends don't mix, sex and friends don't mix, because there can be a sense of being like, yeah, everybody's going out and having a good time, don't worry about it. And then it's like the after effect of the credit card statement, or the after effect of realizing, okay, we've kind of crossed that boundary beyond just being friends, and now things are kind of weird, can kind of come up. So we can see the effects of some of the behavior and the repercussions later in the month. I would say be cautious when it comes to taking advice from other people about investments, friends who are talking about investments, friends who are talking about, what they're doing with their resources, because the 11th house is their gambling, their speculative stuff, their kids. And you may not share the same perspective on investing money, spending money, raising children, and there could be a conflict of interest or, difference of opinions there. And you'll see that both with Venus square Saturn, which limits our relationships to other people and feeling appreciated and loved, or feeling rejected. And then the Sun square Saturn, which is a little bit more difficult. I kind of feel like maybe there's like a feeling of like a gathering of people coming together, and then there was like one person missing, or, like somebody not showing up and celebrating something for you, or you not hearing from somebody, and you're like really noticing that lack of connection from one person and it kind of affecting you. All right, so then we have on the 11th of the month, Mars, which is really heating up your career zone, feeling very determined, very dedicated, wanting to get out there, work, stand out from the crowd, and you have a lot of energy. Mars will come into a square with Pluto. If you happen to have any personal placements, let's say like 0, 1, or 2 degrees of Leo, Sun, Moon, or Rising, then you're going to be having Mars in a T-square with that placement and with Pluto, which means there's a tug of war going on between the actions and the direction of your career and the changes and the transformations happening in your relationships. The 7th and the 10th house are houses that are public. They deal with your reputation, they deal with fame, and they're very visible. So if there is some kind of family drama, right? Mars rules your home and family. If there is some kind of legal squabble, something that's going on where there's either family issues or relational issues, it will become very visible in the public eye. Mars square Pluto is about duking things out, and Mars is being threatened by Pluto. So Pluto is basically in a superior position. So that means that there can be some really dramatic changes and transformations going on with your relationships with other people or with your clients. And it's challenging something about your reputation. So this can be a time where people are a little bit more cutthroat, a little bit more doggy dog at work, more willing to do things to disrupt your reputation. Some partners that may feel scorned, who are willing to bring up some of your private information out into the public, which can affect your reputation. So be mindful of that, especially with any kind of toe-to-toe drama with other people. Other people can be particularly ruthless and mean, so you want to be really careful with that. And there can be friction between a partner and your career. A partner can be like, you're working too much, this isn't working, or maybe you're really focused on career stuff, and then they're just kind of like, what about me? And then it creates a bit of a stir, Then we're going to see on the 14th of the month, there will be a Mercury Cazimi. So that is positive for you because Mercury is pulling ahead of the sun. This is where Mercury, which is most likely a friend or an ally, can be a sibling, can be an aunt, uncle, cousin, and somebody who is saying like, this is what you need to do. They're trying to help you feel more secure, more valuable. They're trying to help direct you in a way that's going to give you some kind of help or support. Maybe it's a friend that calls you and says, let's talk about it. What's going on? What do you need? Maybe it's somebody who shows up and they decide that, they want to kind of support you or kind of back you in some way. It can be somebody who's offering you some kind of financial support as well, because money is connected to your second house. And also, Mercury can be about friendships. So it's somebody coming to you, making you feel valued, making you feel supported, giving you the necessary advice or support that you need. So listen to who is trying to sit down and talk to you and giving you insight with this particular transit. All right, so then we're going to see on the 16th, 17th, and 20th. These are more salty aspects that you need to kind of be aware of. We are going to see several planets in Gemini in your friend zone squaring off with Neptune in your 8th house of joint resources and other people's money. So when we see squares to Neptune, things are kind of like confusing. There can be details that are missing. It can be stuff that is falsely represented or manipulated or unclear, or things that can be kind of sketchy or fishy, right? Pisces. Anyway, so, you know, the 8th house is the money you share with your partner. It's joint resources, it's taxes, it's things pertaining to intimacy, to sex, to regenerative energies, psychological stuff. And what we're going to see first is on the 16th is that Venus squares Neptune. So it can be somebody who is not totally understanding of your financial limits or your financial situation. And this is where friends and money don't mix. Then you're going to see on the 17th, Mercury in Gemini squares Neptune in Pisces. So there can be somebody who's talking to you about their financial woes or their challenges or their troubles, but it's not entirely clear. Then you're going to be seeing on the 20th, the Sun in Gemini will square Neptune in Pisces. So all of these things are talking about like where friends are going through changes and transformations and things, and like the impact that that's having on them. And you might just feel a little bit more reserved when it comes to talking about some of your financial success with other people. You may feel a little bit more cautious with revealing some of that information to other people. The other thing to watch is also you're going to see on the 17th that Mercury and Venus are going to be moving side by side, and then they're going to drop into Cancer and they're going to conjunct. So this can mean a period where you're like, I'm putting a certain friend on ice, because Mercury is connected to your 11th house of friends, and Venus is about work and career stuff, where you're like, there are just certain people that I can't socialize with anymore, you know, or they drink too much, or they party too much, or they're not completely honest, or there's some stuff that's kind of off there. Or maybe you've met some new people and you're kind of like, yeah, these are not my people. So there might be a sense of you kind of putting somebody on ice right around the end of that transit on the 17th. And then finally on the 29th, you're going to see Saturn will go retrograde in Pisces. Obviously, Saturn rules relationships, but it's in your joint money sector. So this might be a time where you're reevaluating something about your psychological health, your habits, your savings, something about your resources. There can also be a reevaluation of what's going on with your partner's money. So there can be changing financial situations for a romantic partner or a spouse. This will be retrograde until mid-November, when it will then go direct. That's pretty much it for the month ahead. Don't worry, everybody's gotten the same spiel, so you're like, ugh. You know, for the most part, to be honest with you, all the planets that are moving out of Taurus and into Gemini, it's a lot of celebrating a lot of your accomplishments. It's a lot of spending time with good friends, good family, and having a good time. It's the second part of the month when planets start dipping into your 12th house, where there is a period of rest and reflection prior to coming into your birthday season. So enjoy all like the socializing and those aspects. Just realize that you're not going to be on the same page as everybody, and you might be kind of cherry picking some friends that you want to hold on to and other ones that you want to kind of get rid of. The card that I get for you is the Moon card, which is funny because it's like very much about being like, there's some stuff here that doesn't seem right. I don't know if the Moon card is talking about just this awareness that comes to you around the time of the new or the full moon. I don't know if it's talking more about when transits go through the 12th house and you're reevaluating and reflecting on emotions, your home, and your feelings. But I can tell you that the Moon talks about things that come out of the blue that we don't see coming, and it talks about our intuition and what our intuition is telling us, where there is a need for some kind of change. So my advice is listen to your intuition this month. Pay attention to the lunar cycles. I definitely think that's going to give you some kind of insight. Even the new moon in Gemini, which is wonderful for meeting with new people, is in a square to Saturn. So it is saying that you have to kind of listen to your intuition and learn when to be like, you know what? I don't really know how I feel about this connection, or I don't think I can invest in this thing, or I don't know if I trust this person. And the need, because you can't see so clearly, I think with the Neptune squares, to really pay attention to your intuition, okay? Good luck, Leo. I hope that's helpful. And I will catch you back here next month as some of you guys are coming into your birthday season in July. I'll see you then. We've got Virgo and Virgo rising. What's going on, Virgo? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to June of 2024. This is going to be your horoscope for the month ahead. You guys know me. I'm going to talk to you all about Mercury stuff first before we get into the thick of things, because we have a number of Mercury aspects in the sky. So anytime you hear Mercury, square, or Mercury trine, or Mercury Cazimi, that's really important for you because you are ruled by Mercury. So the first thing that I think about is that when the month kicks off, Mercury is actually in its domicile, moving through Gemini, and it is very comfortable in the 10th house. So there is going to be this focus like the first half of the month with work, reputation, business meetings, connections, communications, like talking to people in a professional sense. It's just very busy. And then 2, you're going to see Mercury leave on the 17th and move into Cancer, where it's going to be in your 11th house of friends, connections, organizations, and socializing. So many planets at the first half of the month, really the first 3 weeks, are moving through Gemini in your 10th house of career and reputation. New jobs, raises, second jobs, some kind of recognition, some kind of expansion happening in your status or in your professional life is happening this month. It's very likely, and it's kind of hard to miss with just so many planets in the 10th house. So this is a big career time for you. The one thing that you really want to watch for is going to be when Mercury is having positive aspects, like, Mercury conjunct Venus, Mercury making a trine to Pluto, things like that. These are going to be positive. We are going to see that there is going to be 2 lunations this month that I want to touch on. The first one is going to be on June the 6th, where you have a new moon taking place in the sign of Gemini in your 10th house of career and reputation. This will be at 16 degrees and it will be in conjunction to Venus. Venus is the ruler of your 2nd house of money and also the 9th house of travel and education. Some of you guys will be looking for new jobs or will be deciding to change the direction in where you're working. You'll go into education, you'll go into publishing. You may decide that you're spending money on training or going back to school. There may also be opportunities for you guys to get a raise or a boost in your income from this transit. It can take 6 months for it to fully transpire, so just be mindful of that. But the Cazimi is positive for indicating that there's going to be more pleasure and more resources in your future professional endeavors. There will be some squares to Saturn, so this does mean that some of the growth happening with your status will come at the cost of making changes or altercations with relationships. It can mean you cut certain people off, you're cutting off certain counselors and therapists, or maybe you're deciding that you're needing to prioritize your career over your relationships. Some of you guys might have a change in your status where you go from being in a relationship to being single, or from being single to being in a relationship. You can see some disgruntled partners with this square though. So even though things are going really well for you professionally, it may be at the cost of some challenges with your relationship. Then we're going to see on the 21st of the month, there will be a full moon in Capricorn. This will be in your 5th house of romance, children, creativity, and self-expression. A full moon here can produce things like pregnancies, major decisions in relationships, events involving your children or romantic partners, taking chances, self-employment themes, and just your overall happiness and joy. Capricorn is known as another earth sign, so it will trine your sun, moon, or rising if you're an early degree Virgo or Virgo rising. Basically, a full moon in the 5th house is generally pretty sweet. It can be about I love yous and falling in love and epic date nights. It can be about launching businesses and having lots of playtime and creativity. Next month, we will actually see a blue moon, which is going to be a second full moon that's going to be taking place at the end of July, which will also be in Capricorn. And then later in the year, Pluto will retrograde back to your 5th house in Capricorn. So it's obvious that the cosmos really want us to focus on the 5th house for you. And the ruler of this house is Saturn, and it's in your 7th house of relationships. So it can mean that if you're single, the cosmos are like, get out there, date, find somebody, fall in love. If you're in a relationship, it can mean that you're really asking yourself, am I still in love with this person? Is this working? Do I enjoy this connection? Should there be something more? Could there be somebody better? And if you're in a committed relationship and, you want to take things to the next level, like, okay, should we get married? Should we be having a kid? These things will come up. I think that, for the most part, the 5th house ruler in the 7th, it can mean that you're bringing in partners of true love, but you have to work on it. It can mean that you can have, children with partners that you're with. It's going to take a lot of work, right, and commitment to that person. But I do think that there's something that you need to be really focusing on when it comes to matters of the heart during the time of this full moon. And it does involve another person. It can be a karmic relationship with Saturn in the 7th. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the transits for the month ahead. I'm going to go in order, and I'm going to tell you the same things I told the other signs. Chef's kiss astrology, like the first 5 days of the month. Okay, so this is why I put out this early for you guys, so you guys can make the most of these time periods. It's especially strong actually for people who are ruled by Mercury. So you and Gemini, I think, are going to benefit the most from these transits at the beginning of the month. However, we're going to see a period like from the 8th and the 9th, the 11th and the 14th, and the 16th through the 20th that are going to be challenging. We are going to see a number of transits that are going to keep repeating the same thing. We'll see planets that are going to trine certain places. We're going to see planets that are going to square certain places. Trines are good, yummy energy where there's lots of free-flowing information and things expanding. Squares are annoying. They're challenging. They're going to be met with a lot of delays, a lot of setbacks, and a lot of issues with visibility later in the month. So make the most of the first week and get as much stuff as you can done, or initiate things during that time period to make it a little bit easier later in the month of June. So we've got the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and these are transits that catch my eye that I find extremely positive, especially for you Virgos, because we are going to be seeing Jupiter trine Pluto, Mercury trine Pluto, and then Mercury will conjunct Jupiter while the Sun is Cazimi with Venus. So on the 2nd, we see Jupiter in your career zone, trining and making aspects to Pluto in your daily routine work and habits. Likely you're moving to a bigger office. You're finding out that there is some new staff that's coming in. There is a new schedule that comes through that you like. There is some major change to your daily routine, your habits, and also your work that is making you feel more positive and more optimistic and excited about the future. This can also be a time where you get a job offer, or you go to a meeting, or you go to an interview, and it's setting the stage for some good news that's coming down the road. This can also be positive for like new departments and new staff that are coming in as well. Healthier habits and feeling more in control. Jupiter does rule partnerships as well as home and family. So it can be about like feeling in control of like what's going on with home and family dynamics and relationships as well. Then we're going to see on the 3rd of the month, Mercury will trine Pluto. So Mercury is you, right? You're ruled by Mercury, and it's in your 10th house and is trining Pluto, which means you're calling the shots about some change on the work front. You're feeling more in control when it comes to your habits and your reputation and your daily routine. You're communicating very effectively. Maybe you're the person who's letting people know, okay, we need to hire more staff for this department. All right, we're going to be, making this change. And like you're somehow kind of a part of this in some way. 10th house transits, especially like Jupiter transits or like Mercury in the 10th house, can be about managing and overseeing things. You can be overseeing a staff and like managing some changes going on in a professional sense, but you're feeling very empowered. Really a great time for problem solving with Mercury trine Pluto. So if things need to be fixed or organized or put together or installed, it's a good time for you to do it. Then on the 4th of the month, you're going to see Mercury conjunct Jupiter and Gemini. So you are Mercury, Jupiter is other people. For some of you guys, it can be like a match made in heaven professionally, a new client that comes in that's very lucrative, a new partnership that's emerging at work, a new status like a new boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, or wife. But it can also be a time where you meet somebody at work, okay? You can meet somebody at work with this transit, because during the very same day, the Sun in Gemini will conjunct Venus in Gemini. So it can mean that's like somebody new gets hired at work and you're like, oh, who is that guy? Like introduce them to me, and you start talking and it ends up being like your future partner. So watch for love at work. That can definitely happen here. And also just like really good news pertaining to your status and your reputation. I'm really liking the first week or so for you guys. Okay, so here's where things get salty. On the 8th of the month, we're going to see Venus in your 10th house square Saturn. So it can be somebody that you're like interested in, and they're like, yeah, but like you're taken, or you're like, you have a girlfriend, or you have a boyfriend, or you're married, and you're like, oh, don't do that to me, and you may very well be intertwined with another person, and they can be like, no. There can also be a sense of feeling rejected by certain people. It can be a time where it's more difficult to get along with like women at work or superiors at work, where it's just you feel like you're trying to kind of appease them and there's no making them happy. Then on the 9th of the month, you have the Sun in Gemini square Saturn in Pisces. So then the Sun in the 10th house is about bosses and your direction and like where you're taking responsibility, and like there's like a lot going on in your professional life, and it's kind of hindering or challenging relationships. So you might feel like relationships are taking a back burner to everything that you're doing at work and in your career, and that there are some delays and setbacks because of that in your personal life. Or partners that are feeling disgruntled because they're not getting what they need because you're really focusing on what's going on with your career. That can happen as well. You know, Saturn and Pisces can be in need. So there can also be things going on with your partners where they're, you know, having health problems or mental health issues, or there's challenges with, you know, feeling confident, or they're kind of dealing with some kind of setback. And it's like you having to step up and being like, okay, I'm here. What do you need? How can I help you? You know, how can I help take care of you? Because Pisces can be a little bit of a damsel in distress. So there can be like major turning points in relationships where now they're leaning on you more and they need more from you. That's possible. All right, so then we are going to see on the 11th of the month, Mars, which is now in Taurus, moving through your 9th house of education, travel, law, legality, your belief system. It's squaring off with Pluto. So it seems like there's some conflict revolving around work scheduling and traveling. It seems like there's some conflict between what your beliefs are about what you can do and then the reality of your work habits or health situations. Not a time to be rushing through things, not a time also to be trying to force booking traveling or trips. You may feel like work is getting in the way of something that you're trying to plan or something that you're trying to do. Because Mars rules your 3rd house of short distance trips, traveling, documents and communication, and changes and transformations. So there can be some back and forth with trying to figure out a way to like create time to kind of escape the office and get out and do something. But yeah, also just be mindful that there can be accidents that can be coming up that can result in like lawsuits or like legal things revolving around accidents, especially in the workplace. Then we're going to see on the 14th of the month, a Mercury Cazimi. So the sun rules your 12th house of the subconscious, and Mercury obviously is you, and it's in the 10th house. So it looks like there's getting ready to be some big reveal. Either where you're telling the world, I quit my job and this is the new position that I'm taking, or I quit my job and this is the business I'm launching, or surprise, you know, like I'm getting married, or I'm going to be a parent, like something like that can be kind of coming up that you're alerting the world to. This can also be where you're kind of blindsided and some kind of news comes out about work that you did not see coming. And I say that because the sun rules your 12th house. Now, I will say with like Mercury being in the 10th house, with Jupiter being in the 10th house, let's say a job ends. Sometimes a Jupiter transit can bring an ending of something. A job ends, but then it's like, boom, something amazing, you know, appears and becomes like available. Or maybe you're the one who's telling people like, I accepted a new position, I quit. And then it's like, surprise. So something like that can kind of happen with the Cazimi. This isn't about a moment of awareness and epiphany that something is ending and something new is beginning. But generally it's considered pretty positive, to be honest with you. And then we have some more tricky transits, the 16th, 17th, and the 20th of June. Several planets are going to move through Gemini in your career zone, and they are going to square Neptune in your relationship zone. Neptune is lost at sea. It is either delusional or missing in action or going through its own crisis or having issues with addiction or having issues with communication. It can be hiding sometimes. So as we see planets go through the 10th house, where we want to feel like we want to share this news with the world, or we want it to be public, or we want to focus on our reputation or our careers in some way, it's not receiving a lot of support from Neptune, basically, is what I'm getting at. So with Neptune squares, there can be illusions, there can be miscommunications, there can be ghosting, people who are not available for stuff, so on and so forth. So there can be some sense of disappointment of not getting the support that you need from people, or feeling like you're having a lot of success, but it's coming at the cost of not having a partner or not having a social life or not getting out there and like kind of meeting people. So it's kind of bittersweet. The first transit you're going to see is Venus in the 10th house square Neptune. And that can literally be about, okay, changes are happening on the work front, especially when it comes to your salary or finances, and you're questioning like, you know, is it gonna go well? Some of you guys might experience your business get sold, and it gets sold to like another company. And so like there is like a new company coming in, and you're like, Am I going to keep my job? Are they going to, treat the employees well? Like, how many people are they going to let go of? Are they onboarding, people from their company? So there can be a lot of questions about how this merger, this change is going to go down. So that can be one way of looking at it. There can also be questions about long-term goals when it comes to your reputation and your relationships, and whether or not your career and how you're navigating your career is like actually creating the space for a relationship to thrive, and vice versa. It can be if there's too much focus on relationship and if there's not enough focus on career. Then you're going to see on the 17th of the month, Mercury will square Neptune. Okay, so that means that you may have a difficult time communicating or relating to other people, or sharing some of the changes that's going on with your work with your partner. So let's say you do get laid off, or a job changes, or something happens and you're like, I don't know if I want to tell my partner this, they're going to freak out about it. That could happen. Mercury also deals with, you. So it's about you finding it difficult to connect, to communicate, or relate to people who are foreign to you. So it can mean that you're working in a new location, in a new office, and you're like, I don't know anybody. This is weird. Like, how do I know that I'm going to get along with these people? So it can be something as simple as that. Then you're going to see on the same day, Mercury will conjunct Venus in Cancer. So Mercury and Venus will move into the 11th house, which means that at least there is some refuge in a way with like friends or family. So, maybe you're going through a lot of changes going on at work or with relationships, and your friends are like, come over, like, let's have dinner, like, let's talk about it, like, blow off some steam. You'll have some support that's coming from friends or family with this transit. When Venus is in the 11th house, there's good friends, good family, good collaborations, get-togethers, meals, parties, and Mercury will be in this house as well. So you're more focusing on kind of connecting with other people and team building exercises. So blowing off some steam with some good friends can be helpful here. Finally, on the 20th of the month, the Sun in Gemini will square Neptune in the 10th house. And that can basically mean, like, with all these planets going in the 10th house, you're taking matters into your own hands. Like, you're feeling like you're kind of in the driver's seat of your own life. And you're like, I am focusing on my career, the direction where my life is going. I want to feel more in control. I want to feel more like I have a say in things, and I'm like managing things. And I'm not waiting for other people to make a decision or tell me what's going on or whatever. Like, I'm, taking matters into my own hands. So there can be this feeling of like really showing up and like being a boss right now, and other people can, not be as helpful or not be as capable or not be as available, but you have to keep moving forward anyway. Watch for issues when it comes to long-term like relationships, and whether or not you guys are on the same page with where you're actually going, because there can be a sense of not getting a lot of clarity from other people. And then finally, you're going to see on the 29th of the month, Saturn will go retrograde in your 7th house. So it's interesting that you're going to have like 2 full moons in the 5th house of dating, and Saturn's going retrograde in your 7th, where you have to reevaluate your long-term relationship goals and where you're going with partnerships. Whether you're in a relationship or not, Saturn in the 7th house wants to have you focus on that. As we get to later this year, in the fall, we're going to start having eclipses in Pisces in the 7th house, leading to the North Node moving into your 7th house, Pisces, in 2025. So there's so many signs here that's like, what's going on with relationships? What are you doing? How are you meeting people? Who are you connecting with? And it can be frustrating having Saturn and Neptune in the 7th house, where relationships are hard to find, but it can also be that you're finding people who are like mentally having issues, drug issues. There could be honesty issues. There could be people who hide a little bit, but you can also find people with Saturn and Neptune who are fishermen, and they're into water sports, and they meditate, and they're into spirituality, or they're into mysticism, and like Stoicism. Like, there can be positive manifestations of this. So you want to be mindful of what kind of like Saturn Neptune energy you're kind of bringing into your life that you're manifesting. And just having Jupiter going into your 10th house as well is definitely an indication of a status change. So the writing's kind of on the wall for a lot of Virgo risings. You're coming into like really big life-changing moments when it comes to committed relationships, and you're stepping up and kind of manning the ship, right? Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you guys, giving you some of those insights. Be mindful of the timing, especially when Mercury is squaring stuff. That's where it's going to be a little bit more difficult for you. Let's see what the cards say for you this month. You get the 9 of Pentacles. Strong, independent woman or man, depending on who you are. But certainly this is a woman who is a well-kept woman. She works hard, she plays hard, she's able to provide for herself and have all of the things that she wants because she makes it happen. So I love this for like luxury. I love this for indulging. I love this also for, you know, creating your own fortune. So I think with all the planets going through your 10th house right now, there definitely is a sense of being like, yes, I want growth. I want more, you know, I want to kind of have a stronger reputation, a better job, something that's better paying. I want to be more easily recognized or, you know, seen for my value. And I want to get paid for it as well. I think with like the South Node going through the second house, there's a lot of what you're willing to kind of let go of, but now there is opportunities for gains, and you will see that now, and you'll also see this in the fall. But it's a good indication of financial security, being able to get what you want, being able to live life comfortably, and being super, I think, self-sufficient and making your dreams kind of happen. Really good for money and wealth accumulation with this card. So you guys will have to let me know what happens in this next month. And I will catch you guys back here next time. What's up, Libra and Libra rising? Welcome to your June 2024 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. Excited to talk to you all about what's going on this month. Obviously, you know, I'm going to talk to you first about what's going on with Venus. So you're ruled by Venus. Whatever Venus is doing is really important. We are going to see that Venus is going to be changing signs this month. She will be leaving Gemini and going into the sign of Cancer, where she will be transiting your career and reputation zone. Now, you're going to want to be paying attention to when we hear about Venus or Saturn squares. Those are going to be probably some of the most important transits this month, as that will be impacting you a little bit more so strongly. Those dates are going to be on the 8th, when Venus in Gemini in your 9th house is squaring Saturn. I'll talk about what that can mean, but just be mindful that Venus square Saturn, Venus square Neptune. Be really careful with investments, transfer of money and resources. These are not best days to be doing anything cosmetic, anything that requires changes to your body, your appearance, your hair, anything like that, okay? And then we're going to see Venus that is going to come into a square with Neptune. That will be on the 16th. So those are the two more challenging periods for you this month. We will see Venus enter into the sign of Cancer, and that will be with Mercury around the 16th and the 17th of June. And then it's a very different energy for you guys. Now this month we're going to have two lunations. On the 6th of the month, we are going to be seeing that there will be a new moon in the sign of Gemini in your 9th house. Now, Gemini is a fellow sister air sign, so if you happen to have any placements around, I would say 15, 16, 17 degrees of of Libra, sun, moon, or rising, you'll be experiencing trines to that particular placement. Air trines are communicative, they are social, they are free, there is something fluid, and it's about information and connection and kind of, having a little bit more freedom when it comes to things. You're going to notice at the beginning of the month, there is a very strong signature in Gemini in your 9th house. And the 9th house is about things like higher education, like college, meeting with teachers, mentors, people who help you with advertising or law or legality, things connecting to also travel, international travel, and your belief system. So mentors, teachers, and gurus can come through this particular house. So, what you're going to be finding is that this is a new moon that's particularly interesting because it's going to be obviously in a sister air sign, so it's harmonious with your sign, but it's also going to be a conjunction to Venus. So we're going to see that the sun, moon, and Venus will all be around 16 degrees. So there's going to be a Venus Cazimi that will be kind of taking place right around then. Basically what this means is there is some new emergence of something that's happening for you. So you may be a Libra, sun, moon, or rising who is traveling during this time. You may be meeting a new mentor. You may be, starting an education program or teaching an education program or writing or publishing something. Venus Cazimis are considered to be a time where Venus is being reborn in the heart of the sun. So it may be that you are focusing more on higher mind, information, knowledge, philosophy, and belief system type of topics. The only downside to this new moon, with Venus being in conjunction, which is positive, with Mercury being in its domicile, which is positive, is that we are going to see some squares to Saturn. So it does say, well, I want to travel, but how do I find the time? I want to publish a book, but how do I develop the skills? I want to be able to, go back to college, but, how do I make changes to my current working schedule with the squares to Saturn? So there's going to be some scheduling, some timing hang-ups, some issues with pets maybe in traveling, some issues also with getting work done or dealing with health stuff and trying to navigate that through a different perspective or frame of mind. Then we will see on the 21st of the month, there will be a full moon in the sign of Capricorn. This will be taking place on the 21st at 1 degrees of Capricorn. So if you're an early degree Libra rising, the first couple degrees, you're going to feel the square to your ascendant sun or moon. What can I say about this? Well, basically when we have a full moon in the 4th house for you, it brings big completions and conclusions in regards to your home, your family, your place of origin, your roots, right? The past. It can also be about your roommates or your family, depending on who you live with. And this is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn is hanging out in your natal 6th house. So this month we see a full moon at 1 degree. Next month we're going to see a full moon at 29 degrees, conjunct Pluto, and then Pluto will be retrograding back into Capricorn later this year. When I put all those things together, it really spells out for Libras, hey, we need to go back into the 4th area of our life. We need to kind of figure out what we need to come to terms with, complete, finish, organize, and take better care of. So Capricorn is a sign that is ruled by Saturn. So it does require a lot of hard work, responsibility, and commitment. Timing is like a theme here. And so it can mean that it is time to make big decisions about your home or your living situation. It is time to finally decide where you want to live or buy a home, or that it's time to, renovate your home, or that it's time to move back home. There could be more emphasis on your parents or on, where you come from. And Saturn is in your 6th house of health, daily routine. So you could just feel like there's this never-ending laundry list of things you have to get done at work, from home. So if you work from home, or if you work in real estate, or if you have a family business, it's a lot of work to do. You might feel like there's this constant organizing your home, cleaning, cooking, that kind of stuff. And it can also mean that you're taking better care of your mental, emotional health through better health and habits. So that seems to be the focus with that full moon, but you'll see another one that's coming next month. All right. So let's go ahead and get into the transits for the month. I've broken these up into kind of like little pockets. So you're going to see several times throughout the month where you're going to see similar transits. I bunched them together just because they're going to be so similar that you'll see something around that time kind of reflect some of what I'm seeing in your chart. So as I told the rest of the signs, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, of June are some of the best transits all month long. You are going to see a number of trines between planets in Gemini and planets in Aquarius. So you're going to see some kind of harmonious action of the higher mind energy with Pluto in your 5th house of creativity, self-expression, children, and also your love life. So something really harmonious is kind of coming together right around the first week or so in your chart. This can be a time where you are traveling. This can be a time where you are having good relations with in-laws. This can be a time where you are planning a vacation. It can be where kids are going to school or traveling in some way, and it can be positive. Because, we're going to see Jupiter expanding the 9th house of faith, belief, philosophy, and education with Pluto in the 5th house. So you might feel like, well, I'm willing to spend a little bit more money to learn how to do this creative skill or to go on this vacation. And it's about, really investing in things that are going to make me feel more creative or happier. Then on the 3rd of the month, you'll see Mercury in the 9th house trining Pluto in Aquarius. So this could be about powerful conversations that you have about matters of the heart. It could be conversations that you have involving children or younger people or romantic partners. It can also be really enhancing something about your creative skills. So you might meet a teacher, or there's a program or something that comes in that helps you when it comes to creativity. Then on the 4th of the month, we will see Mercury conjunct Jupiter in the sign of Gemini. This will be bringing some kind of good news. So it can be good news when it comes to college admissions, getting the green light on publishing a book, making some kind of announcement about some kind of new project or something that you're teaching or something that you're going to be, promoting. Mercury rules the 9th as well as the 12th house. So it might be something that's like bringing in, people from all over the world, bringing in people who you may be connecting with in different cultures or different countries. And it can also be really good news for anything involving studies or something that can be more metaphysical, spiritual, because of that connection with Mercury in your 12th house. Something that shifts your belief or your philosophy. So it could also be that there's a dream, or maybe you meet with like a teacher, or you meet with like a reader of some kind who gives you some insight into something that changes your belief system in some way, in a positive way. Very same day on the 4th, the sun will conjunct Venus in Gemini. So the sun is about some kind of celebration or something positive or something pertaining to your goals or your friendships. And Venus, so it might mean that you're traveling and you're meeting a friend, or that you're connecting with people while you're on the road, or that you're planning some kind of trip so you can meet with others, and it's some positive kind of collaboration or get together. On the 8th and the 9th, these are some of the tricky transits. So you will have Venus in Gemini in the 9th house squaring Saturn in Pisces. So to me, this seems like wanting to enjoy traveling and the pleasure of, friends, or going out and doing things, or taking courses or classes, or traveling, and kind of hitting a snag when it comes to scheduling or timing. So not a good day for trying to start a new habit or routine, not a good day for traveling, not a good day also for trying to squeeze too much into your schedule if you're trying to juggle working and also taking some kind of course or class. There can also be some hangups with travel and pets. Obviously, Saturn in your 6th house is bringing up issues pertaining to busy work, issues with coworkers, and also some challenges with your health. So this can be a time where you're trying to kind of find a remedy to something, and you're having to get outside of your usual ways of health and healing, and maybe you're looking into a new modality. Then on the 9th, you're going to see the sun in Gemini square Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so the sun in the 9th house squaring Saturn is making it difficult for you to travel and go and meet people. You might get an offer or somebody says, hey, come out of town with me. And you're like, I have too much work on my plate. I can't swing it with my schedule. Or somebody is saying, hey, there is this workshop I want to go and catch. Do you want to come with me? And you're like, I can't get out of work. There's something that's keeping you from being able to expand and travel. And I would just say pay attention. Because we will see Jupiter square some similar placements this year. So you're going to kind of get familiar with like when you can do things and when you can't do things. And whether this is how your schedule or your health is limiting you from being able to do that, it's trying to teach you to come up with like new ways of learning, expanding, communicating with other people. You may find that you can take some of these courses or classes without physically traveling. You can also find that maybe you're entertaining the ideas of like going on shorter trips rather than on longer trips, and that might be an easier way for you to travel. But the 8th and the 9th are times where something is not resonating between your schedule and travel in some way. Then on the 11th of the month, we're going to see Mars going through your 8th house in the sign of Taurus, coming into a square with Pluto. So Pluto in the 5th house, taking chances, changes and transformations on self-expression, but also on investments. And Pluto, Mars squares can be very testy. We spend money in the 2nd house and it comes to be due, whether that's taxes or whether that's like loans that we have to pay or credit card bills in the 8th house. Simple advice, don't risk money you don't have. Don't spend money you don't have. Don't go charging up stuff that you feel like you're not going to be able to pay for. I feel like with Mars being in the 8th house, it's really good for sex and pleasure and intimacy. And it can also be a good time where if money is owed to you, you can get it back. But don't go risking money that you don't quite physically have yet. And this can be a time where there can be some intensity between you and partners in regards to how money is being spent. And this is where we can get a little too risky with money and we can be taking some chances that are like not necessary. Pressure revolving around expenses from self-employment, tax-related matters, and also expenses relating to children. On the 14th of the month, we're going to see Mercury Cazimi in the sign of Gemini. So that will be Mercury coming into conjunction with the sun. It's a superior aspect. This can be about some level of awareness or an epiphany or some kind of announcement that you're making to a group. This will be taking the 11th house lord and putting it into the 9th, and it's going to conjunct the sun. What do I like about this? I like that this can be a time where you're realizing what direction you're going in with education, what direction you're going in with courses or classes, or with a marketing campaign, or with a trip that you're planning. This can also be a time where there is like a really prominent teacher, mentor, or guru who enters into your life. So Cazimis usually go hand in hand with some kind of like download or some kind of an epiphany. So that's cool. And then on the 16th, 17th, and 20th, these are challenging aspects. We're going to have some squares to Neptune, which can be confusing. Now, here's what you want to be mindful of. We're going to see planets going through the 9th house, travel, education, higher, mind, belief system, philosophy. And then we're going to have squares to Neptune in the 6th house, which represents basically a confusing energy. Neptune is now at 29 degrees, so it represents periods of having changes with mental health, changes with physical health, wavering kind of energy levels, where there are time periods where you want to get stuff done and other times where you can't. And so I feel like because this is going through the 9th house, which can be more optimistic, it'll be fine, it'll work out. We want to be mindful that there can be some blind spots with just being too overly enthusiastic about realistically what we have time and do not have time for. One thing that kind of comes to mind is that the first planet that's going to square Neptune is Venus. And so you are Venus. So Venus squaring Neptune is kind of like, you might be like, yeah, I have time to swing in this trip, or I have time to catch that flight, or, maybe I can take several weeks away from work or whatever. And you're going to realize like where it's actually not going to work for you first. That'll be on the 16th. And then on the 17th, you'll see Mercury square Neptune. So that's going to be like, wait a second, maybe it's not good timing. And then on the 20th, the sun in Gemini will square Neptune. And that's going to be about whether or not it's working for other people. Like, let's say you're trying to schedule a retreat, or you're trying to schedule traveling with friends, or maybe you're trying to schedule something with your in-laws or whatever. Like, there's going to be lots of scheduling issues. There's going to be issues where it's not working for everybody. And I do not recommend scheduling stuff during the 16th through the 20th, both doing it, but also scheduling things, because there could be some blind spots and some things that you do not see. Trust me on this. Then on the 29th, you are going to see Saturn go retrograde in Pisces. So just about a week or so after the full moon in Capricorn, the first one, Saturn turns retrograde until mid-November in your 6th house of health and habits and daily routine, where you are reevaluating how much work am I getting done? What is my purpose? What's my direction? How can I be better about my health and my wellness, and so on and so forth. Just some food for thought. Right? So it's like, I'm not even into June yet, and I'm already seeing some of these things as a Libra rising, just to give you guys some feedback. I know that I have more courses and classes and things that I'm in the process of planning right now. And I'm waiting for some of these transits just to make sure realistically, yes, I can swing it with some of my schedule, because I've had some scheduling changes. I've also had some changes to my lifestyle stuff, which I'm really sticking to. And it does affect my schedule. So I'm looking at this going yeah, sure, I can, pull off all of these courses or these webinars or these things. But realistically, with other trips that I have planned and other things I have going on in my life, I want to make sure, can I do it? Equally, I've seen some of the squares that have already happened between the 9th house and the 6th house. And it's been about trying to schedule and get everything in order to travel while having an animal and having a pet that I have to keep with me. So having to go on a several day, trip from one state to another, and taking my dog has very much been these long drives, right, Gemini, and Saturn in the 6th house, dealing with like a very needy pet. So just giving you guys some feedback. All in all, I do think that the Cazimi that's taking place with Venus and that new moon is very positive for you guys. So there's a focus on really, focusing on what you love, making time for what you love, traveling to see the things that you love, studying the things that you love, teaching, learning, publishing, all of that stuff seems to be a huge focus for you this month. Okay. So let's see what the cards say for you, my Libras. You get the Wheel of Fortune. I love this. I love this because the Wheel of Fortune for me has this really strong kind of connection to Jupiter, and it has this really strong connection also to the 9th house. where fortune is in your favor. So like, yeah, you're seeing some squares that you're going to experience to Saturn and Neptune, but you may have an excellent mentor or teacher. You may have an amazing lesson. You may have an amazing journey, and it's worth all of the navigating, the planning, you know, sometimes even the setbacks, some of the things that kind of come up. This is about fortune being in your favor. This is about the odds going in your favor. This is about good things happening. And the universe kind of intervening and bringing you something really positive in the process. So I think a lot of this may be some of the trines that you're seeing from Jupiter to Pluto, or from like Mercury to Pluto at the beginning of the month. I do think that your perspective and your belief system about joy, art, creativity, children, dating, all of these things are changing in a very positive way. And so it's about being able to help you open up and be more creative, expressive, and optimistic about your future. And the Wheel of Fortune is definitely the card to help you do that. So good luck, my Libras and Libra risings. I'll catch you guys back here next month. Let me know how this month goes for you. We've got Scorpio and Scorpio rising. What's going on, Scorpio? Welcome to your June 2024 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about the month ahead. You know, I'm going to talk all about what's going on with Mars and Pluto. We're going to get that off, right off the bat. So let's get into it. So first things first, we are going to see a number of trines to Pluto this month. This is very fortuitous for you, my Scorpio risings, because Pluto is your modern day ruler. Pluto, which represents you, is retrograde in your 4th house, which means you're reevaluating something about your home, your family, your foundation, your roots, where you come from. Maybe you were thinking about moving. Maybe you're transforming something about your existing home. Maybe you're reflecting on the past. There's big dramatic changes happening for you on the home front. Some with your parents, some with your living situation, some in regards to your goals for the future. Now, when you see trines to Pluto, that means that you are being benefited in some way, okay? Something good is coming your way. So you will see the Mercury and also Jupiter trine Pluto this month. Full disclosure, the first 5 days of the month are the best days of the month. That's really what you want to be using for most everything if you can, or at least initiating things those days. When you see Jupiter trining Pluto, there is some joint resources, shared resources. There is money from other people, money from investments, money from inheritance, money from spouses, money that can come from tax or insurance related things that are benefiting and helping you change and transform your home. This can be coming from uncles, cousins, siblings, okay? Or some letters, conversations, documents, mail that's giving you information about changes in regards to your home and family. Then you're going to see Mercury trining that, and that is the ruler of your 8th house of other people's resources and goals. So it can mean that you're talking to your partner more about investments and money, what your goals are, how you're able to change and transform your invested income, and help transform your home base. Okay, so those are two very, very strong transits for you. The other thing you're going to want to watch for, and this is going to be closer to the 11th, is Mars. Well, first of all, on the 8th of the month, Mars is changing signs. So let's just start there. Mars is your traditional ruler, okay? It rules your 1st house of the self and body. It's leaving the 6th house where it's been all work, like day in and day out, like sweating your ass off, getting stuff done, focusing on your health, healing things, moving through injuries. Now Mars is going into your 7th house of relationships. So it's turning up the heat, bringing attention to relationships and partnerships. Mars doesn't always do well in the 7th house, but I will say that because Mars is you, it can mean that there is just more action, dedication, devotion, friction, speeding up with other people. Can be good for sexy time, can be challenging for getting along with people. What you're going to want to watch for is, Mars will square Pluto. So you've got both of your planetary rulers that are going to be combative towards each other. Mars in the 7th house can bring kind of squabbles and conflict with partners, and it's going to square Pluto, which can mean that there is some conflict going on within relationships that you have to other people. And something about your home and your living situation. So what could usually be a, I don't like those curtains, let's change them, basic conversation can turn to like a full-blown blowout that you have with a spouse about, a situation that's going on at home. It can also be conflicts over money, Mars and Taurus, okay? And, how much money is being spent or kind of like put towards home or family or living situations. This is the time that you just don't want to be combative with other people, especially with people who you manage finances with, especially with spouses or romantic partners, because there can be some issues there. So just be mindful of that with that particular square, that there can be friction between relationships and home and family dynamics. All right, so let's talk, before we get into the rest of the transits, let's talk a little bit about the lunations this month, okay? So we're going to see on the 6th of June, there will be a new moon in Gemini taking place in your natal 8th house. You'll notice at the beginning of the month, until about the 3rd week of June, that there is just a huge presence of planets in your 8th house of Gemini, where it's about changing and transforming the mind, how you communicate, your joint resources. I think it's going to be about changing the way that you think and then changing the way that you communicate with other people. This is also about taxes, inheritances, other people's money, joint resources, and anything connected to money owed. Anyway, you got some really nice planets in this 8th house. Jupiter is expanding your wealth here. The sun is highlighting on merging and transforming with another. Mercury is helping you talk about it, and Venus is bringing some kind of wealth and support. So people can be very generous with you. There can be a sense of you really focusing on growing your joint resources and assets with another person. But a new moon here is having you focus on setting new intentions when it comes to change, transformation, and merger. Ruled by Mercury, Mercury will be in this house. It will be trine Pluto, so it's helping you talk about long-term plans when it comes to changing your resources and your home. This will also be a new moon that will have a Venus Cazimi. So Venus will be conjunct the sun at the time of this new moon. Sun, moon, Venus, all in the sign of Gemini. So Venus rules your 7th house of relationships and the 12th house of what's hidden and unseen. So this is an indication that you are really working on clearing out old relationship karma, letting go of any doubts or any fears or hesitations about relationships and intimacy, and setting intentions about having conversations about going deep with other people. That will be at 16 degrees, okay? Then on the 21st of the month, we are going to have a full moon. This will be in Capricorn. That will be taking place in your 3rd house. So this will be a full moon in Capricorn at 1 degree, so the very first degree of the sign. We are going to see that next month in July, at the end of July, there will be a full moon that's going to be taking place in Capricorn at 29 degrees. Conjunct Pluto, which is your chart ruler. And then later this year, Pluto will retrograde back into the sign of Capricorn. So it's very obvious the cosmos want us to take a look at Capricorn. What is that kind of highlighting in our chart? What do we need to go back, take care of, or work on in some capacity? A full moon in the 3rd house brings things like contracts, communication, short distance trips, changes with vehicles, changes with communication to relatives. Sometimes it deals with learning. It can be about making agreements. It could be about moving. So we have to look at where Saturn is in the chart, and Saturn is the ruler and it's hanging out in your 5th house. About a week after this full moon in Capricorn, Saturn will actually turn retrograde, which means you're re-evaluating something about your love life, your creative business. It can also be about, your children. So it looks like there's going to be big themes revolving around conversations involving kids, talking about moving and your living situation and kids, talking about maybe moving and a romantic partner. Maybe you're meeting somebody online. Maybe you're dating somebody who's younger and you're having a conversation about what you're looking for in relationships. This can also be a time where, you are focusing on launching creative businesses and businesses that are online that need websites. 3rd house can be websites, YouTube channels, blogs, things like that. And it's going to be something that you're creating. So between 2 full moons there and then Pluto retrograding back there, it wants you to totally change and transform something about how you communicate, connect, and share with other people. So be mindful of that full moon. All right, so let's now move to the transits, and I have grouped them into ones that are easier to manage and some that are not. Truth be told, the best transits are going to be the first week of June, so make the most of these transits before you kind of get into some of the ones that are a little bit more dicey. We've got the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of June. We are going to be seeing similar energies where planets in the sign of Gemini are trining Pluto in Aquarius. So this is where I said planets in your 8th house of change and transformation are playing very well with Pluto in your 4th house. Things like you know, let's say like reworking a mortgage on your house, right? You could do that there. Trying to get a better interest rate. You can be looking into changing and transforming something about the money that you and a partner are spending on your home. You can be talking about how you can pull more equity out of something. You can be talking about where you want to sell some of your stocks to, you know, come up with money so you feel like you have more power and control of transforming your home. So first, Jupiter will trine Pluto on the 2nd, and then Mercury will trine Pluto on the 3rd. Look for good communication and opportunities to make transformations with the home, and you'll be talking about this either with a partner, maybe a banking institution, or even a family member. Then on the 4th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Jupiter in your 8th house. And this is an indication that there is going to be some kind of good news about your partner's income. They might inherit some money. They can also, you know, have a boost in their income, or there could be some kind of good news in regards to money, which positively impacts you as well, because Jupiter rules your 2nd house. The very same day, the Sun in Gemini will come into conjunction with Venus. So this is an indication that there is something emerging in regards to your joint resources and the positive impact that this has on your career and on your status. Bringing your money together with another person and growing it in some way can be the theme, or you can be talking about insurance as well. Then on the 8th and the 9th, things get a little tricky. So watch out, because you're going to see 2 planets that are going to square Saturn. The first one will be on the 8th when Venus squares Saturn. The second one will be on the 9th when the Sun squares Saturn. Saturn rules communication, the mind, and learning. It's in your 5th house of children, creativity, and self-expression. There may be some fears or, you know, feeling a little limited when it comes to communicating and talking about matters of the heart, when it comes to talking about investments, when it comes to talking about children or pregnancy. I feel like Venus, because it rules relationships in the square to Saturn, can be some difficulties in terms of relationship changes and impacts involving children. And then the Sun, because it deals with your career and reputation, and that square to Saturn also says that there is something that's going to be changing about your joint resources, and it's going to have an impact on your career. It's also going to have an impact on how you're making money. Not days to take risks, not days to make big changes. Just wait and see what happens, because a lot of this seems like it's coming from people outside of you. Then we're going to see on the 11th of the month, Mars in Taurus will square Pluto in Aquarius. So Mars in the 7th house can bring partners that can be excited, but also combative, hostile, kind of agitated, short-tempered. And it can be difficult getting along with them and being in the same home or space. And there can be some tension between home and relationships. So watch for that. Then we're going to see on the 14th that there will be a Mercury Cazimi. This is going to be when Mercury, ruler of the 11th house of friends and goals, and also the 8th house of joint resources, aligns with the Sun. This is about some kind of secret, something coming to fruition, some information coming out. It could be an epiphany, it could be a download, or some kind of insight. It could be that it's a conversation, a document, or a letter that is given to you that somehow indicates that there's going to be some change either with your career, your status, or possibly even with your finances. It may be that there was some hidden information that comes to light involving your banking or your joint resources or assets in some way. I will tell you that even though the 8th house is an intense house, you are associated with the 8th house, so I think you can navigate it. You'll be fine. I do think that the Cazimi in itself does seem to kind of indicate where it can be about making some significant changes when it's coming to your home and your family life, and like that being more so the source of some of this like financial shift that's going to be happening. Okay. And then finally, on the 16th, 17th, and the 20th of June, we have some more salty aspects. We will see a number of planets that are moving through Gemini in your 8th house of joint resources come into a square with Neptune in the 5th house. So when we see squares between Neptune and other planets, there is illusions, deceptions, not having clarity, not knowing, being confused, lower energy level, or being kind of gullible. The 5th house is about your love life. It's about children. It's about creativity, self-expression. It's also about investments and taking chances. So the 8th house, to me, it seems that there can be a wealth of resources that are coming in, or that there can be this big push for change and transformation. And you're like, oh my God, how's it going to affect my kids? How's this going to affect my love life? You know, how is this going to be impacting my relationship with myself? Like there is like a sense of something changing. The 8th and the 5th house are financial houses. So the 5th house is about more kind of gambling and taking chances, and the 8th house is about investments. So it can mean that you're kind of taking a risk and making an investment and doing something that you wouldn't typically do, but you're doing it because you see the potential for some kind of long-term gain. The point is that on the 16th of the month, Venus will square Neptune. So it's not a good day for romance and relationships. It's not a good day for money and transactions. On the 17th, Mercury will then square Neptune, and this is a very difficult time for being able to emotionally relate, being vulnerable, sharing information or news with other people. Then on the 20th, the Sun will square Neptune, and this is about a softening and kind of a releasing or letting go, maybe of the ego, maybe it's about embracing change and being more open. On the 17th, we will also see both Mercury and Venus come into conjunction at the last degrees of Gemini and then move into your 9th house in a fellow sister sign. This can mean that whatever change and transformation your mind has been going through, your relationship has been going through, your finances have been going through, you're trying to see at the end of the month, like the light at the end of the tunnel, and you're more optimistic about some of these changes, and you're kind of like facing this with a sense of fearlessness and like wonder, and you're more optimistic about what life can hold. Finally, you will see at the end of the month, closer to the 29th, we will see Saturn turn retrograde in the sign of Pisces. So it'll be turning retrograde at 19 degrees in your 5th house of romance, creativity, and self-expression. So if you've been feeling like it's hard to date, hard to practice self-love, hard to be creative, if there's been setbacks there, the Saturn retrograde can actually make it a little bit easier for you to go back and like reflect on what you do love and what you enjoy participating in, whether it's hobbies, relationships, what have you. You will find that, you know, Saturn will be retrograde until about mid-November, and it'll go direct at 12 degrees. It is in a fellow sister water sign. So if you have anything like 12 to 19 degrees, Scorpio, sun, moon, rising, Saturn is going to be trining that. So it's going to be giving you some kind of stability in, you know, making changes or transformations, right, Scorpio? That's pretty much it for the month. You know, the best advice I can give you with just so many planets in your 8th house is embrace change. Don't be afraid to make changes. And if something's scary, talk about it. Ask questions. Talk about your concerns, your feelings on the matter. You know, this is a time that intimacy is going to be found through transparency, honesty, and direct conversation and communication. So it's really important that you're talking about this stuff. That's the best way to kind of move through some of these changes that are going to be coming in the month ahead. All right, Scorpio, let's take a look. Let's see what card comes up for you. Oh, I get the 6 of Wands. Okay, this is a great card. This is about being successful. This is about basically being able to overcome challenges. 6 of Wands is about like a welcoming party, or being well received, or somebody celebrating how far you've come. So I kind of see this as, you know, some major like coming of age transits. And so some of you guys can be like, yeah, I'm, you know, getting ready to go to college, or I'm, you know, finally graduating, or I'm getting my first job, or, you know, I'm getting married, or I'm having a kid. Like there's big like coming of age things that are going on right now. And the 6 of Wands is about that homecoming and people welcoming you and celebrating you and like championing you for all the changes that you're making. And so the flags can represent that there are big announcements that's coming. It can also represent that there are messages that's coming, because you've got somebody on a horse. So you're getting ready to kind of like let people know about these new changes coming into your life. Can they be scary? Yes, they can. But I feel like this is really positive for a lot of you guys, and this is really testing you when it comes to your communication skills and vulnerability. But get ready to share some good news with other people and to be able to come out on top. Good luck, Scorpio. I will catch you guys back here next month in July. We've got Sagittarius and Sagittarius rising. What's going on, guys? Welcome to your June 2024 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to talk to you about all of these wonderful things happening in the month of June. As many of you guys know, Jupiter has just recently changed signs. It is now in Gemini, so it has moved into your 7th house of relationships, where Jupiter will spend the next year. Good news for all Sagittarius, sun, moon, and risings, whether you're single or partnered. Certainly those of you guys who are single, this month is just off the chain when it comes to meeting people, getting out there, connecting, and being able to fall in love and find a committed relationship. For committed Sagittarius, sun, moon, and risings, it can be a time of going deeper with relationships, traveling more with partners, having lots of new opportunities for new beginnings between you and the one that you love. Now, I talk about Jupiter because Jupiter rules your guys' chart, and here's what I'm going to tell you guys. You're going to have, several trines at the beginning of the month between Jupiter and Pluto. So really the first 5 or 6 days of the month is the best transits all month long. So you will see there will be a couple peppered periods of time where things get kind of sticky. We're going to see lots of mutable squares this month. So I'm just going to tell you in advance that this is going to be a little difficult for the mutable signs because it represents changes. For you, it's going to be between your 4th house of home, where you've got Saturn and Neptune, where there can be some unfinished family business, some problems with home or living situations, responsibilities for parents, karma that you're working through relating to your childhood or your upbringing, and that conflict or the clash between relationships and partnerships and also allies. So there's going to be this whole, do I want to stay in the past or do I want to go into the future? Do I want to stay home or do I want to go out and be with people? You know, do I need to take care of my mom, or like do I have somebody who's telling me that they want to hang out and go on a date? Like literally these are the things that are going to happen. So be mindful that you're kind of getting pulled in different directions. Make the most of the trines between Jupiter and Pluto. I feel like those are some of the most positive transits you're going to see, as well as when we see a Mercury-Jupiter conjunction on the 4th, which can be an indication that if you haven't met somebody, you're about to. Let's start first with the new and the full moons. I want to get those out of the way first. I will tell you that the June 6th new moon in Gemini, okay, make a note of this. This is going to be a new moon for the books for you guys. Because this will be a new moon in your 7th house of relationships. It'll be at 16 degrees. And it's going to be exactly conjunct Venus. So Venus can be about a relationship and can be about love and devotion. Venus rules your 6th house of health, daily routines, pets. So it can be a new moon where you meet somebody and they have a dog or a cat or a pet. It can be a time where you adopt an animal. It can be a time where you bring in new clients. And Venus also connects to the 11th house of friends and goals. So having a new moon in the 7th house is a time where we set intentions. If we are single and we want to mingle and meet somebody, this is what I'm manifesting. This is what I want to bring in. Gemini is about writing and communicating. So make a list of all of the qualities that you would want in a future partner. Write it down, hold on to it. You'll find within 6 months' time, likely that's going to manifest. You'll find that you're in a relationship at some point by the fall. And then 2, we are going to see, even though this is conjunct Venus, which is sweet, it will also square Saturn. So Sag and Sag rising, this means that you either have to get out of the house or out of the past in order to embrace this new beginning that's coming with relationships. You can't be thinking about exes and problems that happened in the past. You can't be harboring those feelings. You can't be letting your family history or what's happened in previous relationships hinder you from moving forward. Equally, this is a time where with Mercury and Jupiter in the same sign, it really wants to bring you into a relationship with someone or something new. If you're not looking for one, that's fine. It'll bring friends, it'll bring allies, it'll bring stronger communication and connection with siblings and neighbors. You might be spending a lot more time maybe with one of your siblings. That can be happening here as well. Then we're going to see on the 21st of the month a full moon in Capricorn. This is a full moon that is going to be taking place in your money house, okay? So I've said this to all the 12 signs, so I'm not just saying this to you, but it can feel a little bit more critical when it comes to money over the next 2 or 3 months. You've got a full moon that will happen in the 2nd house, which is bringing ahead anything in regards to finances, money, and resources, personal self-esteem, and possessions. The ruler is Saturn, and Saturn is in the 4th house, so it's about cost of home and living expenses, what you're having to spend for your home and your family, whether or not you're buying a home, whether or not you're paying for home renovations, costs and expenses relating to parents and family members that you're taking care of as well. Big money stuff, right? So you're going to have a full moon at 1 degree of Capricorn. Next month in July, you're going to have another full moon in Capricorn at 29 degrees, which is going to be making this like a critical degree. So it's going to be saying, okay, now money stuff is really coming up in regards to home and family and living situation. Maybe living expenses are getting tighter. Maybe you're being a little bit more conservative with how you're spending or, what you're consuming. And that particular full moon will be conjunct Pluto in Aquarius, which is retrograding back into Capricorn. The next several months, it's like everybody has to do their Capricorn work. And so I don't know what this means. Maybe you're having to finally get rid of like any hidden money issues you have, any problems you're having with something you're consuming or eating. Maybe you're finally coming and dealing with, self-esteem issues and issues pertaining to like security. Any of those things can be happening, but this is going to be something you're going to be focusing on. So I'm just giving you guys a heads up that it's going to keep coming up starting at the end of this month. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into the transits. Let's talk about what's going to happen. Let's start first with the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So these are some of the best transits of the month where we see planets in Gemini making trines to planets in Aquarius. So we're going to see on the 2nd that Jupiter in your relationship zone is trining Pluto in your communication zone. So whether you're in a relationship or not, really powerful opportunities to communicate very directly with people. You could meet somebody in your local neighborhood. You could meet somebody on an app, on an online dating website. There could be a serious conversation that you have with somebody about long-term, relationship stuff or moving. Equally, Gemini is siblings and is trining Pluto in your 3rd house. So there could be some really significant, powerful conversations you can have with siblings. Then on the 3rd, you're going to see Mercury in Gemini in its home sign trining Pluto. So then it's going to be about conversations that can be changing and thought-provoking and transformational in relationships. Somebody could be saying, are you really ready for a relationship? Do you really want this? What are we doing? Where are we going? And it can really prompt a lot of like in-depth conversations with others. Then on the 4th of the month, we will see Mercury conjunct Jupiter in Gemini. Your Jupiter, Mercury's other people, so it's a coming together with you and another person. And then the Sun will conjunct Venus in Gemini, so it's kind of highlighting, maybe there's a proposal, right? Maybe there is some kind of talk about a wedding or, moving into the future, what the future can hold, or planning a trip together or going somewhere together, or some kind of surprise about, some next step that you're taking as a couple. The Sun rules the 9th house, which can be about faith and philosophy, belief systems, or anything kind of connecting to ceremonies or trips. So wonderful transits all around the first 5 days of the month. Okay. Then on the 8th and the 9th, things get a little sticky. So we're going to see squares to Saturn. So Saturn rules money and resources, and it's in your home zone. Okay. So you're going to see on the 8th, Venus in the house of relationships will square Saturn. And on the 9th, the Sun in the 7th house of relationships will square Saturn. Basically, the 7th house transits are being challenged by Saturn. So it's like, I can't bring you home. I don't have my own place. I live with my parents. Like literally that stuff could happen. Or, my house is a mess. I don't want you to see it. Or, I have to take care of my mom and I'm sorry, I can't come over tonight. These kinds of things can happen where the ability to grow, connect, and expand with other people is kind of being hindered because of a home, family, or living situation thing. I could see Venus in the 7th as a new relationship appearing or rising, and then you're kind of focused on what has happened in the past and not wanting to let go of the past, and how somebody is kind of what's the problem? Same thing with the Sun square as well. It's okay, people trying to get you to move out of the past or out of this rigid kind of mindset when it comes to your emotions, your home, or your family. Then on the 11th of the month, Mars is moving through Taurus. So it's going through your 6th house where it wants to get done. It wants to be, busy. It wants to get through your to-do list. It wants to go to the gym. It needs to have an outlet. And Taurus is about pleasure. So having Mars through the 6th house is it can get a little agitated if it's not given the time to work through something in a pleasurable way. Mars rules the 12th house of the subconscious, and it also is connected to the 5th house of creativity. So it looks like, you need a way to be able to exercise and have fun and burn off some steam. Watch out for accidents when Mars is in this house, and you will see that Mars is going to come into a square with Pluto. Pluto is the mind in the 3rd house. It's communication, it's apps, it's driving, okay? Be really careful with driving. There can be accidents here. Mars square Pluto can literally total or demolish a car. You could have an accident on your bike, drop your phone is smashed, and you're like, now I have to get a new phone.
So it's transforming in some significant way, something about the way that you communicate. So it could be a phone, it could be a laptop, it could be a computer, it could be a software issue, it could be a car issue, and Mars can represent something that comes out of the blue that we don't see coming. This is also difficult for communications with people at work and also dealing with animals. So we can have some animals that can be a little testy with the Mars square Pluto aspect. On the 14th of the month, we're going to have a Mercury Cazimi, where the Sun and Mercury will align and Mercury pulls ahead of the Sun. So this says that there's some kind of announcement, some kind of news, some kind of expansion, some changes that are coming that is out of the blue in regards to relationships. So it can mean that there is somebody presenting themselves in your life that could be a relationship possibility or material. There can be proposals or connections and things coming from people that you don't see. I actually think that the Cazimi is interesting because it might be that somebody is proposing, hey, let's go on a trip, or let's relocate, or let's get married, or let's do something exciting. And it is about, Mercury being reborn. So we have Mercury and Venus being reborn in your 7th house. So there is new energy coming for relationships for you. Anyway, the Cazimi, I think, is going to potentially be having somebody kind of let you in on some information that you were not aware of, basically. And it can be involving travel, law, legality, or like announcements, maybe something about advertising some of your resources or advertising some of your services, I should say. Your 7th house is also it's your marketplace. So if you have a business, you sell things, you sell services, this is really great for like letting people know what you do, what you have to offer. All right, so then on the 16th, 17th, and the 20th, these are going to be more salty aspects. I know, sorry guys, but we're going to see several planets that will square Neptune in Pisces. So Neptune is the modern day ruler of Pisces, okay? Think of Neptune and Neptune's net, where he just throws a net over people and he can kind of like abduct things or he can hide things. Neptune can create fog, illusions, confusion, dissolving, deception, catfishing, ghosting, all that stuff. So Neptune in the 4th house can mean heavy moods. It can mean, things involving water at home. It can involve, things dissolving when it comes to home and family situations. So when you have squares to Neptune, it can mean that you're kind of like uneasy and unsure because of how things have gone in the past. And so I think because some of you guys may have some unresolved relationship trauma, some of you guys may have some unresolved family trauma, what's going to happen is you're going to have partners that are going to be proposing things to you this month. That's like, let's buy a house together. And you're like, I don't know, I did that with my first husband, never again, or like, let's move in together. And you're like, oh, last time I did that, it didn't work, or like, let's start a family. And like, there's something here where somebody is trying to kind of merge with you and there can be some fear or hesitation, or that, while relationships are expanding, things in regards to your home, your family, or your emotions, they're kind of falling apart. So when it comes to things in the 4th, 7th, 10th, and 1st house, these are angular houses. So when we have squares between the houses, life gets loud, the volume of life goes up big time. And so I think that there can be a sense, if you're becoming too comfortable, stuck in the past, or being alone, or keeping to yourself, that these squares are pushing you out of your comfort zone. They're getting you out of the past, okay? So on the 16th, Venus in the 7th house of relationships, which is a good transit, it squares Neptune, which means like, a woman may not be totally thrilled about your decor or your home or your living situation or vice versa. Then we're going to have on the 17th, Mercury in the 7th house is going to square Neptune in the 4th house. So, miscommunications about the past or home or family living situations with partnerships. That very same day, we will see Mercury and Venus move into Cancer in your 8th house. So there can be some changes going on with like how you communicate and transparency and like vulnerability or intimacy. Things can change. We will also see on the 20th that the Sun in Gemini in the 7th house will then square Neptune. And I could see this as like a softening. Just full disclosure, right? So I natally have Saturn and Neptune in my 4th house. And I have had the Jupiter transit in my 7th house. And it did materialize as a new person coming into my life and being like, you know, hey, what's going on? Let's be in a relationship, and helps get out of the past. And I have also seen other planets kind of go through here in other transits that have squared, and it has been about getting me to move or relocate, or kind of getting me to kind of move on from the past. So I don't really feel like for you guys this is negative. I feel like there is a sense of questioning and like not being sure. But I think with Jupiter being in your 7th house this year, it is a really good indication that there's supposed to be a significant relationship or relationship growth, which allows you to let go of like old patterns and habits. But there can be some fear, some confusion, some feeling of maybe family not being on board with where your, you know, changes with your relationships are going. Or maybe there can be a sense of uncertainty or, you know, not knowing what the future holds, and you get kind of like, you know, spooked out about it. Be mindful that, you know, pictures don't always match people with Venus square Neptune. You know, what you see is not necessarily what you get. And there can also be some confusion about whether or not you move into the future or you're entertaining the past. Certainly planets in the 4th house deal with the past. And Jupiter does rule your 4th house. So there can be a sense of, well, do I go back to what's familiar, or do I move into like what's brand new? So there's going to be some kind of tug of war between these things. Don't make any big decisions about relationships, home or family, from the 16th through like the 21st. That's my recommendation. Finally, on the 29th, you're going to see Saturn will go retrograde in Pisces at 19 degrees. It'll go retrograde until mid-November, where it will retrograde back to 12 degrees. So if you have any personal planets in Sagittarius from about, like, let's say 12 to, 19, 20 degrees, Saturn will be squaring that this year, and equally it will be opposing Jupiter. So you will see a continuation that really kind of comes up in August and December of some of these themes of past versus future. But yeah, it's a very interesting changeable month. People and things are coming into your life, which are dramatically changing something about your relationships and the way that you see other people. 7th house can be an astrologer. It can be a therapist. It can be a support system. It can be a relationship that can be platonic as well. Keep in mind with Gemini that there is double trouble. So there can be more than one person that's kind of coming in that kind of fits the narrative of what I'm kind of talking to you guys about. And that's the month at a glance. So let's see what card you guys get for this month. And I have the 6 of Swords. Interesting card. To me, this is interesting because this is kind of like your Neptune stuff in the 4th house. 6 of Swords is about moving on to calmer waters after being in a period of, going through all of the other stress and turbulence of the 3, 4, 5 of Swords. You get to the 6 of Swords, you're able to get in a boat and you're able to go across the river. You're able to go to somewhere that's kind of a little bit more calm and collected. This can be about traveling, moves, relocation, being in limbo, going from point A to point B. This can mean that you're finally moving on from one situation and you're moving into another one that feels a little bit more safe and secure, whether that's a home situation or a romantic situation. This is about giving yourself time to adjust though. Okay, so 6 of Swords can be 6 weeks, through the 6th month, which is going to be June. So I don't really feel like this is a time of trying to make long-term goals. It's a time of kind of stabilizing and getting a little bit more secure. But it can basically indicate that there's getting ready to be moves, relocation, traveling, or things like that that's coming up for you, but that you are in limbo right now. I would agree with that with some of the mutable squares. So you're kind of adjusting to some of these new things that are kind of taking place in your life. Let me know. I'd love to hear from Sag and Sag Rising how you guys are doing with this month. I think that you're going to be pleasantly surprised with just how much relationship activity there is about to be. And I think it's actually a really good thing because it's getting you guys out of the house. Okay. Good luck. I'll catch you guys back here next month. We have Capricorn and Capricorn Rising. What's going on, Capricorn? Welcome to June of 2024. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to talk to you all about what you got going on this month. There's certainly a number of things that are impacting you with the transits in the month of June. First things first, we will see a number of squares that will be happening to Saturn. So when you hear about planets moving through moving through Gemini in your 6th house of work, habits, and routine, when those planets start coming into a square with Saturn, somewhere around mid-month, watch out. Those are going to be transits that are going to impact you a little bit more than most people, because Saturn rules your chart. The other thing that you're going to want to be mindful of is that Saturn will be turning retrograde this month. Saturn does rule your 1st house of the self and body. It is about timing, structure, routine, and goals. So Saturn will be retrograding around the 29th, and it will be retrograde from 19 degrees of Pisces to 12 degrees of Pisces. So basically from the end of June all the way until mid-November, your chart ruler will be retrograde. You'll be reevaluating and reworking how to communicate, how you think, how you get around, dealing with sibling, neighbor, and also vehicle issues. The positive thing here with Saturn retrograde in Pisces is that by sign, it's still in an aspect where it is sextiling your sun, moon, or rising. So it's in a friendly aspect. The other thing to think about is that while Saturn retrograde, it wants you to revisit something. You might return back to a book that you need to finish. You might review something about the the neighborhood you're living in. You might be reassessing whether or not you want to change vehicles. You might be changing the way that you kind of communicate and connect with other people. So it's not a bad time. It's just that you're going to get kind of hit with a number of things in your 6th house of health and habits that's going to be challenging you. But Saturn is in a superior position, so it means that as long as you can communicate, you can navigate through some of these changes that are coming on the work and daily routine front, okay? Something else I just want to let you guys know is that we will be having a full moon in your sign this month. On the 21st of June, there will be a full moon in the sign of Capricorn. Now, this will be happening at 1 degree. So if you happen to have a Capricorn sun, moon, or rising within, like, let's say the first 3 or 4 degrees of Capricorn, this will be more impactful for you. You may be having a full moon on a personal planet or an angle, which can feel a little bit more intense. A full moon in the 1st house is bringing your attention to your body, your appearance. It's how you communicate, how you look. This is really impacting everything from your overall kind of like persona to your personal goals, because that's the 1st house. So when you have a full moon here, it's bringing the attention to you. It's also ruled by Saturn, which will still be direct, but getting ready to go retrograde in your 3rd house. Big announcements, announcements online, with websites, with communication, with contracts, speaking up for yourself. This can be a big theme connected to this full moon. Well, next month in July, at the end of July, we will have another full moon in Capricorn. It'll be a blue moon, so we're going to see 2 full moons in one sign. Yes, that is rare and unusual. Yes, it is bringing a lot more attention to Capricorn in our chart. So this month and next month, it's how's my body feeling? How am I looking? What's going on, with my appearance? What do I want to be changing? Where do I need to work harder? Saturn in the 3rd house is wonderful for biking, wonderful for walking, wonderful for getting an upward incline, doing some hiking. Anything that's going to clear your mind, things like writing and, ways of being able to kind of journal, to kind of like have a mental dump, can be helpful as well. But 2 full moons in Capricorn, and then we're going to see Pluto retrograde back into Capricorn later this year. It's very obvious that there's just a lot of change that's coming for Capricorn sun, moon, or rising placements. I look at what's happening with all these planets coming through Gemini the 1st half of the month. Obviously, Jupiter will be there all month, possibly giving you a second job. You're joining a new gym maybe. Maybe you're focusing more on your physical or your mental health. Maybe you're working a second job. But the Sun, Mercury, Venus transit in the 6th house is also really highlighting communication, mental health, habits, whether or not you're getting enough exercise if you're walking, and also just everything relating to an expansion with your work and your career. So between a full moon and then planets going through the 6th house, I have to tell you guys, health and habits are the focus in the month of June. Why? Because the new moon is going to be in Gemini in your 6th house. So you'll see a new moon in Gemini at 16 degrees on June the 6th. This will be a wonderful time if you're looking for a new job to look for one. It's a time where if you want to have healthier habits, maybe you want to quit smoking, maybe you want to get back to the gym, maybe you're like, hey, I just want to focus on better mental health. A new moon here is where you set the intentions to do that. That new moon is going to go hand in hand with a Venus Cazimi. So that means that there is something new that's emerging. Venus rules your career and reputation and creativity and self-expression. Likely a side project, a passion project, a hustle, maybe your own business, something is possibly emerging, and there may be a second job that's kind of coming in for you. And it's something that may involve helping other people, creative endeavors, writing, animals, or the service industry. So this is a new moon that's helping you focus on health, productivity in your career. The only challenge here is that there will be a slight square to Saturn, and you'll actually see that a couple days after the new moon. And I would say with the square to Saturn, it's challenging your communication, it's challenging your mobility, it's challenging something about your thoughts and how you get your kind of like point across to other people. So communication is king. Scheduling, timing, and really positively managing mental health seems to be the focus here. All right, so let's start at the beginning of the month. These are the sweet transits, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of June. We will see a number of energies in the sign of Gemini, trine Pluto in Aquarius. So Pluto's in your 2nd house, transforming something about your self-esteem, your resources, your money, and your financial power. On the 2nd, Jupiter in the 6th house trines Pluto, which is basically opening the door, maybe bringing you a new job, an opportunity, or a way to make more money. Then you're going to see on the 3rd, Mercury in Gemini is going to trine Pluto, where this is opening up some kind of offer, communication, second job, something also where you receive some kind of help or support with education, legal stuff, or traveling or transportation. Could it cost you money? Yeah, but it does seem like there is a solution and somebody who can kind of help you with whatever the problem is at hand. Then on the 4th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Jupiter in the sign of Gemini, and we will see a Sun-Venus Cazimi. So Mercury and Jupiter coming into conjunction can be an indication that there is something positive that's going on with health and also your routine screenings and tests. It can be some good news pertaining to visas, passports, or legal aid connecting to immigration. And this can also be a time where you find the right person for a health ailment, for dealing with a legal issue, for helping you get into a course or an area of study, and you have some kind of breakthrough there. Mercury and Jupiter is good news, right? So this can be good health news, good work news, and it can be a time also where you're potentially considering adopting an animal or a pet. Then on the 8th and the 9th, things can get a little sticky. So we're going to see 2 planets that are going to be squaring Saturn. So these are the days that are going to be a little bit more challenging for you because you're ruled by Saturn. So Venus in your 6th house of work and health will square Saturn. This can mean that there's a new job that's emerging, but you're like, man, this is going to take a lot of time. There's going to be a lot of busy work here, or maybe you're having a difficult time changing your schedule or getting on well with a woman at work. And then you're going to see that the Sun will square Saturn. So it could be that you're working in a new atmosphere, you're working with a new team, and you're like, I'm still adjusting and getting used to some of these changes or some of these people, or possibly even just some of these new habits, right? I think of Jupiter in the 6th house and the square to Saturn. Some of you guys might be trying to quit smoking. Some of you guys might be trying to, be healthier and be eating less, and you're trying to do fasting, and you're like, how does this work into my work schedule? So that can be coming up for you here as well. But also just communication breakdown and issues, and communicating, I think, with people at work or with health care related people can be really challenging. On the 11th of the month, we will see Mars square Pluto in Aquarius. So Mars is transiting Taurus. It's moving through your 5th house of romance, creativity, fun, and children. Mars being here is really daring. It can be wonderful for dating and, extreme hobbies and sports and, kind of having fun and finding some pleasure. The problem is that it's going to be coming into a square with Pluto. This is where gambling with money you don't have can get you into some trouble. Some expensive hobbies or high bar tabs can get you into some trouble. because Mars rules your home and your family and your emotions and your friends. And so the 5th house is about, taking chances, and it's squaring Pluto. So it's like, friends and money may not mix, kind of like quick connections and romantic connections can prove to be really difficult because there can be a sense of like jealousy and possessiveness that can come through one of the people with this. So be mindful of that. And this is also just taking risks with investments or gambling is something that you kind of want to watch for, because Mars is willing to take risks when it's in the 5th house when it comes to love or money. Okay, and then you're going to see on the 14th of the month, there will be a Mercury Cazimi, and that's going to happen in Gemini. So this is where Mercury pulls ahead of the sun. This can be about a awareness or an epiphany of some kind. The sun is a money-making opportunity or something involving joint resources or health. I could see this as there being an awareness that there is a new job opportunity opening and becoming available. This can also be a day where you become made aware of a health ailment or a health issue, obviously touch wood, but that is possible in the 6th house. And generally, Mercury Cazimi is good news. So I see this as being more like, oh, well, I got better results, or, oh, my blood pressure is now lower, or my weight is now lower, or I have better muscle mass. But still, the Cazimi, you're going to see some squares that are kind of going on with Saturn. So I feel like this is more about communication. It can also be stuff relating to breathing and lungs and lung capacity. And there can be also some issues that are coming up where, it's like there's work, but it's just really mentally kind of draining and challenging when it comes to connecting with other people. Okay. So then we have the 16th, 17th, and the 20th. These are also challenging transits, I know, because you're going to see planets that are now going to square Neptune. So 6th house, health, habits, routine, coworkers. This can also be about, pets and busy work and to-do work. And, Gemini is more running around, more communicating, more meetings, more being of service to neighbors, more being of service to siblings, that kind of stuff. The squares to then your Neptune transit in the 3rd house. Neptune is really difficult to have in the 3rd house because there is a sense of, I don't know how to express myself. I don't know what I'm thinking. I don't know how to formulate this letter or have this conversation. Where did I put my wallet? Where are my keys? Where is my phone? Like things that just go missing, and finding it difficult to communicate and get the point across. So planets that are going through Gemini in your 6th house are, squaring Saturn, being challenged by Saturn, where you were kind of a stickler for health and routine earlier in the month. Now it's squaring Neptune and you're like, I don't even know, whether or not this person's making sense. I'm trying to explain to this person how to run this software at work. And it's like we're speaking 2 different languages. They don't get what I'm saying, or they're forgetting things or whatever. So just be mindful that when it comes to communication, when it comes to vehicles, when it comes to gadgets, let's say you have to go and get your computer fixed, right? Somebody may not know what the heck they're doing with this transit. You might take your car to a mechanic and they tell you everything's fine and you drive off and then all of a sudden there's a bunch of problems and they're like, oh, it wasn't us. Not times that you want to be dealing with communication, contracts, fixing cars, or trying to plan anything, right? During these squares, the 16th through the 20th. So the 16th, we're going to have Venus in the 6th house square Neptune. I think that might be a difficult time relating and trying to be emotionally connected and compassionate to siblings or neighbors. Then we have on the 17th, Mercury in Gemini square Neptune. Okay, Mercury represents, in-laws, teachers, mentors, lawyers, helpers. And that can be a time where you're like trying to get somebody to help you with a service and they're not picking up the phone or they're not responding to you. Then we're going to see on the 20th, the sun in Gemini will then come into a square with Neptune. So, especially if you pay for a service or something and then somebody messes it up and they don't get back to you, that can kind of happen here. So I would say just avoid those dates with any direct communications, contracts, traveling, fixing things. Something that's worthy of mentioning is that on the 17th, Mercury and Venus will move into Cancer. So when you get out of, the 3rd week of June, you're getting into the end of the month, you're going to see the sun, Mercury, Venus all move into your 7th house of relationships, where it's really highlighting relationships and partnerships. You're going to eventually start to see some sextiles to Mars, which is great for dating and getting to know people. And then you'll actually eventually next month see some trines to Saturn. So it'll be great for relationship communication and connection. But right now it's like busy work, communication, kind of feeling like you're going through the mud mentally and just feeling like there's just a million things on your to-do list. So keep that in the back of your mind. Okay. Hopefully that's helpful in giving you guys some insight. I would love to hear about how that first full moon in Capricorn is for you guys, because I feel like there's going to be like this sense of being like, okay, yeah, I've got this. I'm good, you know, because it'll be in the first degree. And then like next month, it's going to kind of like hit you out of nowhere where you're going to be like, I thought I dealt with this and now it's coming back up. All right. So let's see what cards you get for this month. I get the Page of Pentacles. Okay, so this is cool. Slow and steady wins the race. This can be about a Capricorn, Virgo, or a Taurus. So it can be other earth signs. It can be younger people as well. That can be kind of going on. So I'm looking at like that Mars transit through your 5th house. For me, really, I think about how the Page of Pentacles is about making strides towards a better financial future. Investing, learning about investing, taking your time when it comes to figuring out what you're doing with your money, coming up with a plan, learning something, new skills, you know, training of some sort. A lot of you guys, when you have these transits in Gemini in the 6th house, you're going to be training or you're going to be learning about a new job, because Gemini is learning. And it might be something that you're kind of doing part-time and you're kind of like juggling a little bit and you're just kind of getting the swing of it before eventually you break off and you decide to make this a full-time thing, which I think some of you guys might actually do in August or in September when you have some energies that might be about making that jump. But this can also be about, you know, learning more about a new job, a career, learning more about finances and investments, and taking the time to learn a skill and learn it well, which I love with all these planets in the 6th house, which can be about that. The squares to Saturn is saying you might need to do some like reviewing of things that you've studied in the past or things you've learned in the past. You might have to go back to old courses and textbooks and things like that to make sure that you're really retaining some of the information of things that you learned in the past, and somehow it might apply to what you're learning now. All right, so take your time, enjoy yourselves, learn something new, and focus on developing new skills. Good luck, my Capricorns. I will catch you guys back here next month in July. We've got Aquarius and Aquarius rising. What's going on, my Aquarians? How are you guys doing? I'm excited to talk to you about the month ahead. We've got a lot of stuff going on. You know me. I'm going to talk to you about Uranus. I'm going to talk to you guys also about Saturn. I am pleased to announce there's nothing really going on with Uranus this month. So in that sense, you know, all the craziness kind of happened in May. It's still happening. If you guys are watching this at some point at the end of May, it's still happening. But you will find that in that sense, it's a little bit calmer. However, we are going to see a whole slew of squares to Saturn. So Saturn is your co-ruler, so be mindful that there is going to be a sense of getting checked financially or getting your self-esteem checked, or your resources checked somehow throughout this transit this month. You will see a whole slew of planets come in and square Saturn. I'll give you the dates for that, don't worry. Equally, we will see that Mars is now moving through another fixed sign. It's moving through Taurus, really kind of kicking up a lot of action on the home front. It can be pushing you to move, to relocate, to make changes, to fix things up at home, or to take some kind of action and maybe move. Maybe it's about having conversations with family, you know, who knows. But it creates a little bit of tension on the home front, and it will come into a square with Pluto in your sign. So this is interesting because there can be a bit of a power struggle between you and somebody in your home life, or a roommate, or somebody who like lives in your apartment complex or with one of your parents. So that can create a little bit of friction as well. Okay. Just be mindful of those two transits. I'll let you know when they come up. All right, so let's start first with the new and the full moon. I want to talk about that. We are going to have a new moon in Gemini, which will be happening in your 5th house on June the 6th. It's in a fellow sister air sign. Okay, so a new moon in Gemini is good because it will trine your sun, moon, or rising in some capacity. There is a whole slew of planets in Gemini in your 5th house the first 3 weeks of June. So the 5th house is dating, creativity, hobbies, children, pregnancy, self-employment, having fun, self-expression, being creative, like dating, like it's a fun house. So you have a lot of planets going through there. So it can mean it's bringing more attention to dating. It might mean that you're starting a new hobby. Maybe there's a lot of action around children or your kids or anything like that. And like I said, it's going to trine somehow something connected to your sun, moon, or rising. Now, a new moon in the 5th house is where we set intentions for the things that we love. So if you want to fall in love, you want to start a new hobby, you want to meet somebody new, you're trying to manifest a pregnancy or, you know, a new job or some kind of new luck, this is where we set those intentions. And this is going to be an interesting new moon because it will be conjunct Venus. Exactly. So that basically means that you're bringing in or tying in your 9th house lord and your 4th house lord into the 5th. It can mean maybe you're traveling with your kids. It can mean maybe you're considering relocating your home. Maybe there's a bigger move that you're planning, longer trips for vacation, romantic connections at a distance. And this particular new moon is setting the stage for the next 6 months. So you'll see this become a full moon in 6 months' time. The challenge is that it does slightly square Saturn, which is your chart ruler, which means that there's lots of fun to be had. There's lots of expansion to happen. There's lots of traveling, lots of room for parties and gatherings and socializing and stuff. But it's going to come at a cost. And that's going to be, you know, you're bringing the gifts, you're, you know, paying for the vacation, you're expending the money for the party, you're providing the entertainment, you know, something like that. It can literally mean you're spending money on your children or you're spending money on entertainment. Maybe you're, you know, like bringing in a new entertainment center into your home, or maybe you're having birthday parties, you know, for your kids at home. And so it's costly. So there's something that's kind of getting challenged in that, sweet and salty. Anyway, it's worth some of the fun that you're going to have. I will just put it out there that way because the Jupiter transit, the Venus transit does kind of say that it's going to be money well spent, whether it's on a person or on a home. And then you're going to see on the 21st of the month, we will have a full moon in Capricorn, and this will be in your 12th house of the subconscious and the hidden self. This is the house of self-undoing. This is about sleep and rest and recuperation and healing and what you do behind the scenes. This is also ruled by Saturn. So when we have a full moon here at 1 degree of Capricorn on the 21st, even though it can have you feeling like there are certain things coming to a completion, or you're like, oh my God, there's big things happening in the world, or feeling out of control because the 12th house is what we dissolve and Capricorn can be control. It's ruled by Saturn in the 2nd house. So you can be feeling a little cautious about your financial situation or about your resources because of big changes going on in the world. I will tell you that there's a full moon here this month. There is another full moon next month in July at 29 degrees of Capricorn, conjunct Pluto, okay, which is very close to your ascendant if you're an Aquarius rising. And we will also have Pluto retrograding back into Capricorn, and that's going to happen later this year. So it's like the cosmos are saying to us in June, in July, and then eventually in September, we need to make a change. We need to come to terms with this really significant shift in power or responsibility. So for you, a lot of it's going to be hidden. Maybe sleep disturbances. Maybe you're kind of stressed out. Maybe you're up late. You're working late. That kind of stuff can kind of come up with a full moon in your 12th house. Make sure you rest, you recuperate, you take care of your health and your mental health, and take time to pause and reflect. Take time to meditate, you know? All right, so let's get into the month ahead. So as I look at this month, as I've said to everybody, there are sweet and there are salty aspects. Truth be told, the best astrology is quite literally, I think, the first 5 or 6 days of the month. We will have certain periods where things are going to get a little choppy. So just be mindful that the first week or so is actually some of the best times to be communicating, making plans, making moves. So we have on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, a lot of aspects that are going on between Aquarius and Gemini. So we're going to be seeing some trines happening. On the 2nd of the month, Jupiter in your 5th house of romance, creativity, and children will trine Pluto in your 1st house. This means that you are expanding to the idea of romance, creativity, self-expression, children, and it's working with who you are changing and transforming and becoming. Maybe you want to be seen as somebody who's a parent. Maybe you want to be seen as an artist. Maybe you want to be seen as somebody who's self-employed. This optimism about these new beginnings that are coming up for you in a creative sense are playing well with some of the changes that you want to see within yourself. On the 3rd of the month, we're going to see Mercury in Gemini trine Pluto. Mercury can be about creative endeavors. It can be about lovers. It can be about children. It can be about things pertaining to youth and self-expression. Trining Pluto, deep thought-provoking conversations with romantic partners, children. It can be about becoming really heart-centered, listening to what your heart is telling you you need to do or what changes you need to make. Then on the 4th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Jupiter in Gemini. So there is going to be some kind of good news. Obviously, Mercury rules your 5th house, so this can be about your first child. This can be an indication of pregnancy. This can be about new children or romantic partners or younger people coming into your life or your family. Jupiter does rule your 2nd house of resources and your 11th house of friends, so there can be some good news about finances and collaborations with groups, investments, things like that, or there can be a friend that's making an announcement of a pregnancy. Very same day, the Sun will conjunct Venus in Gemini, and so there is a Venus Cazimi, which does mean that there is something new that is emerging. And for some of you guys, it could be a romantic partnership, it could be somebody coming into your life, or it could be a daughter. On the 8th and the 9th of the month, this is a tricky transit, okay? So be mindful because we are going to see squares to Saturn, which is your traditional ruler. Venus in the 5th house of romance and creativity is going to come into a square with Saturn. This means that there are new romantic opportunities, creative opportunities. There is some kind of growth. There is some kind of new life, but it's going to come with some kind of financial responsibility or a burden. There can be a sense of feeling like you're questioning your capability when it comes to being a parent, being creative, being self-expressive. Then on the 9th, the Sun follows and comes into a square with Saturn, so it does kind of represent where you're kind of getting some support, perhaps maybe from a partner, from a romantic partner, from a family member, somebody who's encouraging you to look at the situation positively and that it can be a good thing, even though there's going to be some hurdles to overcome. Then you're going to see on the 11th of the month that Mars will be moving through your 4th house, kind of tearing some stuff up, creating some challenges and some disruptions on the home front, and it will square Pluto. Mars rules parents and responsibilities and authority figures, and Mars can be a man. So Mars squaring Pluto can literally be a face-off that you're having with a family member who is a man or with a male child. It can also be with some issues pertaining to cutting down, removing, weeding, anything. Be very careful if you're like mowing or if you're using like chainsaws or anything where you're kind of like taking care of landscaping, because there can be some incidents where there can be some accidents with Mars square Pluto. Would not be doing it this day. This is also a day that I'd be keeping an eye on my home and my security system. Sometimes Mars square Pluto aspects here can be burglaries, attacks, or issues involving flames with the home. Don't say this to scare you. Just make sure everything's locked. Make sure your security cameras are on. Make sure that everything is solid and secure. So in the off chance that something happens, you're prepared. Don't do anything dangerous during this day. Okay, anything sharp or any heat, anything like that, that's what you want to be watching out for. On the 14th of the month, we will see a Mercury Cazimi. This will be happening in Gemini, where Mercury will be in conjunction to the Sun. It does look like there can be a really romantic kind of get together with another person. There can be an I love you or a breakthrough in a relationship, meeting someone significant at a bar or a theater or a restaurant. I would say places where there's like cars meeting up, or where there's like, media, like a coffee house or something. Like you could meet somebody somewhere like that and connect with somebody that there could be a really strong romantic connection with. It can also be a wonderful day for committed relationships and partners where you're really falling deeper in love and realizing how much you enjoy spending time together. Then we're going to see on the 16th, 17th, and 20th, these are, yes, some more salty aspects, I know. So keep in mind that on these dates, the 16th, 17th, and 20th, these are going to be periods where planets are moving through Gemini in your creativity zone, squaring Neptune in your money zone. Okay, hear me out on this. These can be the transits where you're like, I don't care, I just want to go and have a good time. I'm going to order all the drinks, or, it's on me, or you give your kid your credit card. Or maybe this is when you want to go all out, on a new hobby or a new project, or maybe you want to go all out for like a child's birthday or something. And you're just honestly not aware of how much money is being spent. You're not aware of what things cost and what the ultimate end all cost may be. There can also be a sense of like going all out because you want to feel loved, or you want to feel admired, or you want people to like the way that you look. And you're like, I just need a new outfit, and I need this, and I need that. And really kind of focusing on getting on stage and being seen. And you're not really aware of just how much it costs to put on, you know, like this kind of like performance, basically. So if you are gambling, if you are styling something, if you are taking up a new hobby, if you're going to the bar, if you're going to an amusement park, there can be a sense of just not being aware of just how much money you're spending. Okay, so just know that. So on the 16th, Venus in the 5th house will square Neptune. Not a good day for spending money, giving your kids money. I would be asking, like, what do you need this for? You know, like, where is it going? What are you buying? What are you doing with it? Because they could be telling you, oh, like, I need this for school. Then you find out they're like, I don't know, like buying like a video game or something, you know. Then you have the 17th, where you have Mercury in Gemini square Neptune in Pisces, so communication through romantic partners and children or younger people. And the square to Neptune is where there can be a sense of getting swindled or getting sold on something, or being told something that's not true involving money, children, or romantic partners. And then finally, we are going to have on the 20th, the Sun in Gemini, and that will come into a square with Neptune. And the Sun is about relationships and partners. And so you guys may not be on the same page about how you're spending money, or how you're managing your relationship or raising kids. Or you may not be on the same page about what you guys value in a relationship as well. Now, if you're single, like, look, this is good energy to get out there and mingle. Just don't feel like you need to go out there and have to have a bunch of bells and whistles to get people's attention, because you might be feeling that you're spending a lot of money on stuff that you don't need to be spending money on, because you're going to be bringing in the gift of new potential romantic relationships and partners just with Jupiter in your 5th house. It's really great for going out, get-togethers, parties, gatherings, celebrations with other people. And it's going to definitely lighten up something in regards to your love life. On the 29th of the month, we're going to see that Saturn will turn retrograde in Pisces. So it'll go retrograde from 19 to 12 degrees. The retrograde will last from the 29th of June until November 15th, where it will go direct at 12 degrees. This is giving you several months' time to reflect, reevaluate, and think about your self-esteem, your resources, how you're spending money, where your money is coming from, if you're making your money work for you. Yes, finances can feel tighter. There can feel like there's more financial obligation with Saturn in the 2nd house. However, I do feel like a Saturn transit does not deny, it just delays. So it can mean that you're just learning to be more conservative with your resources. You're being more cautious about how you're spending it. You're not just kind of investing in just anything. And you're learning how to figure out and find your worth. So that's definitely something that will come up also earlier in the month as you're seeing squares between planets in Gemini to your 2nd house. Especially if you're dating, it's about knowing your worth and knowing what you bring to the equation and not letting somebody kind of trample on your heart. It can be about being a little bit more cautious with spending money when it comes to giving money to your children or your romantic partners. It can also be about knowing your worth if you're starting your own business and if you have your own side hustle, and like really needing to come to terms with if cost of living is going up or expenses are going up, materials are going up. You also might need to kind of realize that you need to make some adjustments or changes to your rates or what you're charging for your actual products, and that you may actually need more. So that can kind of come up as well, especially if you want to continue to stay employed or stay productive or creative. You know, you're gonna have to find creative ways to be able to kind of increase your costs for things. Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you, Aquarius. Let's take a look. Let's see what you need to know this month. You get the Death card. Which is interesting because, I mean, come on, like, you know, Mars is squaring Pluto in your sign. I think this is like a rebirth period for you, which is interesting. I feel like the Mars square Pluto was like, there are such dramatic, sudden changes happening on the home and the family front that, yeah, it does feel like there is a rebirth period. It can be about dealing with endings of situations, but also new beginnings. Death does tell us like there's no going back. Whatever has happened, we move forward. So there can be more reflecting, resting, saying goodbye, you know, letting go of things this month with 2 full moons in your 8th house this month and next month. There can also be such an emphasis on new life, growth, joy. Like, yes, certain things are ending, you know, people are leaving your life, or maybe you're saying goodbye to certain situations, but there's new things coming in with all these planets in your 5th house. Positive things for your children, positive things for your love life, for your creative process. And so, you know, look at the death card as like the fertilizer that is coming in for some of these new beginnings and things that are going to start kind of showing up in your life. And so you want to look at the positive of the new things that are coming in. Don't be too fixated on what's ending and like what's leaving, because it's creating fertile ground for new opportunities to bring you life and joy. Okay. Good luck, Aquarius. Let me know. Of course, I want to hear what's going on. All right, so we've got Pisces and Pisces rising. What's going on, Pisces? I hope you guys are doing well. Oh, you guys are my last ones. You know, I always try to make sure we give you 100% here. So let me talk to you a little bit about what you got going on this month. Obviously, there's a number of things that directly kind of affect you this month, okay? You are traditionally ruled by Jupiter. And so Jupiter is now in a new sign. It is expanding in your 4th house of home and family. Wherever Jupiter goes is where you are. So some of you guys are going back home to visit family. You're moving back home. You're moving to a bigger house. You're buying a second house. You're traveling before you figure out where you're going to land. Something like that's going on. And you're going to notice the first 3 weeks out of the month of June, there is a very strong stellium of planets that are in your 4th house. So it's home, family, and reflecting on your emotions. The end of June, you're going to see planets start shifting into your 5th house, which is Cancer, which is more about creativity, self-expression, being on stage, joy, children, dating. One thing I will tell you is that all these planets in Gemini squares your sign, okay? So mutable squares, where Pisces is, I don't know, let me think about it, or, you know, I need some time, or just give me some space, or I'm not sure, and it's really sensitive and emotional. Gemini is just kind of like, yes, do it, let's make the change, let's get out there, let's talk about it, let's move around. So you may feel like there's a lot of things changing on the home front or for your family or for your emotions that can kind of feel uncomfortable. Now, the other thing to think about is that there will be a few trines between Jupiter and Pluto, which essentially is saying new opportunities are good things. Welcome these new opportunities. It can kind of bring new places to new faces into your life. But really what I'm thinking about is that 80%, okay, of the transits this month that I find are difficult are actually going to be when planets that are in the sign of Gemini in your home base that are squaring Saturn in your sign, which means you're going to be like, it's not good enough, I'm not ready, give me my space, let me go at it alone, you know, or not meeting your standard of whatever you want. And then when planets square Neptune, where you're going to be in your feelings, or you're going to be unsure, or you're going to be like, this is not how I saw things going, or this is not how I planned this, or, you know, I need to be left alone to kind of be with my thoughts, like give me some time to come around. I know that Saturn in your sign, it can be difficult in the 1st house because you can be dealing with health problems. You can be feeling like you're on your own, that you're trying to figure out who you are. You're trying to reinvent yourself. Some of you guys are breaking free from relationships. Some of you guys are just finally figuring out what you want to be when you grow up. And then Neptune is the opposite of that. Saturn is so much about creating structure and routine and like really focusing on something that is solid and making it like making your dreams a reality. Where Neptune is like, forget it. You know, have another drink, go to sleep, sleep in, be dreamy, you know, vanish. You don't have to show up. It's about illusions. So I think one of the issues that you guys are struggling with is whether or not you're really showing up and being responsible and doing what's best for you and making the decisions that are best for you and standing by them. Or if there is a sense of you guys faking it till you make it, or if there is a sense of you guys being less than honest with yourself about who you are and what you want and where you're going. So there can be a lot of combative energies. All of these planets in your 4th house of home and family are being challenged by Saturn and Neptune in your sign, which means during the Saturn transits, you can go, no, this is not working for me. I do not want to live here. I do not want to live like this. I don't like this. During the Neptune transits, you have the ability to say, this isn't really how I imagined it. This isn't really what I'm crazy about, or this isn't really working for me. Gotta go. Okay, so just be mindful of that. You're in the driver's seat. If you decide to say no, say no. If you guys go through periods of feeling like you want to get ghosty, or you don't want to communicate with people, or you just want to vanish, or you want to disappear, or you want to throw a bunch of filters on something and make what looks like a really good thing look good, when in reality you could be like suffering and going through some major identity crisis or issues with your home or yourself internally. Just be honest with yourselves, you know? Okay, so let's start first with the fact that we're going to have 2 lunations this month. The first one will be on June the 6th. That's going to be a new moon that we're going to have in Gemini. In your fourth house, this is about setting intentions for your home, your emotions, your family, and your living situation. So if you know that you want to move, you want to find a new house, this is the new moon that you set that intention. Gemini is about communication. It's also about writing. So if you want to travel to a new neighborhood and check it out, go. If you want to make a list of all the things that you want for a new home or living situation, write it down. If you're looking for a new city to call home, make a list of places that you'd like to go to. This is a cool new moon because it's going to be conjunct Venus. So it is bringing you new, sweeter, more beautiful, more comfortable living situations in the future. It will be a Cazimi kind of, so it's saying that there is some new home opportunity that is emerging, but it will square Saturn slightly. So it means that good things will come to those who wait. So maybe you know that there is a living situation, or that your ideal living situation is going to be better at the end of the year, or it's going to be better once a home is finally built, or maybe you're waiting for something to become available, so you're kind of buying time. It's encouraging you to be flexible and changeable with your home and your living situation, and give yourself a little bit of time to figure it out and not rush into anything. Then you will see on the 21st of the month, there will be a full moon in Capricorn. This will be happening at 1 degrees of Capricorn in your natal 11th house of friends, goals, and associations. A full moon here can bring you to a party, a networking event. There can be some kind of collaboration. There can be an awareness of a goal. This will be ruled by Saturn, which is in your natal first house. So it's a lot of, what is your role in society? What is your role when it comes to your friends and your networking? What groups are you starting? What are you leading? Who are you connecting with? Are you reaching out to your friends? All that stuff is kind of coming up. So these are things that I would be thinking about. This is important because next month in July, there will be a blue moon. So we're then going to have another full moon in Capricorn at 29 degrees. So we have a full moon at the 1st degree, a full moon at the 2nd degree, and then later this year, Pluto will retrograde back into Capricorn. It's trying to get you to really work out something about your friends, connecting with groups in society, really reevaluating, changing, and transforming your goals. And you play a direct role in this because Saturn is in your sign. So you're making it happen. You're either going to show up and you're going to hit the mark and you're going to make your dreams a reality, or it's going to be because there is lack of direction and awareness that you are not making things happen, and you can't really blame anybody but yourself. So work with that energy very much for the next couple of months. It's going to help you kind of have some kind of awareness of your goals. All right, so we have the sweet and then the salty transits, okay? So the transits that I think that are the best for the month is really going to be within the first week. We've got the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of June. We've got some really great transits that are shaping up on these days. We are going to see trines between Gemini and Aquarius. So planets in Gemini are going to be trining Pluto in Aquarius. This is more subtle for you. Pluto in the 12th house is about change and transformation of your belief system, of your connection to your higher self, of your spiritual kind of connection, your role in the cosmos. Trines between the 4th, 12th, and 8th house do represent changes and transformations, completions, and endings. So they are emotional, but this is happening in air signs. So it means that you're having to communicate, decide, or come to the conclusion that something has reached its end and you're releasing it and letting it go in a powerful way. Jupiter rules you. So Jupiter in your 4th house means that there can be a powerful releasing of the past, of a home, family, karmic situation, of a loved one, of a living situation, and you are healing it, you're transforming it in some very significant way. And then 2, you're going to see on the 3rd, then Mercury will trine Pluto, and Mercury represents relationships, partnerships. It can also be about families. So maybe you're finally burying the hatchet with some family drama, some issues in regards to old relationships that you haven't healed. You're letting them go. And somehow that impacts you emotionally and subconsciously, and it benefits you on the home front. Then on the 4th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Jupiter. So you are Jupiter, Mercury is partners, it's in the 4th house. So it means that you're either moving in with a partner into a new space, you're going and visiting your family or your siblings in your old stomping grounds or your hometown. It can mean that you're moving back home for a period of time. It can mean that you are going and staying with somebody in another location in a foreign land for a little bit. Maybe you've met somebody or a friend in another location and you're going to stay with them. And then the very same day, the sun will conjunct Venus in Gemini. So that can be an indication of something emerging. Now, the sun represents the 6th house of health and service and daily routine. And then Venus is connected to travel, communication, and resources. So there can be like meeting up with somebody who owes you money. There can be meeting up with somebody who's offering you a job and it's some kind of like live-work exchange. There can also be an opportunity to be meeting up with like a female relative and spending some time with them. All right, but good news basically on the home front. That's what's kind of coming up for you here. Somebody who can help you with your home or your living situation. Now for the salties. So on the 8th and the 9th, we're going to see squares to Saturn in your sign. So you're going to see on the 8th, Venus is going to square Saturn. So this is where maybe somebody is staying in your space or you're sharing space with like a woman and you're kind of like, oh, this is annoying. I wish I had my freedom. I need some space. Or not totally pleased with what design or decor or some kind of something that's going on in your space. You're like, this is not working for me. And then on the 9th, the sun will square Saturn, and the sun represents support and help. I kind of feel like I would not be hiring a interior decorator. I would not be hiring a housekeeper. I would not be hiring a real estate agent or somebody to come in and cook or clean or do something to my space, because I don't think it's going to meet your expectations. I think you're going to be very critical and you're going to be like, why did I waste my time doing this? And you're not going to be pleased with their services. So I would not do it. You can also be a little bit more critical of female roommates or family members here as well. Then on the 11th of the month, Mars in Taurus will square Pluto in Aquarius. So Mars is moving through your third house of communication. Watch your speeding, take your time, don't be getting too heated when it comes to communications with other people. There can be hidden or subconscious frustrations or agitations about money and contracts and communication. You can get pissed off or agitated that a computer is not working or that an app is failing. And it's limiting your ability to transact, share, pay for something, or, be able to kind of get around. This is very much like subconsciously there is some anger or agitation that can come up that can bring up a lot of frustration. This can also be like documents, paperwork, passports, IDs, things that go missing. And you could be like, oh my God, where is it? I got to go somewhere. I'm in a rush. I need to have it. I need to have it now. And you're getting agitated because you can't find it, or it's missing, or something's not working. So maybe have backup gadgets, maybe have documents in a physical sense that you can refer to or take pictures or print them out, so that way you're not dealing with that kind of frustration. On the 14th of the month, there is a Mercury Cazimi, and this is where the Sun and Mercury come into conjunction. Likely there is some awareness or conversation or news that kind of emerges at home or within the family. It can be that somebody is saying, hey, we got a new pet. We got a cat, maybe because the Sun rules the 6th house, Leo. It can mean that there is some new news about what's going on the home front. While the Cazimis are generally positive, and it can be about some new information coming in, especially pertaining to family or partners, it will square Saturn. So it can mean that they're like, hey, I'm coming back home, and you're like, oh, I thought I had the house to myself for a couple more days, So you're like, they're returning, but I don't really have privacy. Or, family is alerting me that they're coming and they're visiting and they're in town, and they're not really giving me a lot of heads up. So be mindful of that. All right, so then the 16th, 17th, and the 20th. These are dates that you also want to watch for because they will be squaring Neptune in your sign, okay? So this is kind of like where you've put up with the stuff all month long, and then when planets start squaring Neptune, you're like, I am trying to just avoid, all the parties at home or the family visiting or, the stuff that's going on in the home front. Like, I just want to be kind of left alone and isolated, or maybe I'm just going to kind of go for a walk or keep to myself. Neptune has an energy of wanting to hide or not being sure or being a little clouded or being a little deceptive. So to be honest with you, there could be a sense of you making excuses or reasons for not being around or for not showing up. There could definitely be some honesty issues coming up with family and family members, or reasons for why you don't want to stay in a place or why you don't want to continue living with someone. So it's up to you, but I could definitely see you making some excuses for some stuff because all of these planets in the 4th house of home, family, communications is being challenged by Neptune. So somebody who is maybe kind of stirring the pot intentionally so people leave, Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. So you will see first on the 16th, Venus will square Neptune, where somebody is trying to relate or spend time with you, and you can be a little evasive, or you can kind of be like, leave me alone, or I'm not coming home. Then you're going to have on the 17th, Mercury will square Neptune, and that's more about relationships and family, trying to connect with you, and you're like, I want to stay in bed, you know, or I'm not picking up the phone, or I'm coming home late when nobody's there. And then you're going to have the sun in your 4th house coming into a square with Neptune. I really feel like there's a lot of good things coming in for home and family for you with Jupiter being there. And it's like maybe you're just like learning that now that you're home and you're around family, or now that you're in this new living dynamic, you don't want to be having to be in the middle of everything all of the time. Like, you still value your privacy and your alone time. It can also mean that you're having to work harder and getting out of your comfort zone when it comes to making changes at home, or, you know, getting kind of adjusted into a new neighborhood or into a new city or a new country. You can feel like a foreigner, as somebody, you know, in a new land. Certainly Saturn and Neptune can feel like I stick out like a sore thumb. I don't know people. I don't know the language. So there can be some cultural issues as well with Jupiter going through the 4th house, being in a new space, and you could question whether or not you're kind of acclimating well into this new environment. You guys will have to let me know. You know, like I said, Jupiter in the 4th house is positive. So expansion of home, emotions, family, good things coming on that front, but there can be a sense of you being a little grumpy or finding it a little bit difficult to kind of navigate with some of these new changes, and also feeling maybe that it's difficult because you're having to navigate it and go it alone, right? That can be difficult as well. Anyway, on the 29th of the month, you will see that this is going to be when Saturn will go retrograde in Pisces in your sign. Saturn will turn retrograde at 19 degrees. It'll go retrograde all the way to 12 degrees in mid-November before it goes direct. So if you have anything from, like, let's say 20 to 11 degrees of Pisces, sun, moon, rising, or personal planet, Saturn is retrograding over these placements. It's reintegrating some of the lessons of finding your goals, making your dreams a reality, having commitments, being responsible, being mature, and you know, honoring some of your beliefs, right? So Saturn transits can be a little annoying. You know, pay attention to your health, reevaluate your goals, take good care of your body, reassess and ask yourself what it is that you want, what you're willing to work hard for when it comes to building this new life. And be mindful of the dates when you see squares to Saturn and Neptune, because Saturn can be where we're not exercising appropriate boundaries with people. Then when the Neptune squares come in, you're like, oh my God, these people are just like walking all over me, or they're like coming in and out of my house and they're not being respectful, or like, you know, because I didn't give somebody, you know, a solid time, or the time that they have to leave by, or that they can come and visit me, you know, you're kind of feeling like your home is just like turning into a circus. So just full disclosure. Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you guys. You'll have to let me know what's happening with some of these squares for you. Let's see what the tarot says for the month ahead. The card that you get is the Lover's card. Somebody was bound to get it. Options, choices, decisions, dilemmas, temptation, right? More than one choice. This can be about romance and romantic stuff. So I definitely think with like the Venus, some of like the Venus stuff. So you're going to see like Venus that's going to be squaring Saturn and Neptune. It can be like, do I want the past or do I want to be alone? But I also think of Gemini when I think of the Lover's card, and the options, choices, and also dilemmas that kind of come up when we have more than one particular choice. So if you have more than one particular choice going on, you can feel a little like discombobulated, a little like scrambled with, do I want this or do I want that? That can be some of the squares as well. Anyway, romance, connection, intimacy, going deeper with another person. Yeah, all these things can happen with the Lover's card. And I do think that this is about maybe asking yourself some really difficult questions, being like, do I really want this thing? Do I really want to take this chance? Do I really want to relocate? Do I really want to have, you know, a new relationship? Do I really want to move to this new place or make this change in my private life? Are you going to take the bait? Are you going to be tempted into going into a different way? I've said this before and I'll say it again. Pay attention to what happens this month, because in August and also in December, you'll see squares between Jupiter and also Saturn. So there is a sense of like wanting to keep your options open when it comes to home, family, and living situation all year. So that way you can be flexible and kind of figure out where it is that you want to land. The opportunity to go back and forth between two places is a great idea. So that way you don't have to kind of like seriously commit to one thing. You can give yourself some time to settle into it. I'm excited to see what manifests for you guys this month, even though it is going to feel a little challenging with those squares. Let me know what happens. And for everybody else, thank you guys so much for listening to your sun, moon, and rising horoscopes. Make sure you listen to all 3 of them. Like I said, don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Anytime you guys give me a thumbs up or you leave me a comment, first of all, it's awesome because I do see it, so thank you. But it also helps the algorithm of my channel. So if you're liking things, people are going to see that. It's going to get promoted and put out there to other people who can see my work, who can benefit from it, who can also help my channel grow. I'm a full-time content creator. I have dedicated really the last 2 or 3 years to coming back, building my YouTube, bringing you guys high quality, long format content where I can give you horoscopes, new full moon reports, astro weather, eclipse videos, and educational stuff, and so much more. So thank you guys so much for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, for your donations, for you guys joining my memberships. You guys rock. You're the reason why I'm still here creating content for you. I'm wishing everybody a very positive, a very abundant month of June. Get out there, do everything the first week, guys. Trust me on this. You will see exactly what I'm talking about when things get a little muddled later in the month, but fingers crossed. Let me know how this month plays out. For any more information about me and my stuff, check out the links in the description. Go over to beyondtheveiltarot.com. I teach tarot, I teach astrology, and I take private one-on-one sessions with people. So with that being said, please enjoy the month of June, and I will catch you guys all back here in July. Until next time, take care.